trending with the cool kids. I wear it if the shoe fits, yeah. Designer brand exclusive. I wear it once and lose it for the next best thing. One quick slip and then I'm out of frame. No one mixes together. Got an ego, can't explain. No, icy boy with diamonds on my frozen soul. Spending all my money on expensive clothes. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Yeah. Come on, here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Right here, break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is will you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when the punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is will you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
Take you back, spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Belly of the beast. There were days where I barely had sleep, but I had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Living everything I dreamed of, doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. In the city, plenty habit causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping, throwing rage, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Work like me, had them stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes fell trying to have that price. Either yo, cooking about to add that spice. Nowadays, dudes never had that fight. When they put your bill, better burst your pipes.
trending with the cool kids. I wear it if the shoe fits, yeah. Design a brand exclusive. I wear it once and lose it for the next best thing. One quick slip and get out of frame. No one really seems to care though. Got an ego, can't explain. No. Icy boy with diamonds on my frozen soul. Spending all my money on expensive clothes. What's it take to get me on the radio? Slow down for me, goddamn, slow down for me. Icy boy, I'm an icy boy. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide doors are looking. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, the frozen soul. praise. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Yeah. Come on, here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Here we go. Come on. Make it funky. Woo. Come on, right here. Break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
My pain, light a fire so the world can see. There's a fight and a rage deep down in the heart of me.
Crazy Coops, full sending it on in there, getting those sight lines, and he's gonna be able to get those shots off. Boom! Just cover was not there. They were fighting in the compound. Koi's pushing in. 1v2. He gets one on the knock. 1v1 situation. Boom!
Oh, that's a nice nade too. Just gonna knock out Jave out the front.
So open your eyes and see the fight I have burns inside of me.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Spring Championship 20 22. That's right. We already played 3. This is going to be the final one. And boy, we have been surprised by a lot. So much stuff happened yesterday, but you guys know I can't do this by myself. Let me introduce my amazing analyst, Frost and Avenger. Frost, yesterday, Under Souls, a team that was at one point last place, they were able to jump up to the first page.
Hey, now they're towards the front. You were asking where they were the whole tournament. Now they've been showing up, so let's hope that they can keep that train going for today as well.
It's all about the rise of Brazil, and we're going to be seeing that more of today, I think, so it'd be sick to see most of them on the top 8.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting. If you guys see anything that does end up surprising you, if you just want to take a screenshot of us while you're watching it, make sure you tweet at us PMPL, hashtag PMPL Americas. Tweet at us, follow us on Facebook, subscribe on YouTube, and do all of that fun stuff because, as I said, we were surprised big time yesterday, and I think there's going to be some major surprises. There's some teams out there that really have nothing to lose, and I wouldn't be surprised if they try to get some highlights for their Twitter, also using that hashtag PMPL. But you know what? You want to see what these teams are currently fighting for. So let's show you that prize pool because the total prize pool is for $150,000.
And this is why it still matters, no matter where they are on the leaderboard. There is still prize pool money to grab. So even if you're towards the bottom right now, you can work your way up. We're talking about one decent game and you're going to repel yourself up there on the leaderboard itself.
For sure. We're talking one good game, you could get, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 more if you're doing really well, right? And considering how close our leaderboard is as well, we're talking, one good game could push you up 4, 5, 6 places even.
Yeah, and the reason why I was saying some of these teams have nothing to lose is because you saw the 4 bottom teams, they're going to be pretty much getting paid the exact same. So if for some reason they continue to do bad this first 2 matches, you know what? I'll show you the overall. That way you can get an idea of which teams I'm talking about. But at the top, we still have Influence Rage. This team has been on a tear.
That massive lead, though, they're still having that big lead, and it's up against a team like Alpha 7. You would be surprised if you saw this, if you said this from the start of the tournament, right? But right now, they have that lead. They've been working hard to get that. And look at those elimination points, 122. The only team with triple digits right now.
Yeah, that's insane. Also, look at that lead down to 4th place. 80 points down to Knights.
Ooh.
It's just insane. I did not expect that. But then again, I'm happy that we have another good team coming out of Brazil that is able to hold on to Influence Range a little bit. Keep the leash on them before they run away. They've been absolutely insane. And obviously, what we're looking at from the middle of the leaderboard, it is still extremely close here. From Knights on 4th, all the way down to All Glory Gaming on 8th, and also on the lower side.
And Frost, one of the teams that you've been mentioning, and you were calling out a player too, Golden Eagles. I mean, they have improved so much too that they have now put themselves in that contention.
Yeah, towards the top side of the leaderboard, of course, on the 7th place. And it is, of course, Ferrum that we're talking about. The 2nd on the overall MVP rating right now. He's been phenomenal throughout the whole tournament. He's been able to basically keep his team up there, I'd say. Of course, it hasn't done everything himself, but when we talk about the eliminations, he is a monster.
Yeah, Frost, and we have seen stuff happen where some teams might end up in a tiebreak. Well, guess what? There is a way that we'll be able to find out if that does end up happening. This right here, this is how we're going to be breaking it down.
And this is why it's so important to get those wins, right? Winner, winner, chicken dinner. That's going to be the first tiebreak. After that, we're going to go on the total placement points you've been able to accumulate throughout the whole tournament. And down after that, if we still would have a tie, it would be down to eliminations. That's why you have someone like Influence Rage on 122 right now. And last but not least, placement in the recent match. Now, I don't think we will need to go all the way down to a 4th tiebreaker, but just in case, you still want to get that win in the last game.
Yeah, I will be honestly shocked if it does end up going all the way down there. But you know what? On that prize pool graphic that we showed you, there was a prize there for the MVP. So why don't we show who's currently in contention for that MVP status?
Oh my God.
And little boy's trying to break records, Avenger.
It's insane. 47, 14 more eliminations here. It's going to be hard to catch him. I feel like it's only going to be Ferrum that's going to be able to for us.
I mean, Ferrum would be the only one, I'd say, right now. But looking at this at the same time, they need to put on so many kills in just one day. It's going to be super hard for him to try to catch up to this. It is a lot of Brazilian players up here. We're not surprised when you have 2 of the biggest teams up there on the top of the leaderboard. Of course, they're going to get those kills with them. But what we didn't see, of course, is just below the top 5 there. One of, Seven's favorite player from NA. NA. QC from Nova is down there on 27 eliminations. So he's just next to Federal there, just outside the picture.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, another player from NA that I'm gonna want to see because I just love the way he plays, especially when he pops up, as his name was pulling up on the kill feed there. It's gonna be none other than Coops from Knights. This is a player that I was expecting for him to come in super hot into this tournament with the performance that he was having in Americas, but I mean in North America, but it just hasn't happened here in Americas. Hopefully today will be the that he'll be able to turn it up.
Yeah, Chico's been stealing the light a little bit for Knights this time around, right? That's yeah, stats obviously matter, and we'll see if now that Chico also wants a part of all the eliminations that Coops have been able to take in PMPL NA, then if they were not sharing, Coops might have been in the top 5, you know?
Yeah, Coops is like sharing is caring. Please start. But before we go into the next segment, I actually have a surprise for both of you guys.
Oh.
Mr. Exotic, please do me a favor. Pull that up for me. Avenger, you've been wanting to see who are the top healers. Well, guess what?
Let's
Here
go.
it is.
Oh my
Look
God.
at that graphic.
Look at all the heals.
Wait.
We had to make the graphic even wider just to fit all the heals in that Koi has been using.
What a
10K.
surprise, though. What a surprise. Koi on the top there. Who would have
That's
thought?
insane.
Let me take a guess. Out of those 10,000, I'd say about
9 something.
8.5 to 9,000 is on those Sanhok games alone.
90% of it is just from one map. And hey, luckily, thanks for him doing that, Nova has been able to be consistent, and those points have actually helped them out in a big, big way. But you know what? We've also been showing you throughout the days how the regions, how Brazil is doing, Latin America is doing in NA. So why don't we pull up that graphic again? That way we can check on them. Because
Nice.
Brazil right now is still maintaining their aggressiveness, but something that's actually popping out to me is NA's damage has gone up.
Yeah, NA's damage has definitely gone up. And it also comes down to, of course, NA has 3 of the teams in the top 5 right now. And it's looking really good for those teams, right? They're all in the congestion of trying to take the top a little bit further behind. It is Nova Esports, it is Knights and XSET up there.
I will say this, guys. I did not expect it to be this close, considering how big of a lead we have from Brazil right now. And considering it's 2 teams that are in the top 2 that is from Brazil, it just talks to how close and how competitive this lobby is.
Yeah, this is a lobby where every single time we see a player being able to do something crazy, we go, oh wow, okay, that's impressive considering the potential and the quality of players that are in this lobby. But you know what? We're talking about the overall, those top 3 players, top 5 teams actually. I want to see how they have been performing throughout the whole tournament. I want to look at those stats just to see how big of a difference it is in regards to damage. And look at this. This is interesting because XSET, they're not in 3rd place on the overall leaderboard, but they are in 3rd place in regards to damage.
Yeah, indeed they are. I mean, but one thing that I'm looking for here is the eliminations. I feel like that's a big one, right? That's where the points are going to be coming from. Damage will not yield you any points. Eliminations will, though. And if you look at it, Influence Rage and Alpha 7 together has 221 eliminations, while Nova, Knights, and XSET together has 214. So Influence Rage and Alpha 7 actually have more than those 3 teams together.
Yeah, that's crazy. Obviously, damage is a huge impact. You make sure
yeah.
other teams use utility, use heals, everything. So it's of course important, but still, points on the board is what matters.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw XSET. I'm sorry, guys. I got to talk a little bit about NA. You know I have to. We saw XSET
We'll
being
talk
able
about the other
to
regions.
revive themselves in a way. So why don't we show you the schedule real fast? That way you can see all the maps in the order that we're going to be playing with. Erangel, I mean, at one point, continuing on the trend that I'm talking here, at one point, XSET was that Erangel champ. Can they somehow today bring it back, Frost? And I think I know the answer to this question.
Look, if you're looking that far back, you might as well go back a full season. Like, it was day 1, they got themselves 2 wins. It hasn't happened, not too much has happened since then for XSET on Erangel. I mean, they are currently like the 3rd best team on Erangel, but still, they got those 2 wins. And they should do better. And hopefully, today is the day to turn it around.
The question for me is here, is any of the teams going to be able to get the so-called chicken dinner world tour, a win on each map for us? Because so far right now, we need to have either...
You want me to do this?
No, it's Influence Rage
okay.
or Alpha 7 that needs a win on Sanhok, right?
Yeah.
And then we need to have what? Golden Eagles need a win on Miramar?
Yes, exactly. Those are the 3 ones. if they can get one, they get the Chicken Dinner World Tour. Or if the other teams can get like
A win on each map. That's going to be hard, though. It's going to be hard.
It's going to be really hard.
Yeah, I'll be intrigued to see if that's going to happen. And I'm going to be intrigued to see which team is actually going to end up surprising us today. Now, what I want to see is I want to see that Erangel map performance.
Okay.
Because, I mean, those top teams, I mentioned it, XSET at one point was the best team in Erangel. Then we also had Alpha 7 and other teams like that. Do you have any idea which team? Actually, you know what? I'm going to send this one to Avenger because you always stay winning, and I know you're going to know the answer to this one.
I always stay winning.
All right, Avenger, do you take a guess from me? Which has been the best team throughout this whole season?
Well, so far, I feel like there's obviously multiple things going into it. We've seen good performance from XSET. We've had good performance from Knights as well. We've had good performance from Influence Rage. But if I would take a guess, I think I remember the answer, but if I would take a guess, I would still say Knights.
Wait, on Erangel?
Yeah.
Okay, on Erangel, I'll tell you this. It is Alpha 7. But you have Alpha 7, you have Influence Rage, you have XSET. 2 wins each on that map, on Erangel itself. And you can see here, actually, okay, well, Influence Rage has a little bit more eliminations. I guess that is a little bit heavier than the damage itself.
Right.
But you can see how heavy they are on damage. All 3 of them on the top. Nova, a little bit less. Mezexis, a little bit less. But, I mean, just the fact that Mezexis is up here, that is pretty amazing to me.
Sure.
Considering that I feel like they're getting overshadowed. They don't have too many eliminations. They don't have too much damage. Yep. But they are top 5 on Erangel. And that is important since it is the map that we're playing 50% of the times here.
Yeah, it just comes down to consistency. They start showing the consistency in Sanhok, and now they're starting to show it in Erangel. Maybe today, who knows, we'll end up seeing some kind of consistency out of Nova when it comes to Miramar. But I do want to introduce you a little bit more to the players of Influence Rage. So let's play this interview from them.
Fala, Kaiowski. Então, queria saber como você está se preparando para essa rotina de treinos.
Fala, Ferzotti. E aí, então, a gente tá muito focado, né? Nosso time tá treinando todo dia, estudando bastante os times das Américas. E a gente tá bem confiante.
Me diga uma coisa, você treina individualmente ou existe alguma diferença pro treino de squad? Como que é isso daí em questão do time?
Bom, cada um tem o seu treino individual, que a gente entra na área de treinamento do jogo, aquece a mira longa, trabalho de granada. Normalmente, antes das partidas, cada um aquece individualmente e depois a gente faz ali um 2x2 para dar uma aquecida mais na comunicação.
E a torcida tá louca para saber se vem alguma surpresa da Influence Rage aí para as Américas, ou se não, nada muda e todos os jogadores estão no mesmo estilo de jogo e também todos os mesmos jogadores que vão jogar.
Bom, a Inf vai surpreender agora, né, nesses dias das Américas. Pode ter certeza aí, não posso contar muita coisa, vocês vão assistir e presenciar tudo isso.
E posicionamento, continua o mesmo? O spot continua o mesmo também? Nada de surpresa?
Nada de surpresa, os spots vão continuar os mesmos e é isso aí, bora trocar tiro.
O que a gente pode esperar da Inf nessa PMPL Américas?
Olha, você pode esperar com certeza muitas kills aí nas partidas, vamos pra cima e pode ir que a gente vai brigar pelo título, pelo top 3, pode ter certeza.
Quem é o jogador, Caio, o mais prozila do campeonato? Aquele emocionadão, aquele que se uma grama mexer ele já assusta, esse tipo de coisa. Quem que é o jogador mais prozila da Influence Rage?
Cara, eu acho que o Lil Boy, ele dá uma seguradinha, mas ele vê aquela killzinha de longe, vê aquele jogador ali que ele vai querer pegar, vai querer atirar. Eu acho que o Lau ali, o Federal, tem um sangue um pouquinho mais frio, um pouquinho mais calculista. Eu acho que o Lil é aquele cara que vai pra cima, vai pegar o kill mesmo e não quer nem saber.
E olha só, Caio, a Influence Rage deixou o título escapar nos detalhes no último campeonato, aconteceu aí na última partida. Eu queria saber como que está sendo a preparação mental de vocês para que não ocorra esse mesmo erro e para que dessa vez vocês consigam agradar a torcida e trazer esse título para o Brasil. O título atualmente é do Brasil, mas é da Alpha 7. Eu quero saber o que vocês vão fazer para trazer para Influence Rage.
Bom, a gente conversou bastante após a PMPL Brasil sobre o nosso mental, nosso psicológico. Pode ter certeza que nesses 4 dias aí a gente vai estar bem preparado. E isso não vai se repetir novamente, né? A gente, como diz, né, tem que aprender com os erros. E então é isso aí. Vamos pra cima, vamos brigar pelo título aí, se Deus quiser ser campeão.
É isso aí, Caio. Boa sorte para você e para Influence Rage nessa PMPL Américas. E bora Brasil.
Obrigado aí.
A lot of intriguing stuff there that they said, especially how they let that title slip away. I mean, you guys were there, and it was a big surprise, too. By 1 point, they ended up being second place.
We didn't see it coming.
No, no one saw it coming.
We were so focused on the top 5 when we were casting it.
Because they had such a huge lead as well going into the last few games that we thought no one's going to be able to catch up to this. And we were focusing more on who's going to be the top 5 because it was a big battle between a lot of the teams. And of course, in the end, though, it came down to the last game, last fight before we actually knew.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting. I want to see how Alpha 7 is going to come out because there is currently a gap between those two. But for everybody watching, if you want to get a chance at winning a DP28 permanent skin, all you have to do is just answer the YouTube chat poll. That's literally all you have to do, and you're already there. And you can get a chance at winning that skin, which honestly, I said it before, I'll say it again, I want that for myself. And while you're at it, if you're on YouTube as well, there is gonna be a survey pin at the top of the YouTube chat. So make sure you guys fill out that survey because some of the ideas you guys might have is gonna impact what could happen here, and it'll be pretty cool to see it. So make sure you guys do all of that. And while you're at it, share this stream. Let's watch PMPL together, because when we hit our milestones across Americas on our official channels and watch parties, you're gonna be eligible to redeem those rewards right there. You can actually claim them between May 30th and June 1st in the in-game event center. And I am here in the game is ready, and I cannot wait. Okay, final day, we're gonna crown a champion today, so I'm gonna send it to the amazing Span Cargo and Necro.
Thank you so much, Seven. I am absolutely ecstatic on what's going to be happening today because it is the last 6 matches to crown the champion of America's championships, right? And as of right now, we're going on to Erangel. This is the one that you guys even heard them on the desk talking about it. They've been switching it up on who's doing the best on this map. So the last that we have is actually going to be Alpha 7. And if Alpha 7 does well enough, they might just get a little bit closer to Influence Rage. 34 points is a lot to take under for 1 match, though.
I'm not gonna lie, Span, today feels like a date with a destiny. I mean, all these teams currently in the top 6, Honored Souls as well, finally just catapulting themselves on the 3rd day all the way to top 6, and that's a huge statement. I mean, Honored Souls, it was one of those teams that was sitting in the bottom 4 yesterday, and now, today, what we're seeing in the overall rankings is Honored Souls is in the top 6, so it's absolutely insane how much or how mobile the overall rankings are. One little slip up and even Influence Rage can just lose that top spot.
We'll have to wait and see because they're also pretty consistent on every single map that they play. So we'll see if Alpha 7's going to be able to jump above them. I think this first match is really going to set the tone, and I'm glad that we actually got a pretty decent plane path to go along with it. It's right down the middle of Erangel, so hopefully everybody this time will be able to go to their usual drop spots. I know yesterday it was a little bit harsh for our first beginning games here due to the plane path, but here seems like everybody will be starting off on a more of an even slate. So, you know, that kind of means, Necro, that there probably won't be too much action at the beginning of this, but towards the end of these matches today, there might be some specific hot drops that we might end up seeing. I doubt it's going to be here so far, though, right?
I mean, again, look, I'm not gonna lie, usually the final day is where there's a lot of chaotic endings, and not just chaotic endings, also a little bit of a ruckusy start. So I do want to see at the start, I do want to see if at the start are we going to be seeing a little bit of brawls or not, because again, I'm not going to lie, the latter half of the board, they still have a bit of chance. 6 games still in the hands. They can try to just absolutely, you know, go all guns blazing, try to get those elimination points in their hands. And oh, look at the circle too. not really being friends with a lot of teams here.
No, it decides to go all the way down to that southwestern side. What's interesting about this is that it has that military island inside of it just a tiny bit. Yesterday, the first circle that we got definitely was a military island, right? But this time, it kind of... The water is muddy, right? You're not exactly sure where it's going to go. I think there's a huge chance that it's going to continue to stay on the main island, the main land of Erangel, but we're just going to have to wait out and see.
Yeah, probably. I mean, XSET in front of our screens currently sitting in 5th spot in 143 points, and right underneath them is Honored Souls, as I said, sitting in 6th spot, 139 point yesterday, which is a huge day for Honored Souls. I do want to see, is the entire speed the Honored Souls just gained yesterday, is it going to be carrying on over on the final day or not?
Oh, I mean, we'll hope so, right? Because you said that they jumped up huge, a huge spot. They were all the way down towards the last couple that only got 6K in terms of prize pool. Now that they're in 6th place, they're already up to 9K. So just in a singular day, I mean, they changed the winnings that they're going to potentially get by a lot. And we know that there's a couple of other people down there that are hoping to have the same fate happen to them. Even if they can climb up just a little bit, that can entirely change their reward prize pool that they're going to be getting at the end of this.
I mean, talk about the reward prize pool. I mean, influence rates so far, they're looking really good. 34 points lead above above Alpha 7. And they're looking pretty solid. I mean, they do have one game cushion, I would say, but still that's not something they can try and rely on, because if they do slip out on one game, that means Alpha 7 will have a huge chance of coming up. Unless Alpha 7 2 mess it up, then it'll just be lucky.
Oof. Yeah, you're right. 34 points. That's definitely a little bit more of a tall order for a singular match. Usually if it's around 20 points, then it's okay, they might potentially be jumped inside of this one. But I feel like for this first match, Influence Rage is going to be pretty comfortable, except for the fact that Alpha 7, their good map is Erangel, and they're going to have 3 chances today to go on ahead and continue to have those stats prove true and do well on these Erangel matches, and maybe they'll be able to catch up to Influence Rage. They did have a bigger gap between them yesterday, but you can see that the gap was closed just a little bit coming into today. So we'll see if they're going to be able to continue to close that gap. But I mean, you even heard from that interview before the first match started that Influence Rage, Kowalski, he is confident that they're going to be walking away with the first place. And as of right now, I don't think that they're too wrong. Of course, I'd love to see what today brings.
I'm not gonna lie, yesterday All Glory Gaming got pushed all the way down to 8th spot, and that's something All Glory Gaming will try to at least change, because the overall standing is not something All Glory Gaming definitely wanted. All the way down in 8th spot with 124 points, and we saw that, right? I mean, at the start of yesterday, All Glory Gaming was in top 5 somewhere, and now they're in the top 10, and that's something All Glory Gaming does not really want. So I feel like today has to be the day where All Glory Gaming goes all guns blazing as well, because they do realize last day, that means all the teams that are in top 5 or top 6, they will try to keep their spot nailed down or even try to overtake the teams above them. So All Glory Gaming, if they do want to crack inside the top 5, they will have to pull on some monstrous performance.
Well, to even kind of expand off of that, I know that the desk has been having a little bit of an NA versus Brazil moment going on, but the thing that we haven't really talked about is the LATAM teams, right? I mean, of course we have in general, but as of right now, we have the majority Brazil teams up towards the top, Influence Rage, Alpha 7, and then we got 3 NA teams in a row, Nova, Knights, XSET, then Honored Souls. The first LATAM team is Golden Eagles in that 7th place spot, and then All Glory Gaming in 8th. So I'm curious as of right now to see if any of the LATAM members are going to be reaching up into that top 5 to join the other 2 regions. I feel like it's going to happen. I'm kind of hoping it's going to happen, because we saw their points even coming into this. We thought it was definitely going to be a Brazil and a LATAM kind of event, just running away with it. But these NA teams are really here to show that stats aren't always correct. So we can make estimates based off of them, but it really comes down to every single event and their individual performances.
And not just that, Span, Nova still hasn't gotten a single chicken dinner up till now. So maybe today they will be able to get it. Final day, Nova. Do they want to show themselves up? Because we saw in the tiebreaker too how that's going to be working out. So maybe you would want to have, at least to be on the safer side, you would want to have at least one chicken dinner underneath your backpack, because Nova, again, so far they've been doing really good when it comes to the elimination points and also the placement points, but they just haven't gotten a hand on the chicken dinner. I'm pretty sure today Nova, they're going to try to find that. Boring Protocol, one of those teams that is currently sitting all the way in the bottom. And I feel like at this point in time, we can pretty much just count Boring Protocol out no matter how much they try. Unless they just get like 25 plus points in every single game, then maybe they'll have a chance to crack in the top 5.
I mean, currently in 16th place. If they get to 12th place, that they're going to up their prize in just a little bit, and then they can say that they were last. So I feel like
really
that might be their... I mean, that's the main differences as of right now with the spots down there. Of course, other than just saying, hey, not last, not 16th place, you know? So that's why I'm bringing it up, kind of also just to bring the weight that every single one of these positions hold. If you just get one singular placement higher, then that could change a lot of things for you and your team. Of course, than just one singular number. It could be a bigger number when it comes to the prizing. And I think that's pretty significant. That's what all these guys are here to be fighting for, right? So that's why I keep bringing it up. And I think that no matter what, I think that it's definitely keeping the fire in these teams even until the very last match, no matter how they've performed so far up to this point.
What just happened to Buluc? I mean, day 1, they had a fiery start. Day 2, somewhat of a downhill curve. And then day 3, they just completely disappeared. They just got deactivated. Buluc Chabtan, I mean, so far they're not really able to keep up to the competition, but just like how Honor Souls jumped up too with that just single day performance, there's a chance that Buluc might as well just pull off something miraculous and come all the way up to a top 5. Anything can happen at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, as a lot of teams now have started to center on up inside the circle as they do like to do. At this point in time, we're probably not going to be seeing a lot of action happening. They're probably just trying to find out where the next circle is going to be shifting towards.
Yeah, at this point, it's just a waiting game. I will like to kind of put even one more detail about Buluc Chabtan, though, before we move on. They're currently only 6 points away from 9th place. They're in 13th place right now. I could even go further to say that they're only like 9, 10-ish points away from 8th, and then two more to 7th. So like they're honestly not too many points away up towards that top 5 that you were mentioning. And it does look like our zone has finally popped. It does decide to go up towards the northern side onto the main line of Erangel. I'm not quite surprised to see this. I do like to see the Mezexis immediately crossing this bridge. They had 2 people already across to hold onto that position so that the other 2 can safely cross. And now Alpha 7, though, they've decided to go onto Military Island. So this is going to be interesting because Mezexis, I'm sure that they're going to be staying around those compounds on the end side of the bridge. If Alpha 7 crosses it right now, I wonder if Mezexis will be ready for that.
So far, you haven't seen a single elimination flowing through. The final day, teams are taking it really serious. Do not want to make any sort of rookie mistakes or just mistakes in general, and makes sense too. You do not want to give your position away like that. As I said, the overall rankings, they're looking really mobile. They're looking really sensitive. One little slip up and it will be compromised. So even teams that are currently at the top, for example, Influence Rage, we do see them as well taking their steps pretty carefully.
I like to see the Mezexis Dreams are even already going through and scouting. They've had 2 over here for a while, but they're already taking a look forward, seeing that Nova Esports is honestly not that far away. I love this split from Nova Esports as well. We've seen them utilize this multiple times before. Honestly, any team that grabs that compound right above them to the northern side usually sends a couple people up onto this hill right here, and that gives them a lot of strength when it comes to the knowledge of people making rotations all around them. And if anybody gets up on top of this hill other than them, usually they're able to put a lot of pressure onto those inside of the compound, makes it pretty hard to get out of there and disengage. Looks like Koi decided to get a little close, seeing if maybe he could get involved or see what's going on over here, but he's going to quickly disengage. And so far, we haven't had to worry about what Alpha 7's doing. They're still across the bridge. I think they're just waiting for this zone to pop, potentially.
They will have to, because if they don't, then they will just be camped out by Mezexis Dreams, and they will also take a lot of damage. So Alpha 7 will need to take things slow and cautious, and that's what they're doing so far. do like the approach, but the next circle shift has to be a hard shift. Unless if it just centers on up, then we're probably going to be seeing the action a bit more delayed. But if it does take a hard shift, then we're probably going to be seeing hell breaking loose soon.
Especially if it goes over to that western side. So many teams are over on this northeastern side. That's where the majority of these guys made the rotation from. That if it just goes all the way to the opposite side, we know people are going to be getting in their vehicles and moving immediately. Speaking of this far northeastern side, Loops, we've talked about them and their ability to get at least one cheeky little early kill here on the map of Erangel. They haven't gotten it just yet, and I like to see their spread as of right now because they're trying to look down, see if they can get a nice elimination onto ATON Esports and get that start of it. I swear every single Erangel, they have at least gotten one. They haven't gotten it just yet, so I feel like maybe it should be happening soon.
Again, you talked about the circle just shifting all the way on the left side, but there's also those open fields right in the center. I'm not gonna lie, the circle, no matter where it shifts, I feel like, okay, well, you wanted this, and the circle is actually shifting bottom left, so that means teams that are currently all the way on the northern side, or even on the right side, they will have to move as quickly as possible. They will have to be really quick, and that's what we see. Loops as well now in their vehicles, including Buluc Chabtan, one of those teams that really need this game in this hand. They will need to kick things off pretty well. Alpha 7 still on the other island. They will need to get their footing on near at least Fair Pier, because for now, the bridge, it's quite scary to take.
I mean, they're definitely hoping for this zone to shift off of this bridge because then they would have had a safe crossing, right? Right when it shifts off the bridge, that's when the people that are usually there will start leaving because they're looking for a better spot inside the next zone. But since it's still inside of this next zone, yeah, Alpha 7, they're going to have to wait a little bit longer or even potentially risk it. Maybe, I don't know, maybe we'll see if they're strong swimmers and get across as well. But instantly, everybody in their vehicles getting a move on. I love to see that Nova ended up moving immediately. They got themselves a spot inside of the forest at that little like military outpost to get them really good sightlines, and TC is like taking this a little bit too close for comfort. That vehicle is smoking and they're not going to risk it. They actually got out. They're just in the center of this field, all of them inside of this small shack. I mean, what else are you supposed to do? Your vehicle is seconds away from exploding. Do you stop or do you commit to keep going? I don't know.
That is so risky though. All 4 players inside that one little shack, one little nade throw, and that's going to be like a huge... That's going to be like 4 elimination points in a second. That'll be quite huge. But for now, we have Golden Eagles against the players of INTZ. INTZ, I mean, they have not been seen anywhere in the first half of the board since the start of the tournament. So INTZ, they haven't really had the best of the tournament of their life here in the PMPL Americas, but All Glory Gaming now. As I said, this is their time to make a comeback in the top 5, and I'm pretty sure All Glory Gaming will try to give it all they have. XSET as well, we do see them in the kill feed. Unfortunately, Polo G gets knocked out.
Wow, and it looks like ATON Esports wants to go on ahead and put the pressure on them. They're not letting up, starting to toss over that utility. If they're able to stop this res or even get another knock, I'm sure that is going to be an even bigger push from ATON Esports. Looks like they will confirm that elimination on Polo G. So XSET is officially down to 3 people, and J7, he is currently far away from his teammate here. He is driving on almost the opposite side of the zone. Okay, that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but it really looks like he's leaving his teammate here to really fend for himself. He is playing the solo game as of right now. It is kill switch zone. We've seen him put up some insane plays against people, but I mean, 3 people of ATON Esports? I don't know.
Oh, Fernand, this can be really risky. Sits inside the buggy, takes a lot of shots. Fernand steps out of it, and now just hides behind the tree. But again, the problem is the wall of death. It's doing a lot of damage onto Fernand. He cannot really withstand the damage for long, and there you go. Eventually gets knocked out, Fernand. He will be confirmed soon too, because we do see the players of ATON maybe closing on up. No, they're straight up just booking it inside the zone. They do realize the zone has to be the main priority here, because another hard shift comes in, and Alpha 7 with the really good rotation all the way from the water lines. They've already found themselves a footing inside the next zone, but ATON, they just straight up run inside an enemy territory.
This is why it's so dangerous to just start sending it on over if you don't have too much knowledge inside of the zone, and if you're nowhere near the next zone shifts. There's just people stacked up everywhere. So it does look like two of them are able to find some sort of cover here, but they're currently sandwiched between two other teams, and they're still nowhere near this next zone shift. Looks like Influence Rage, we're finally seeing them on the screen as well. Born Protocol, the closest beside them. Really looks like Spec wants to make something happen here, spraying through that smoke. It looks like he won't be able to catch him just yet, and actually he gets knocked instead. Federal able to spot him out through that smoke using that and that elimination is going to be confirmed and come through. This definitely is an elimination zone, right? This circle, since it pulled hard-shifted twice in a row, there's going to be so many people on these outskirts that are going to be fighting for their lives. We're going to see these teams start to dwindle.
Yeah, unfortunately, Spec in the front lines got just caught in that deadlock of Influence Rage, and he couldn't really escape it. And we also were talking about Honored Souls just a while ago. Now Honored Souls, they're against the players of Knights. Two of the players of Knights, they crumbled down. Honored Souls, they're having a great start in this fight so far. A lot of teams just out in the open, do want to make a rotation, also do want to find a great spot inside the zone, but there's no such thing as a good spot because it's all exposed grounds, and Loops, they are getting a little bit of blood on their hands as well.
Nice find onto Jay there. It does look like Mezexis Dreams tossing over some utility, trying to actually steal that elimination point onto Jay. You can see there, ooh, trying to toss yet another one, but it looks like maybe Buluc Chabtan doing a good amount of damage to him. Gonna get the knock too. The rest of XSET nowhere close to be able to start getting that res onto Jay. It looks like they're trying to toss over some stuff, a smoke maybe to even protect their teammate, but there's just no way they're gonna get over there in time. Instead, all they have for cover, for comfort even, is that small shack. Taking a look at this overall map, there's a lot of separated and disbanded teams at this point. All 16 teams are still alive, and 3 of them are solos, and 3 more are only duos.
XSET, 2 players up for them. Cannot afford any sort of risky moves now. Don't really have that much amount of manpower to actually try and do something here, but still they're putting a lot of pressure on the Mezexis Dreams. Loops is right in the left too. As I said, XSET, they don't really have a lot of wiggling room, so they have to be as safe as possible in this spot.
Okay, looks like Influence Rage finally found themselves making a rotation. Looks like Federal is actually super far away from the rest of his teammates, having to deal with making a rotation by VIVOKEYD. And the rest of them are dealing with All Glory Gaming. All Glory Gaming actually able to get 2 knocks onto Influence Rage as of right now. 3 knocks, actually. Kowski is the last one alive, currently in between 2 of his down teammates. All Glory Gaming does get at least 1 other person knocked, but here comes the last member of All Glory Gaming, super far away. Oh, he spotted him out. For a second there, I thought maybe he was just going for the run over, but it doesn't even matter. He will be spotted out in Influence Rage. They're actually our first team out. They got out in 16th place. This could be the moment that Alpha 7 is waiting for. As of right now, though, Alpha 7, where even are they? They have 0 eliminations, but all 4 of them at least are still alive.
Yeah, they're still alive, and the teams that will need to breach through inside the next zone has to be Knights and even XSET, so that should really be that big of a thorn in Alpha 7's way, as we do have INTZ in the front. And Honor Souls currently in the receiving end, and Honor Souls as well, all 4 players up, so nothing really much to worry about. But yeah, you mentioned this Influence Rage getting knocked out at 16th spot, and that's something Influence Rage cannot really afford. That game cushion we talked about, 1 game cushion, now it's going to be erased.
They do have 3 eliminations this game, but obviously not as good as their usual performance here. So Alpha 7, here they are actually. They could make this turn into something. As of right now, though, all eyes are on them. They're trying to make their way inside of this zone far on the eastern side. Mafioso will go down. It looks like Honored Souls up to their northern side are putting a lot of pressure onto them, and even the Knights just inside zone want to make sure that they're not going to get any closer. Of course, Alpha 7, they know that this is the only direction that they can move, so they're already spotting out their enemies, trying to toss over some utility, potentially get these knocks, but their only cover are these smokes. Revo, he's also going to find himself knocked, unfortunately for this. Oh, I thought maybe he wasn't even going to be able to get the option to be res, but maybe, just maybe they'll be able to get that as well.
Yeah, so far Knights are able to successfully hold the players of Alpha 7 off at bay. Alpha 7, unfortunately, there's a little bit of third party coming in from the side of VIVOKEYD. Do want to get those elimination points in their hands. Wrapped up, Tensa catches a huge nade onto himself. Tensa will back out again. patch himself up. Carrillo knocked out on the other side. Alpha 7, now they're going to start to sweat a little bit. The shaky start is definitely there. Their shaky nerves are now going to start to get Alpha 7. They have realized influence range have already taken away, but this is the chance for Alpha 7.
Wow.
And it seems like they're not really able to do the best in this chance.
Wow, I don't even know what they're going to be able to do from here. If they have no vehicles, if they're just trying to run, I bet that they use so many smokes already. Knights are going to be keeping all eyes on them because they know that that is their closest and biggest threat, and that's it, actually.
My God.
Honored Souls gets that elimination, too. Alpha 7 is out as well. They're not going to be able to close that gap between them and Influence Rage, as they were hoping to do. I'm sure that they were so excited when they saw that happen inside of the kill feed, but it's over. It's over now. They're going to be able to continue to hold that at least until this next match. Of course, the action in this game still continues. Looks like Honored Souls now is getting a lot of pressure put onto them. We finally have gone down to 11 teams now.
The Circle's toying with a lot of teams here, Span. Circle been taking hard shifts after hard shifts, and these teams are just getting caught off guard. They don't really know how to make the rotation, and again, another hard shift comes in, and this time it's going to shift right on top of the players of Golden Eagles, currently holding the best compound inside the entire final zone, and this might just be theirs. I talked about All Glory Gaming. I thought this might just be their redemption arc, but unfortunately, they also get taken out quite early, so the first game, they're not really going to be able to kick things off well, but they still have 5 more games to go in the future. Honored Souls here, all 4 players up. They're looking pretty. They're looking like a well-oiled team, but Loops against the players of Mezexis Dreams. Here comes the push. Mezexis Dreams, they're cracking under a lot of pressure, and Loops, they're just going to keep on applying that salt. And there we go. Mezexis Dreams, they crumble down.
Wow, Loops are having big plays come through. There's only 2 of them left. They got that res as well. Oh, XSET and Knights. Knights, they knew that they had to make this push happen. It looks like J7 is the last one alive, but his teammate, unfortunately, in the doorway. He will be able to get rid of them. Knights officially eliminated. They're going to be able to get that res, and we'll see if just how much further XSET is going to be able to go inside of this zone. They're going to have to be making a push towards the other duo of Loops, actually. And INTZ, they're just full on driving on in. They found themselves an open spot inside this zone, but all eyes are on them. It is much too open to successfully play out of this. You know, we were talking about how good Golden Eagles had been looking. Currently, the top team for Latam. This might be a chicken dinner for them. Still inside of a successful compound. Zone is on them. They're going to be able to protect this and defend it as best as possible. And they might be able to get this chicken.
Yeah, VIVOKEYD Adrian is up north too, as we do have INTZ still alive with the final man up. This circle is so risky to breach inside because you never know where you're going to be catching bullets from. Honor Soul is still left outside. They still need to make the entry in, and that's where there's a lot of problems that Honor Souls will now need to face, as one of the players from Honor Souls is quite close to ATON. And he cannot really afford to take any more damage because the wall of death, the blue is also moving in from the back, and there we go. Finally decides to push in. Doesn't really have the HP supporting him against those 2 players, but he still wants to give it a shot, and there we go.
There we go. Looks like they're able to get 1 more down, but there's still so many members of Honored Souls up towards the northern side. They do get rid of INTZ, and now Honored Souls, all eyes are on ATON Esports. And will be successful down to the southern side. Loops getting rid of XSET. Oh no! I thought Honored Souls had that in the bag, honestly, but it does look like ATON is going to be able to get a cheeky knock to at least one of them, and there is no time for that res to actually come through. He needs to try and figure out a way to get inside of this zone.
The next circle again shifts on top of the players of Golden Eagles, and oh my god, well, it seems like this is their game. It's written in their destinies, and this is their game. No one's going to be able to steal it away. Golden Eagles, all 4 players up, the stars align, and it's their time to put on a stellar performance. They don't really have a lot of enemies in the fronts too. It's a 4-on-2 situation. Loops and Honor Souls are the only 2 teams that they will need to kill to get this elimination, to get this chicken dinner in their hands.
Oh man, and you can see Honored Souls. I mean, he's just trying to figure out how in the world is he going to cross this street. It's just so out in the open. All 4 members of Golden Eagles, I'm sure, have eyes everywhere. Look, even Yessie, she's up on top of the roof here.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. They're starting to crawl. If they can try and be as quiet as possible, make this crawl happen. Nope. Nope.
Oh.
Yes, he has spotted him out. Looks like Ferrum also getting a knock into at least one of them. Honored Souls might be the next team out, and that means Loops might secure that second place. But we'll have to wait and see as Loops, they're actually slowly crawling closer and closer. It does look like Golden Eagles, though, their defense is just on lockdown. I mean, they've had all of this time to hold this
here we
and
go.
prepare that. Oh, Loops actually goes out in third.
But I'm not gonna lie, Honor Soul still had a really good outing from that game. 24 points in total, and Golden Eagles got 27 points. So still, Honor Souls, they had a pretty solid game in the at least the first game of the day 4. So at least that's what they really needed. But Golden Eagles, I do want to see where they're gonna be found after that performance in the overall rankings.
I'm actually excited to see just where that's going to go ahead and pull them, because we ended up seeing a good amount of those teams, at least towards the very top, go out pretty early. I will say, like, right below them, they were able to stay alive for a pretty long time, but now that kind of opened the door for Golden Eagles, and as you already mentioned, our other team there, Honored Souls, to kind of just push themselves a little bit higher. So that was just honestly a textbook win coming through for our team there, protecting that compound for as long as possible, and it was just so easy in the end.
Yeah, I mean, Circle was just being the best friend of Golden Eagles there. Nothing much could be done. It just kept on shifting on top of them in the end. And they also had the hard cover to play with, the best compound in those final moments. So you cannot really just steal it away from a 4-man strong squad. In the end, it was just a 4-on-2-on-2 situation. Loops as well couldn't really do much. We're prone down out in the open. Honor Souls needed to make it inside. A lot of things were just not really going in their favor.
And the desk is going to be able to talk more about what happened inside of that match right now. Go at it.
Wow, what a first match. I actually thought it was going to be different teams towards the top, but I'm not.
Wait, what teams did you think?
I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it.
What teams?
I'll tell you in a bit.
want names.
I'll tell you in a bit. Influence Rage and Alpha 7.
Oh.
Especially Alpha 7. But nonetheless, shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for this championship. Avenger. I honestly thought that was the time that Alpha 7 was going to be able to close that gap, and it didn't even happen.
It was the perfect opportunity, right? We saw Influence Rage go out early. Alpha 7 was looking good, but then the circle said, yeet, yeet, away from Alpha 7, and they had to go out and open. Not enough smokes, and yeah, but we have 5 more opportunities for them to go.
Yeah, and they... What's crazy to me is that Influence Rage left early of that match. They got eliminated super early, but somehow they were still able to manage more points. But a good thing, Golden Eagles and Honor Souls, these 2 teams that are fighting for that top 5.
2 teams that were chasing towards the top, and they were pretty close to it just before we got into the first game, of course. But now, with these points that they've been able to accumulate in the first game here, I mean, we're looking pretty close here towards the top, and it's going to be pretty interesting to see the overall later on, of course.
You know what makes my Brazilian PMPL heart happy, though, is that we see Honored Souls, Loops, and VIVOKEYD in the top 4.
Oh, and then you have Alpha 7 Influence Rage down here.
That's probably the first time. It has to be the first time that has happened, right? That we have those teams up in the top 4 and not Influence Rage. And
okay, let's be honest, though. Golden Eagles, a team that has been performing pretty phenomenal so far.
Sure.
Now, of course, they get all those circles on top of them, but they took that compound early on. They fended off every team that tried to get close to them, and they were playing the roof very smart as well, making sure that they have all those line of sights, you know, not any sidelines here. And I mean, they utilized it to a full extent, making sure that they get all of those eliminations.
In general, this circle is extremely hard to play, right? We see second, we see third circle, and it's such a rough situation where we have the teams there just running all the way to the beach, trying to get into a few compounds that is viable to play, I would say. And then you have this big open part of the forest there with the trees, and there's just not enough covers to accommodate all these teams. So you ended up having Circle 4, Circle 5 with so many teams dying, and only the teams left that has the hard cover or is playing with their backs to the zone trying to get in.
I mean, I think it was Circle 4. We already had one of the circles where it was like a 50-50 with the beach in and the forest. But already there, we had 6 or 7 teams all diving down on the southern side, down on the beach there, trying to get a good spot to play with. And it was just mayhem. And because of that, it opened up on the northern side a little bit, making sure that some of the teams that were up there that were a little bit later on the rotation, they could get in easily. A team like Orange Souls, sure, they had to fight someone like Knights, but they did a pretty good job getting into the circle.
Yeah, and with circles like that and with the top teams being eliminated earlier, we're sure going to be end up seeing some changes there on that overall. So please, show me the overall because I want to see where Golden Eagles are now and Honor.
Oh my God.
Okay, okay.
Honored Souls.
Only 3 points ahead of Knights,
Golden
but, you know.
Eagles, look how close it is, guys, between 4th and 6th place. It's insane, 8 points difference.
Look, I'm just saying, if it continues with this trend, we're going to have 3 Brazilian teams on the top 3.
And also, guys, Golden Eagles with their 3rd chicken dinner.
Oh, yeah.
Super impressive to see this performance coming out of them.
We were asking for a chicken dinner
on
from
Miramar.
Golden Eagles on Miramar.
Yeah, but the momentum
still,
they're able
exactly,
to
they're building that up, and they're going to get one on Miramar, getting that first chicken dinner world tour.
And what's interesting, now we're seeing VIVOKEYD. This was a team that, I mean, it is their first PMPL Americas. I thought they were crushing under the
pressure.
In the big stage. There's pressure. I mean, even though they're currently not here with us, they're still at home, but it's still so much pressure. But right now, 9th place, we could end up seeing 5 Brazilian teams in the top 8.
Oh, that'd be insane. That would be insane. We expected some good performances coming out of the teams, of course,
100%.
but VIVOKEYD, they've had a rough tournament so far, but with this, if they're able to really light a fire right now in themselves and then get on with things, they could put themselves into the top 8. That'd be sick to see.
The thing is, they might not have the experience of being here in the PMPL Americas, but they have been playing in the AEL season 3, 4, and 5, where they got themselves 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. So they know a lot of these teams that they're playing against here. They have the experience playing against them, but of course, it is the added pressure being here instead. This is much a bigger event, and of course, they want to make sure that they can perform on that kind of level as well. It's not over yet, though. 5 more games to go.
Yeah, it's not over yet, and it's good that they did decide to react, and they decided to react right now at the beginning and not halfway through the day, because at that point we wouldn't even be talking about you. But a team that we were talking about, Golden Eagles, I want to see their team stats, because this team, you were mentioning, Frost, for the longest time, you were talking about Fernand, how he was carrying that team.
Oh my God.
It's not, I mean, yes, he's
my
still
God.
carrying the team, right? But everybody else finally has decided to step it up.
How big is his backpack? That's what I'm wondering right now. Of course, we see that he has. Okay, he has just too much damage. Too much. He basically had more than all 3 of the others combined. But at the same time, you got to think about this, right? This is a team game. The other 3, they are setting him up for this all the time. Time after time, they're going to put him in a position where he can actually deal those damage, get all of those eliminations, because they're backing him up. And that's one of the things, right? You always want to have that kind of player, but at the same time, it is pretty rough if you lose him early on in the game.
Sure, but they are the enablers. They are making sure that he can turret. They're making sure they're setting him up for being able to do this. Sure, he has more eliminations than the other team combined, and I think more damage than the other team combined, but they're making sure that all the other things that are really vital to make this game good for them happening too. They're scouting, they're giving the information, they're moving the cast in the right places while he's just ding, 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 shooting all the time.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting if he continues to perform like this. Another team, Honor Souls. I mean, the jump up that I said it yesterday, this team was in last place at one point. I was like, what's going on with these Brazilian teams? Maybe they just took a little bit longer to show up. Honor Souls, though, look at the difference here so far. I mean, wow.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty amazing, right? A team that's been able to step it up. And what we saw from yesterday, for example, is one of the best days that we've seen here in the PMPL Americas so far. They got themselves 85 points yesterday, 42 eliminations. That's 2nd best. The only one who was better was Influence Rage during day 2 with 98 points and 49 eliminations.
And of course, they came out 4th place from AEL, the last AEL season here. They were also playing Season 2 half a year ago in November. 11th place, I believe it was, for them. So they're a team with experience, and we expect them to do well here. But this difference, the improvement that we're seeing from day number 1 to day number 2, that we can see that even in this game, they're building on that confidence, and that's what we want to see from them.
Yeah, and now the momentum that they have, I mean, they're being able to test that prize pool. They're like, yeah, we want to keep on moving at it. And you know what? You can actually get a chance at winning a Google Play gift card worth $10. All you have to do is just answer the question on the YouTube chat. Just answer that poll. Super easy stuff. We've all done it. Obviously, if we win, we're not gonna act. We're
gonna give it away
I
ourselves.
haven't won yet.
We're gonna give it away ourselves to you guys as well.
Yes. Follow us on Twitter, the 7WG,
Frost TV,
And Avenger.
There you go.
Yay.
Now, going into Miramar, which team do you got? Well, you know what? Not even which team. Which region do you guys think is going to pop off?
I hope there's Golden Eagles. They get that chicken
Yes.
dinner to be the first team to get 4 chicken dinners in total to take over the amount of chicken dinners we've seen. And then they would be the first tiebreaker. They would have the first, and they would be the first on that. So that'd be insane.
I just gotta agree with that because I'm
Me
all
too.
on board that train right now.
Me too, and the reason why is because I want the player that you've been talking this whole time. I want him to challenge for that MVP, and now that everybody's making it a little bit easier for him, I think that might happen. You know what? I am here, and the Miramar is ready, so let's send it to our casters, Span, Cargo, and Necro.
Let's go.
Let's go. Yeah, thank you guys once again. We are heading into our second match of today. It's going to be on Miramar. Looks like we got Golden Eagles already up on the board from the desk here, Necro. But how about you? Who are you feeling?
I feel like inside this one, man, and look, I'm not going to lie, I feel like this has to be Influence's game because after losing that first game, I'm pretty sure Influence is not one of those teams that like that because so far we've seen Influence have been able to kick things off pretty well, and this is the only day that Influence have kind of fell off in the first game, and we talked about that cushion too. Slowly and steadily, that cushion as well is closing up. So Influence Rays, they really need this game.
Well, Alpha 7 unfortunately even couldn't do anything about it, even though Influence Rage got out early last match. Alpha 7 got out early as well. In fact, Influence Rage, they at least got 3 eliminations under the belt. They actually widened the gap just by a bit in between Influence Rage and Alpha 7. So honestly, that's kind of the storyline that I'm mostly focusing on, is because at this point, I know that all Alpha 7 is thinking of in their mind is how are we going to catch up to Influence Rage at this point, because they're not super concerned with Nova below them, but they want to make sure that Nova isn't going to come anywhere close while they're trying to get up towards Influence Rage's level. And I feel like coming into this, Miramar is a bit different. It's not their map that they go ahead and do absolutely amazing at, but we have seen Alpha 7 be able to successfully, perform on Miramar. It's just a question of whether or not they'll be able to do it in today.
I mean, Honor Souls too now, here we go. I mean, they're on that ladder. They're not stopping anytime soon. As I talked about the momentum from yesterday, and it seems like they're able to carry it on over on day 4 perfectly, and that's all Honor Souls really needed. A fiery start, and that's where they're off to. As we do see the plain flat path as well, starting all the way from La Cabrera, all the way towards Impala. That means teams that do want to go towards Chumacera or even Monte Nuevo, they're going to have a little bit of struggle, but again, not as much as expected. What I want to find out, though, where is the first circle going to end up?
I also want to see what's going to be happening in Hacienda once again, because we already know that there's always that fiery hot drop there, and last time we got to see a little bit of a different ending. But even taking a look at it, actually, is the Chosen usually in those spots? I'm a little bit curious as of right now if they're potentially going to make a move on over there. We're going to have to wait and see for the fight to officially start, though. Even actually, wait a second, the first person knock is XSET. We can see XSET's over towards that western side. They're taking a fight with VIVOKEYD. Looks like XSET officially losing one here. Adrian's starting to spot out yet another person. He's actually alone here. He has taken on an entire 4-man of XSET by himself.
Oh my God.
One confirmed elimination. Another one goes down. Oh, the DPS come through. Adrian with the 4K just completely wipes out XSET by himself. He was waiting for his teammate to help him out, but he didn't even need them there.
What? That's the first player in the entire PMPL America I've seen escape a deadlock like that. 3 players in the front. He was able to take care of the first player easily at the start, but then still 1 player against those 3s, and he wasn't even scared of making those moves. That DBS in his hands too was something that helped him so much wipe him out, and easily that shotgun in the close range is going to put in a lot of work, and that's what exactly happened. Adrian just played that so well, and VIVOKEYD, even after that 1v4, their morals or their confidence has to be boosted really high.
and Necro, XSET was in 7th place. VIVOKEYD is in 9th as of right now. VIVOKEYD now with XSET out of the way. Like, I'm kind of curious to see if they're definitely gonna be able to get closer. I don't know about completely getting through, but there we go. That's the first knock that we ended up missing. But with the DBS once again, we just have to see Adrian. That is another insane 1v4. Like, he wasn't even scared. He just pushed straight on in there, ready to take the fight with XSET. So props to him, but finally down to the Hossie fight. We were waiting for this to start. It's INTZ versus Boring Protocol, and we were right. The Chosen actually is sitting right on the outskirts of this fight, waiting for their opportunity to act, right? They have one knock on INTZ so far, but it looks like the rest of these players, the Chosen don't want to push this yet. They're going to wait for a few more knocks to come through. Matthias, unfortunately, not getting that knock here. Now getting pushed by 2 whole people. Boring Protocol get yet another elimination here onto INTZ. Looks like they will be able to get at least one trade, but with him being the last person alive, it was only a matter of time. Spec will clean it up. INTZ, the next team out, and here we go. The Chosen finally creeping on in.
Boring Protocol is easily able to win this Hacienda del Patron fight without a doubt all the time. I mean, the success rate has been 100%. Yesterday, INTZ won because that fight wasn't really in Hacienda. It was kind of in the outskirts. And as I mentioned too yesterday, is that INTZ got the hands on the guns first compared to Boring Protocol. So that's why INTZ were able to open the fray pretty easily, as we do have the Chosen now against the players of Boring Protocol. Spec might just be on the receiving end with this nade. If this nade does connect and find the opening, the Chosen are probably going to be sending it.
Ooh. Okay, it looks like I'm actually a little bit surprised that the Chosen didn't decide to go on ahead and make a push a tiny bit earlier than this, because now Boring Protocol, they had just enough time to kind of recover from this previous fight that they won. Now the Chosen are trying to come on, and you can see them even actually trying to be as quiet as possible. But Boring Protocol, they're already aware that there's another enemy here. So they're staying still as of right now inside of Hacienda, waiting for the Chosen to reveal their location first. I'm a little bit concerned for Boring Protocol because, 1, they already lost 1 member, so there's only 3 of them left. And 2, we can see just how spread all of them are. Spec on the entire opposite side of this building from his 2 other teammates. If the Chosen are able to kind of sniff at least one of them out, kind of turn this into a couple of 3v1s, obviously that'll be great for the Chosen in this situation. But it honestly, I'm a little bit confused by what they're doing, because they obviously decided to be aggressive here, right, Necro? They decided to drop on here waiting for this fight to break out, as it does every Miramar. But they aren't fully pushing and actually applying pressure when I feel like they need to get eliminations in here.
But again, I personally feel like there's a lot of time being wasted here while they can try to reposition themselves in a better spot inside the zone. These 2 teams are wasting a lot of times, and I honestly think both these teams don't really have the comfortable amount of loot. Yeah, as you can see, one of the players from the Chosen does not even have any sort of meds to play around with, so these teams have just looted as quick as possible and tried this third-party Boring Protocol fight, and so far they're not even able to find the opening, because Bop, they're not going to let it go away that easily. Bop as well, they're just holding the pressure points. They're not letting the Chosen flow in.
Oh man, I'm really curious to see what Gaji is actually doing here up on top of the roof. You can see that the Chosen know exactly where one of them is. Ooh, there we go. One of them taking a little bit of damage as Acer finally peeks and takes some shots in that direction. But they're not going to be pushing up inside of that stairwell. They know that there's somebody right across from them, that if they decide to go and make that push, they're just going to get knocked. So instead, they're going to back up with that. Let's see if they're going to try and go for another approach. Now, they tried Acer, didn't quite work out. Now they're going to rotate towards Spec. We'll see what's going to happen there. But you're right, we're now officially 7 minutes in the game, and other people have already started moving towards the center of this map, and they are still inside of this first zone, but they're nowhere near the center. This looks like an interaction that we ended up missing here while we're watching that fight. Knights getting a nice elimination there onto Buluc Chabtan. They're only losing 1 member now, but looks like it's just a waiting game once again.
Yeah, Buluc cannot really afford such a start. Down to a 3-man squad. Knights just putting that hurt onto Buluc. Boring Protocol, and there we go. Finally, the opening they really needed, and they're finally going to be able to get Acer. Acer taken care of easily. Boring Protocol, Acer unfortunately getting a little too ahead of himself, and there we go. Opa did not really realize Spec might just be in that closet room, and Spec just pops out and easily able to take care of one of the players of the Chosen. Now it's a 3-on-2 situation. Not really an equalizer, but at least somewhat evens things up.
Oh man, you can see the rest of the Chosen, they're trying to get some sort of height advantage, jumping up on top of the roof. They now know of Spec's positioning here, but Sam L, he's still firmly rooted to where he has been this whole time. So it still seems like I'm still a tiny bit concerned that Boring Protocol is so split. It does look like Spec realizes that he needs to make a move though, because he has let them know where he is. I kind of doubt though, it really is that both of these teams at this point are just waiting to see who's going to be stepping out first, because both of these teams, we know that they both very much want points, 14th and 16th place, so neither of these teams are usually super aggressive, so we're just going to have to wait.
Talk about the waiting game here, though. I mean, again, as we did talk about, the teams closed on in the center slowly and steadily. All Glory Gaming, as always, they like to rotate late, no matter what map it is. You will always see them in the blue zone at the start, and that's what is happening right now, too, taking their time to rotate inside the next zone. But this time, the circle is actually going to shift down south towards Los Leones. Are we going to be seeing another urban ending?
Oh, I hope not.
I hope
sorry.
yes.
I feel like, I know you want
yes.
the city. You want the city. I want it to go like southwest. That sounds interesting to me. That's what I'm hoping for. But obviously, you know, against popular belief, we don't get to choose where the zones go. So we're just going to have to wait for the the PUBG gods to tell us where it's going to go instead. It does look like yet another person's going to find themselves knocked in the distance from All Glory Gaming, and finally the Chosen are starting to make some sort of a push, clearing this upstairs floor, as you can see here. But Boring Protocol, they're all downstairs, so they can definitely hear them pitter-pattering above their head, but it's just a matter of time before they start trying to clear out that bottom floor.
The Chosen moving really cautiously. And they've realized too, Boring Protocol, they're really holding those little micro angles, and you cannot really let them slip by. One little angle checked off, and and then Boring Protocol will just easily be able to capitalize on that. Now those two players are finally hurt. The Chosen have a little blurry vision of where the players of Boring Protocol might just be, tossing on some utilities to stop the push from the forward. Spec realizes there might just be an entry from the window as well, so they now decide to divert their attention towards the windows. The Chosen spot out Samuel. Not really able to get any sort of shot slip by. Smokes inbound too to block off as much as vision as possible, because this time Boring Protocol, they want to escape this situation. Samuel finds the opening. That's going to be an equalizer, or 2-on-2 situation between these two teams, as the Chosen, they're trying to fight back.
Gaji tried doing a little bit more damage there. I like that he switched to that shotgun. He knows it could be a close range fight, so he's going to try and get himself the best weapon to kind of deal with that. Another fight is breaking out in the zone, actually, though. Mezexis Dreams and Loops. I actually love to see this fight happening right here. Loops, unfortunately, though, they have two of their side knocked as of right now. They're fighting for this one warehouse position. We can see Influence Rage actually on that map, making a rotation right beside them, so I'm kind of curious to see if they're going to be aggressive on this, but Mezexis so far doing a really good job at kind of making sure that Loops aren't going to be able to go far. Oh no, one of their teammates will go down, but they are there to protect their teammate. Finally get that elimination onto Loops, and now Mezexis Dreams, this is their spot and their spot only, and there's a 3-man. Influence Rage though, right there, gotta be careful. It also looks like we're finally down to our last person here from Protocol. Spec tried getting that win, but finally that shotgun, we saw Gaji switch to it, is going to end that fight. Wait a second, the blue zone!
Blue zone, yeah.
The blue zone! It took out the Chosen too. Nobody wins.
Oh, so much the Chosen sacrificed so much for that fight, thinking that maybe they will be able to potentially win that, but Boring Protocol steals it away too, and the Chosen were able to come out top in that one, but unfortunately, the damage dealt onto Gachi was so much that even one single tick from that zone just ticked him off from the game. And now the Chosen as well, they're not really going to be seen anywhere in this Miramar game so far, at least, as we do have the next circle popping up soon in front of our eyes. And where is it going to be shifting towards? I want an urban circle. Spankarka doesn't really want that, but let's find out in a matter of seconds. Where is it going to? And there we go. Center's on up. Still has the majority of Los Leones in it.
We do still have a lot of open area up onto the northern side, but it looks like it is only actually kind of occupied by very few teams, mostly Mezexis Dreams, Influence Rays, and the Knights. Everybody else, they're down on the southern side, and it's only going to get more and more people down there as the majority of guys, that's their rotation. That's where they're going to go, unless they go ahead and make some sort of a monster rotation all the way around the zone. That's where they're coming from. There you go, the end of that fight between Boring Protocol and the Chosen. I already said I was like a little bit confused by the timing on some of the fights happening there, but if that's the way that they're wanting to spend their time to get some eliminations, I guess why not? It's just at this point with where they are on the leaderboard, both of those, all those teams that are actually involved in there, they need to be getting more than just a few eliminations per game. They need to get more than a few, and they need to get placement too. So they won the fight, but it's just a little bit like they had to go on ahead and actually like really win that and keep going as well to have made it worth it.
Talk about winning stuff. I mean, there's a lot of desperate teams out here that really do want to win stuff, and so far they're not really able to open the accounts, at least on the final day. And one of those has to be All Glory Gaming. I mean, okay-ish outing, I would say, for them, but not really something that they can rely on. All Glory Gaming definitely needs something more in their hands, and this game might just be it, because so far they were doing pretty okay in the overall rankings, but yesterday was something that All Glory Gaming wasn't really able to keep up to the pace, as we do have ATON and A7 against each other, and A7, all 4 players grouped up right underneath this building, and the nade bounce coming in. Oh, does it catch anyone? No is going to be the answer, but still just chips off a little bit of damage.
Yeah, you can see that they're having some issues with their vehicles down there inside that smoke. Looks like they can't quite leave, but why would they want to, right? They want to go ahead and commit to this fight, potentially. Alpha 7, we already know how aggressive they are, and they want to be closing the gap between them and Influence Rage even more, so why not take this fight against ATON? Of course, Revo, he's actually going to be backing up off of this. I wonder if he's going to be getting inside of another building down to the southern side, maybe for more sight lines, or maybe they're just deciding that this isn't the best fight to get involved in. I also look at that mini-map, there's like a little cheeky blue person up there. It's someone from Nova. He's going to try and get involved too. If anybody gets knocked, Nova is going to be there to see if they can kind of steal it and yoink it from him. We're also taking a look at All Glory Gaming. One of them did get knocked earlier, actually, Necro, and I was like, who's taking a fight with them? They're usually so far away up into the northeastern side. It actually was nobody. It was the play zone. They did get the res, and now they're finally closer to being inside this zone, but it just seems like that's always where they are. They're always inside of the blue zone until that kind of last moment.
Yeah, exactly. And where is the next circle shifting towards?
Oh my gosh.
An urban circle again, man. And this is exactly what I want to see. Now it's just going to be an absolute hell-breaking lose. SNS teams, they're going to start to close on up inside Los Leones. There's probably going to be a lot of bodies hitting the deck. And we talked about Buluc Chabtan too. Just before this circle, they were right in the smack center. Buluc Chabtan now will need to reposition inside the next zone, and Los Leones has to be the best spot to be in.
And I actually am going to point out, ATON Esports and Alpha 7, they were directly on top of each other. They actually disengaged. Both of them are now on separate sides of Los Leones. That means they both could potentially go pretty far into this game, since they already have strong positions inside of this city. Of course, Nova, they're also here. They've been here for a while. It looks like the majority of people are making rotations right by them, though. We have to keep an eye on that, see if they're able to pick anybody on those rotations. Looks like they actually are getting a knock and a flush onto Tenza from the Knights already here. But let's see how many more they're able to pick up, because Buluc Chabtan, the team that we keep bringing up, is also right there beside him. Their MVP player, Reyes, getting knocked as of right now, but it looks like they will be able to safely get res. Shortly, though, this entire city is going to be packed to the brim with the rest of these teams as they make their rotations.
Buluc Chabtan, unfortunately, 2 players knocked out, and they're going to be able to get the res up. It was actually under Reyes who was knocked out. But still, at least they have a little bit of solid cover to play around with, so Buluc Chabtan can rely on that. A 3-man team, still, they can be a strong squad. Surrounded by Nova, all 4 players alive for them. They also have the first aids to play around. Influence Rage, we do see them in the far fray, slowly and steadily closing on up too, and that's when as Influence Rage, they enter inside the next zone. I'm pretty sure they will try to get a little bit of blood on their hands, because so far they haven't gotten a single elimination point.
I mean, I like to see that they're trying all angles as well. They're especially Federal. He's up on top of the high ground here, seeing if he's able to spot anything significant out while the bloodbaths are just starting inside of the city. Looks like Influence Rage actually getting a couple knocks onto VIVOKEYD, if I'm not mistaken, inside of that kill feed. And the Knights, oh, they're just slowly getting picked apart. First it was Nova. It looks like they're also getting pressured from Golden Eagles down to their southern side. Maybe even VIVOKEYD there once again. It's just at this point, we already said it multiple times, especially with the other city endings. It is here where people are going to really be fighting to confirm eliminations, not even get these knocks, because right when you get a knock, somebody else can go on ahead and steal it. And here, any fights that you take, you have to expect that somebody is around the corner to either steal your elimination or participate in that fight too.
Oh, 2 players close to the players of Honor Souls, and Mitz is in the front. Honor Souls rest 3 players in the defensive stance, trying to hold off the players of All Glory Gaming. All Glory Gaming will need a breach inside this house. They are right on the edge of the circle too. I mean, so far they're making it in. And look at that, one of the players from All Glory Gaming is being taxed so much. Rojas cannot really afford any more damage anymore. One more nade caught and Rojas will pretty much get knocked out. Myth still keeping his position. Anonymous not even moving a muscle. ATON as well having such a solid positioning so far.
It's going to be a lot of fighting down there on the southern side, especially as ATON. You can see that they've decided to kind of stay in that market down to the southern side. They probably want to clean up All Glory Gaming, those 2 that are right underneath them. And they're going to have a spot inside zone this next one, because the zone will take a shift down to the southern side. Looks like we got a double crate smack in the center of this.
Wow.
So whoever finds their way there is going to be quite happy. But this is actually the clearest area of this entire previous circle, right? Like, there's nobody towards the center of this zone except for now Nova Kindness, as he's starting to make his way into the center of this.
Talk about getting rolled, and those 2 players just got wrapped up easily. Now it's all down to these 3 players alive from All Glory Gaming. Unfortunately, yeah, there was just a final man left in that compound. So All Glory Gaming, the rest 3 players backed off. But Buluc Chabtan and Nova against each other. Buluc Chabtan as well replying back in style. As Buluc Chabtan, they have 3 players up so far. One of them has been knocked out. Lil Boy as well now just getting involved in the fray. It's Influence Rage knocking on the doors of both these teams and getting involved in a third party.
Oh no. Wow, that was a lot of fire. Buluc Chabtan actually taking a ton of damage here as Influence Rage. I have a feeling that they're continuing to want to be aggressive on this, especially with this fight against Nova here. Kindness making something happen, doing a good amount of damage to Influence Rage down below, but Influence Rage now needing to pause, potentially get these reses happen. Nova, they're just inside of zone. They know that they want to be making a rotation the exact direction that Influence Rage is going as well, though. But at this point, they really can't afford to make any sort of a big moves. And unfortunately, they didn't get that firm onto Federal, so Little Boy should be able to get that res. And then Nova Esports are still going to be in a lot of trouble because they still have 3 alive. While Nova, they only have 2 left. None of the utility, unfortunately, going to go far enough to reach them on the other side of this building so far.
If that aim was a little bit more on the left side, those bullets could have connected, and another man of Influence Rage would have almost been knocked out. Lil Boy now a little bit pushed back, has the nade in the hand too. He's cooking it to perfection, but unfortunately the hands are too busy with the nade, and he will be caught off guard. Nova, the aggressive push, it works out, and they wipe out the existence of Influence Rage. Oh no, they're still alive. It's all down to Kowski, the final man up, but it's almost at this point, it's done, because Influence Rage so far, they haven't really had the start they really wanted. Lil Boy is trying to crawl back to safety, but is he going to be able to or not?
I feel like he might be able to. Actually, Zifan, he got that rest on the Kindness, and now he's starting to look through those windows. If he spots out Little Boy making that crawl back, he might be able to secure this. But Little Boy, he must be hiding behind something in the middle of nowhere there.
Yeah, there's
so
a tree.
I don't think Zifan can see him. Yeah, Little Boy, he's going to be safe there for right now. Oh no, he got himself a little bush right there. Yeah, Kindness, Zifan don't quite see him, but that's obviously not in a safe position for him to potentially get res by his teammates. So eventually he's going to be out of there, and then it really will be just one person left. Looks like the zone will shift. Those couple of people are in fact inside of this next zone. All they have to do is defend. Same with VIVOKEYD. The Golden Eagles finally making their way up on top of this little hill here. This is a really difficult push for Golden Eagles to make because VIVOKEYD inside this 5-story. This 5-story is such a strong place to be. That's probably why we actually see VIVOKEYD and the Knights sharing it. That's crazy. Yeah. And now we know that Golden Eagles, honestly, nobody can look over on top top of them to try and wipe them because the Knights and VIVOKEYD, they're going at it themselves.
Xenox finds a nice little cheeky knock, and now he'll need it again. Go back up top. Xenox, you might just be caught. He does realize maybe turning your back on that little hole is not going to be that good of an idea. Coops as well will find another player knocked out on the side of Golden Eagle, and the confirmation too will follow it up. Golden Eagles not really having the position, not really having the circle blessing them this time, and that's something that's catching these players off guard. But they still have 3 players up. Golden Eagles, they can try and work around with that one. Knights, 3 players on the top. The high ground, something they're playing so perfectly. Another one falls down. This time it's the main key player, Ferrum. And they cannot really afford Ferrum's loss like that. Golden Eagles, another man taken out as well. Golden Eagles, they're just getting dismantled.
Oh man, one of them tried hiding inside of the building as well, but of course VIVOKEYD is just going to shut that down because it is the bottom half of the building that is theirs. I think Yessie, is she the only one left actually for Golden Eagles potentially here? Yeah, she is. We'll see if she's going to be able to make her way on inside of the zone, but nope, of course, right as I say that, wait a second, Honored Souls actually gets that last elimination. They're on the southern side of this road here. It looks like they finally were able to participate in this fight, and now they just get to wait and see if they're able to clean up any sort of rotations coming through from VIVOKEYD or the Knights. I'm sure that they're going to focus on trying to wipe each other first. Coops finally getting rest in this situation. It'll be a 3v3, and honestly, making any sort of a push inside of buildings like that is always a recipe for disaster. It is not an ideal situation, but taking a look at everybody else inside of this zone, we're finally down to our last 9 teams, and ATON Esports trying to make their cross. Alpha 7 is going to make it a difficult one.
Honored Souls have been looking like an unstoppable force of nature, and ATON will crumble down as well. ATON wiped out from the game in 9th spot, and Alpha 7 now. They have a good spot so far, but they're still on the edge of the next zone. Every single team in here now, they're just waiting for the next zone to shift on over and throw that curveball. If that zone's going to be favoring even one team, that will change the entire course of the game.
I will say Alpha 7, even though they're still alive, there's still one player from Influence Rage left alive. Kowski up on the northern side. They're not going to be happy with that at all. So they're really going to have an amazing performance coming through from this.
Come on.
Just do it. Just do it, Revo.
Shoot
Just take the shots. You can do it. Myth is right there.
Back exposed. No. Come on, Myth.
Want to make sure he wants to ensure that all of his bullets will be true, you know? It does look like Myth is going to back up, though, so maybe just lost the opportunity. Oh, but the fight over here is finally starting up. VIVOKEYD pushing up the stairwell into the Knights.
Yeah, finally, VIVOKEYD getting really impatient right there. Knights, now they're going to be able to easily take out one of the players. Diego falls down. Another player, VIVOKEYD, so tagged up. Adrian's going to be the last hope alive, but not for long. Knights, they will wipe out VIVOKEYD. And this time, VIVOKEYD, they're not going to be in charge of that bottom floor anymore. A7 making the push on the players of Mezexis Dreams. The charge is going to be coming through. A7, they're looking really strong. Mezexis Dreams, one of the players in the clotheslines falls off. The smoke is there to also block off the vision from the front, so there's going to be no backup, at least so far now.
Up Mezexis Dreams, they have to be going for this res. There's only 2 of them left. It does look like Korea, though, making that peak. I'm sure he just had to have seen that res finally finished, but Folo, actually, I love to see that he made this move up onto the top part of this little construction area here, because that means he'll have that height advantage onto Alpha 7 down below. Unfortunately, his teammate, I don't think, is as fortunate with being able to move from their position. In fact, 2 of them might just start going around that corner at the same time, and down he goes. So it is officially only 1 member left from Mezexis Dreams left alive. Buluc Chabtan also getting torn down. In fact, almost everybody inside of this last circle has at least 1 person knocked except Alpha 7. It looks like they're getting that res. Influence Rage finally out. Alpha 7, they were waiting for that to happen, but Buluc Chabtan at this point are able to kind of do damage to both Honored Souls and Alpha 7, with Mezexis still being a thorn in everybody's sides here.
Mezexis, that little high ground that they've got for now at least, that's proven so well for them. And Folo finally taken care of by Alpha 7. Buluc Chabtan as well now are going to be in the receiving end. Rias gets knocked out and taken away easily. Alpha 7, they're just going to start to steamroll this lobby now as they've got the control on the high ground. And they're also going to be relaying so much visual info. It's absolutely crazy. Buluc Chabtan, Fernand is the only man in the clotheslines. Nova and Knights against each other as Coops. He will put the final nail in the coffin. And that's going to be Nova taking out the game. Now it's all down to the final 3 teams alive. Alpha 7, Knights, and Buluc Chabtan.
Alpha 7 got this zone, though. They're going to be quite happy about this. They do know that there's at least one person below them, but it looks like actually the Knights are going to help out with that, finally getting that elimination onto Buluc Chabtan. But the Knights, they're in no position whatsoever, really, to make that cross into the circle, into Alpha 7 territory. So I don't know if that knock, if that elimination onto Buluc Chabtan was a good idea, and that obviously Alpha 7 was distracted by him existing here, but Alpha 7, on the same coin, has 4 people still alive. I'm sure that they had enough people to even split their attention onto that last member below them and the Knights across the street. That nade almost catching Revo out here, but still, the Knights are going to have to do a lot if they're hoping to get out of this situation, as, of course, Xenox goes down. It's just left to Coops.
Yeah, and the next circle too, it just shifts on right on top of the players of Alpha 7 Knights. They have no other choice. The Wall of Death now is going to be doing some insane amount of damage, and Coops will fall down to the damage. Knights taking care, and Alpha 7 finally striking in when they really need it the most. And now you talk about the cushion. This has to be like really close, right? Maybe Influence Rage has Alpha 7 taken over? I don't think so, right? It has to be really close.
Honestly, I'm not sure. I can try to do the caster math in my head if I wanted to. All I know for sure is that they got around 20-ish points, and that's exactly what they needed to at least close that gap a little bit more. I kind of doubt it. Influence Rage was alive for a pretty long amount of time. Alpha 7 didn't get rid of them early enough, in my opinion, that I think Influence Rage should still be above them, but definitely I believe that gap should be smaller.
Yeah, it should be really smaller, like pretty much next to nothing, because one more little slip up, because Influence Rage so far, the first 2 games haven't really been that well. If you talk about elimination points, yeah, they were able to stay alive for at least decent amount of time, but they did not also have a lot of elimination points to back it up, so I feel like that's not really a thing that Influence Rage want to be on right now.
I also have to give a shout out to a couple of other teams that ended up doing a really good job, I have to say, inside of this match, that are around that area, around that pivotal area, getting up into that 4th, 5th place spot, but still able to stay alive long enough to get points where it matters. I'm going to, of course, say Nova Knights doing a really good job at doing that, and a couple of other teams as well. But we're jumping into a break before we will be back with the desk to talk about this last match and get into our next match.
Realme C35, standout 50 MP, fit-in design.
Las Águilas Doradas que quieren clasificar, cae el Choco y queda solamente un
The sole representatives from Paraguay, Golden Eagle Esports, has fought tooth and nail all the way from the qualifiers to earn a spot in the Americas Championships. The team had a horrible time in the league stage, playing just 2 out of 3 Super Weekends and finished second to last among the teams that qualified to the finals. But it seems that they were saving the best for last. With 3 chicken dinners to their name, the team upset Infinity by 4 points, stealing away the last LATAM spot to the Americas Championships.
En este enfrentamiento, sino también en las finales de la PMPL. Solo hay un jugador con vida. Está tratando de recuperar a Escanor. Escanor nuevamente al suelo. ¡No! ¡Sasasas! Lo acaban de mandar al suelo. Y es todo el equipo. Los mandaron a mimir, Kevin.
While consistency has always been a concerning factor for them, the team will always be able to present an element of mystery since they have never played on the international stage. Can they stick to their strengths and pull off a miracle run against the best of Americas? Or will they crash and burn when up against the immense pressure? Tune in to the PMPL Americas Championship to find out.
La jeringa detrás del árbol. Presionan las Águilas. Presiona Golden Eagles. ¿Dónde están los otros 2 que restan con vida? Royal of War y AT7. Avanza Golden Eagles. Pero un tremendo full auto con esa UMP. Castiga. Jere le descarga todo el cartucho en la cabeza. Avanzan con potencia. Avanzan con bastante.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL Americas Spring Championship. My name is The Sun Worlds Gaming alongside Frost and Avenger, and wow, we finally got what we were hoping for, what's going to happen in that first match. Alpha 7 being able to come out with the win and closing that gap to Influence Rage.
You know what? It might have seemed like Influence Rage was staying alive for a long time, but they didn't have that many eliminations, and they didn't get that many placement points.
It's kind of a throwback to me here. Like it's on the last day, and you know, Influence Rage being in the lead. It happened in PMPL Brazil as well. Look at this. It's Alpha 7 with 24 points.
Woo! Of course, don't forget about Knights as well. They are one of the ones who's chasing as well, and 22 points on the board. That's gonna put them up pretty high up there on the leaderboard. And of course, Nova that is trying to keep their position on the third place, doing great.
Silently consistent.
Exactly, once again. But once again, only 2 players alive towards the end, but they did a really good job, Kindness and Shifan, being able to basically take out the entirety of Influence Rage by himself and keep on going in.
And we've been talking about it, right? 24 games. Are they going to be able to get a win? We only have 4 more tries. Are they going to be able to close out, or are they going to be able to stay in the top 4, top 5 without any wins? That would be crazy too.
But I'll tell you this win by FL7 might be a huge deal.
Okay.
Because remember the tiebreakers. It's all about those winner chicken dinners, right? And this one means that right now, Alpha 7 is going ahead of Influence Rage and having 4 winner chicken dinners, while Influence Rage only has 3. And that is something to keep in mind, because if Influence Rage doesn't win a game and they will tie up later, this could be it.
Yeah, first team to get the 4 chicken dinners, and I mean, you saw it there too, Adrian being able to destroy XSET. And these are 2 teams that, I mean, VIVOKEYD was hunting down XSET. XSET needs to watch out for that, because VIVOKEYD is going to be very close to them. And you guys were talking about Influence Rage the last day. I mean, they're currently not performing. So far in just 2 matches, they have only been able to get 6 points. Alpha 7 so far in those 2 matches have gotten 25 points total.
That's crazy, right? And it's just what I've been talking about, right? We're coming on the last day jitters here. Influence Rage is slipping up a little bit, and we hate to see it because they've been dominating so hard for the first 3 days, right? We're expecting them to be able to close this out, but now maybe it's all according to schedule here. They planned this. They wanted to make it exciting here for the rest of the day, and then the last 2 games they just go out and frag out.
I mean, the thing is, what we saw happening with Influence Rage, it's kind of typical Influence Rage, right? You see 2 teams fighting. It's going to be Buluc Chabtan, it's going to be Nova fighting against each other, and Influence Rage, they're nearby. They're like, they sniff blood, they smell the blood, and they go for it. But it didn't work out, though. It didn't work out this time for them.
Yeah, and talking about Influence Rage, you know what? Let's pull up the overall, because I want to see how close is that gap now between those 2 teams.
Oh!
And wow.
15 points.
Okay.
That is so close. And also Nova holding on to that. It's crazy. Now they're putting out a little bit of a lead down to Knights. Knights also taking into a good spot for 4th place.
Exactly. Remember, Knights got 22 points in this one. They are pretty much securing themselves a spot there in the top. But Iron Souls, once again, have a pretty decent game as well. So they are pushing themselves up there. Golden Eagles, though, they had a really rough time there, right? They were getting gate-kept by both Knights and VIVOKEYD in the same building, and they kind of didn't have a way out. I feel like they could have made maybe a smoke trail to the house and then try to just go along it and just pass those 2 teams, but they went for it instead.
15 points from 3rd to 4th and 15 points from 1st to 2nd. It's the 15-point club here. The wins that make the difference.
Okay, okay.
Second page here, the bottom 8 loops on 136. Again, it is extremely close. Look there, Frost. It's from 9th to 30th place.
Look at that.
8 points difference.
The bottom 3 teams were all 3 in Hacienda fighting it out earlier.
Yeah, I'm just done looking at the bottom team. Okay, boring protocol. I expected so much out of you guys, and right now you're letting me down. Come on, just try to get some highlights. Try to get something. Show me that you can do something, even something with the DP28, because you can get a chance at winning a permanent skin for a DP28. All you have to do is just answer the YouTube chat poll, and while you're at it, make sure you share the stream, because we can all watch PMPL together when we hit our milestones across Americas through our official channels and watch parties. By the way, to the watch parties, hi, thanks.
Hi, watch party.
You guys are enjoying it.
Thanks for watching.
But once we hit our milestones through across America on all those channels, you guys will actually get a chance to redeem the prizes. You can claim them in the in-game event center from May 30th through June 1st. It's going to be very interesting. You know what? When we're talking about the MVP race, we're talking about Little Boy, we're talking about Fernand. So why don't we actually look at a head-to-head between those 2? Because Fernand is starting to catch up.
Okay.
Holy.
So Lil Boy's still ahead when it comes to eliminations, but I mean,
damage.
as you're saying, yeah, Ferrum is catching up, but the damage, look at the damage from Ferrum and the knocks. He is above on both of those. And I mean, they're important stats. Stats do matter, especially when we're looking at this. It tells the story. It tells you how good Ferrum is, making sure that he's putting the damage, he's getting those knocks, getting those opportunities for the team to move into a fight.
And there's $1,000 on the line and the bragging rights on the line. And I think the bragging rights are the most important for these guys.
Oh, yeah. They're going to be able to add it to their Twitter handle. They're going to be able to do so much.
MVP, PMPL Americas.
You have one of those?
I don't want to brag about myself.
Okay.
I'm not going to say anything.
Focus on the players. They're the superstars.
Now, going into this next match, we were talking about XSET. We were talking about VIVOKEYD. Who's going to come out on top in the overall leaderboard after this match with the way things have happened? Avenger, I'm going to go with you first.
I think it's gonna be rough here because I would love to see VIVOKEYD. Like it's a champion coming out of PMPL Brazil, right? We've seen so much stuff from their new team, considering the like long-term international stage, right? I'd love to see them do well, but I think it's going to be hard for them to hold on right now.
I'll tell you this, there's a big difference between these two teams. We talk about them a lot because Alpha 7 is the smart one. They make the smart decisions. Meanwhile, you have Influence Rage. They just go ham on the teams. They just want those eliminations straight away. But I think that if we have rougher circles, Alpha 7 is the team that's going to come ahead of them. Because we can also see a team like Alpha 7, they can have multiple different drops as well.
All right, well, you know what? I want to see another champion versus champion thing go down in Erangel, so XSET. VIVOKEYD, please fight it out just for us. What do you guys think about that spank card going necro?
I'd love to see it. I'd love to also see some action coming from ATON Esports. If we're getting all of the champions, of course, into this, we've got to get VIVOKEYD, ATON, XSET, all inside of that. Even their current potential champions, I'd love to see Influence Rage and Alpha 7 go at it themselves because Froz was just talking about it, right? Influence Rage, more aggressive. They have more elimination points compared to their placement points, and Alpha 7, the complete opposite.
I mean, indeed, Alpha 7, as you did say, the complete opposite. So far, they've been really doing good. And we talked about Influence Rage now. The distance has closed up by quite a lot. Only 15 points separating them from that second spot. And Alpha 7, one more good game, they will be able to get that first spot in the hand. And I'm not going to lie, VIVOKEYD as well, they're finally back in the run.
I agree. They did. They finally got a good amount of games under their belt coming into this. So they're in that 8th place position. They have 138 points, as you guys just saw. And that's about like 10 points away from XSET right above them, which is doable to jump inside of one singular game. But more importantly, the person right above that is only 6 points further away. So if they get a big game inside of it, if they get around 20-ish points from getting eliminations and placement points in this, they could jump up a good amount of places, actually.
Yeah, exactly, but the plane flat path starting all the way this time from the left side of the map, all the way starting from another side and ending towards Ferrum here. Now, a pretty left side tilted plane flight path. We do see Influence Rage and even Knights locking their horns in Jasna Poliana, so they will have to buy off a bit more time in the starting phase of the zones to go towards there and also get that loot situated. This time, we might just finally see that clash in Jasnaya. If Influence Rage do want to go towards Jasnaya, they will have to go through Knights.
I actually don't see Influence Rage.
Yeah, they're all the way. Oh, they're dropping Primors.
Yeah, they're not going towards Jasnaya at all. I don't see them up there towards the northern side, so it sounds like they're deciding to go somewhere else, and you're right, they're down there on the southern side. So they're going around that Prim area, but Mezexis goes across to military base, and Golden Eagles, they don't go there either. So Influence Rage, it looks like they just decided to go to a different drop in this scenario since the plane is so far away from Jasnaya, and I guess that decision kind of paid off. The zone actually pulling down to the southern side, not on top of Jasnaya, even though it's not that far away. And honestly, this zone is pretty similar to our first Erangel of today. Once again, I have a feeling it's going to be pulling up towards the northern side onto the mainland of Erangel, but we still have the island down to the southern side that could be an option for people in the rotations.
Talk about being an option for the people in rotation. Now, I do want to see how Influence Rage are going to be playing it off from Primorx. I mean, haven't really seen Influence Rage dropping in this spot for a long time. Now, a little bit of change coming in. How are they going to be rotating inside the circle? Are they going to be trying to be as proactive as possible? Are they going to try to rotate quickly or something? Because this just changes a lot of things for Influence Rage. And considering the fact that they haven't really been doing that great, this sort of a change will maybe hurt them. But Nova against one of the players of XSET, and we've seen some insane clutches happen in the past. And this, hopefully this is not going to be a little replication from two other teams.
I'm actually really sad, especially to see Seafen with the DBS. It's not looking good for Jay. He does try and use that utility to do some sort of damage. He has a shotgun up for himself, but as we know, DBS definitely one of the strongest here. The rest of XSET are nowhere close. They're over further on that eastern side, actually really close to Loops right now. I don't know if they're going to be able to get here in time to protect their teammate. And just like that, all three members of Nova make the push. They knew that they just wanted to get that over with, so they just pushed with all-out aggressive force. XSET down to 3 people left. Nova, though, they're slowly gaining. At this point, they used to be right next to each other on the leaderboard and already inside of 2 games, Necro. It is Nova that is still holding on to that 3rd place position, and XSET has fallen to 7th.
That is true. XSET has fallen down all the way to 7th, and right underneath them is VIVOKEYD. When we talked about the storyline too in the previous game, VIVOKEYD and XSET, how the previous game was meaning a lot for XSET, and now VIVOKEYD, they have moved up pretty close. So XSET, after that, an elimination point they've wrapped up in their hands. Unfortunately, they've also gotten a little casualty onto themselves. And on the other hand, even Alpha 7, they're down to a 3-man squad span.
Yeah, it looks like they got themselves into a little bit of a tiff as well. INTZ grabbing that elimination point for themselves. At this point, though, we did see a couple of altercations early on, but people have now officially spread out. We can even see that XSET have made it all the way to Milta. Definitely not achievable just from jumping out of the plane. They drove here, and same with ATON Esports grabbing their vehicles and going even further than that, going to Milta Power. So people at this point are spread. I don't think we'll see any more really early and aggressive fights here, but it will happen to start again once this next zone closes. Actually, Alpha 7, I was wondering, how did Alpha 7 lose somebody to INTZ here? But Alpha 7, all 3 of them are super spread just to the northern side of Georgia Pool here.
All the way, yeah, up top, and now Alpha 7 are already on a move too. Look at the rotation that Alpha 7 are making. They're going all the way from north towards Yasna Poliana. They're wrapping up all the way around the right lines. A huge rotation from Alpha 7, and it's probably because they've realized they're down to a 3-man squad, and they know now they will need to take things as safe and as cautious as possible, and that's why Alpha 7, they don't want any chance, and they've just gotten that 2nd place even closer to the first one, so Alpha 7, they cannot really afford this game slip by.
Even more so, they probably just assumed that everything over here on this eastern side is going to be here based off of the first plane path, but we already know. We have the god advantage of knowing that Loops, XSET, even ATON, they decided to book it on over here. So Alpha 7 are still going to have to be a little bit careful on the rotation, but it definitely is less congested compared to where they were on the western side. So it might be good in the long run that they're over here away from the majority of people. But of course, as I say that, it really does just depend on where the 2nd zone is going to go as well. Because if this bad boy decides to hard shift over to the west, like, Alpha 7 is screwed. Like, they're going to have to try and get into that zone, like, just as much as everybody else over here, and it's not going to be a good situation.
Swagin is quite separated out from that pack, but he will try to close on up with the distance. And it seems like for Alpha 7, the stop for now has to be Lipovka. Are they going to go for a little bit more comfortable loot, or how are they going to try to play things out? Because they're scouting out Lipovka, hoping that maybe Novan so far has taken it. And there's actually no one available in Lipovka too, so that is up for grabs, and Alpha 7 can try to loot up even more if they want to, because they have looted only Zarki, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, they definitely should keep on looting, because as we can see here, a couple of them only have even level 1 helmets and such. So it does look like this is going to be their first stop. The closest team was Loops, and they're not going in this direction. In fact, they're already making a rotation back into the zone. So Alpha 7 will be able to get that off, and then they're going to have to figure out a way to get inside of this next zone. Of course, it has less people over here, but honestly, at this point, I feel like it's getting closer to being even. People are making their first big rotations, trying to get towards the center of of this zone, which is just around that Pachinki area. No one inside the city just yet, because obviously you don't want to be inside of a city at this point. But here we go. Boring Protocol, a ton of people around these Pachinki Hill areas. Last time we saw Boring Protocol up on top of this Pachinki Hill here, Necro, they were so spread out, the Golden Eagles just ran them over almost literally.
Yeah, that did happen. And this time they cannot really afford to do so. Honored Souls over here. Again, at this point in time, we're not really seeing a lot of fights. None of these teams are even thinking of fighting against each other. They're taking things really slow because this game is going to be the half point of the final day. And this game has to end on a good note. If it doesn't, then the pressure is going to keep on continuing onwards.
I also feel like at this point, if you don't go ahead and do well in the first 3 matches, that's where you might start to play a little bit differently because you're starting to reality setting and, you know, like, oh man, we only have 3 matches left, we have to do well. And even if you're not meaning for it to change how you're performing, it might unconsciously do so. And even more on top of that, it's usually into those last 3, especially 2, especially 1 game that people start doing those shenanigans that we talk about almost every single event, where people definitely play differently if they want to go on ahead and specifically target somebody right above them so that they can get at least 1 more placement above. That's when it usually happens inside of the last few games. So this one I feel like is probably going to be one of the last kind of more normal-ish games. I'm just guessing here. So all these guys that want to do well, that are going to have to hope for a couple more points, hopefully they're going to get it in this one. The next zone is going to be shifting soon. It will stay on the mainland, but it looks like we're getting yet another repeat going over here towards this western side.
Yep, a hard shift on the left side. Teams will need to move inside, including Alpha 7. Things might just be a little tougher for Alpha 7, though. There are a lot of teams in the front lines, and if Alpha 7 do decide to breach just straight up on in, they will have to fight against a lot of teams, and that might just be next to impossible for a hurt squad like Alpha 7. Boring Protocol, unfortunately, they get a little casualty on their side. One of the players knocked out, but he's back up on his feet instantly, so that's not going to be a worrying sign for them, and they're holding the same hill again, Span.
Yeah, and one of them did get knocked, but Spec luckily will be able to get that res going. I mean, don't get me wrong, like the top of this Pachinki Hill is insanely strong. It's just usually, I don't really see them going ahead and make such a big spread. Like there's 2 little mountains there, you know, there's a west and an east one. Usually we see them either decide, okay, we're going to hold the east or the west one, not both of them at the same time, especially once the game progresses later into the zones. Of course, we were saying this northeastern side was going to be a bit chaotic no matter who you were, especially Alpha 7 making a rotation all the way over here. And it looks like Loops, ATON, the 2 other teams are running into each other, doing a good amount of damage to each other, but so far nothing big has come of it just yet. You don't want to be losing vehicles at this point. You don't want to be taking so much damage that you no longer have any meds. And actually, Loops, they're deciding to take the fight to ATON Esports. I don't think they were expecting that. They're trying to back off of this, but it looks like they will be able to start it off with at least 1 knock into ATON Esports, and Loops are getting in their vehicles to continue pushing.
Yeah, that's a great way to kick off a fight too. ATON now in a state of discomfort as Loop. They want to take an advantage of that. You do see Chief just driving around in the off angle. Still an uphill battle for Loops, though, so the advantage are definitely stacked in the favor of ATON. A little bit of shots taken from the side of Asta. Tokyo taken down so low, Twico. And he's still behind that little tree, but ATON, again, lucky goes down. The nade parade from the side of Loops. It doesn't seem like it's going to be stopping anytime soon, and the tosses are perfect as well. And Diminer closes the distance so quickly. Asta falls down, and you blink it and you miss it. The 3 players of ATON easily wiped up, and Fran is going to be the last hope, just running away.
Well, yeah, he's going to try and survive as a solo for the rest of this. Of course, the same situation might be happening over here to INTZ. Not quite, only 1 of them is out of here. 3 of them are still alive, and the Golden Eagles looks like Ferrum is definitely interested in seeing if he can pursue any of the other members of INTZ, but they're already trying to just book it out of this situation. Golden Eagles looks like they're not going to be satiated just yet with the elimination point potential here. That's not going to stop Ferrum from, of course, trying. It does look like the zone, once again, really close to actually closing and popping, and a couple of these teams looks like they might continue to decide to be aggressive on this, especially Ferrum. Are we surprised to see him trying to continue to scout out INTZ? I'm not.
Still, though, look at the amount of teams that are still in the northern side, right? 3 teams right next to each other, Golden Eagles, INTZ, and even All Glory Gaming. That is one of those teams that likes to play things really slow, and that strategy hasn't been working out after the day 2. So something needs to be switched up here and there. The pace needs to be switched up from that team, and the circle will shift on the left side against Pan, right on top of the players of VIVOKEYD.
I'm getting some deja vu here. Haven't we seen this? Have we already seen this before? It just happened in the first match. It's a tiny bit different, I guess. There's still a lot of this northern side inside of this circle, and that bridge still isn't inside of it anymore. A little bit different, though, in that Influence Rage, they're going to be the ones that are able to grab those big pivotal compounds inside of this circle first. Same with VIVOKEYD grabbing the one right underneath our mountain here. That just means that a couple of these other teams that we saw before just to be really successful grabbing those compounds aren't going to be able to do so. Like Golden Eagles, they're not going to be able to grab their compound that they had in our first match today when they won. And oh my goodness, just absolute chaos. Take a look at that map. So many people making these rotations right by each other and using the same roads and rotations. That just means it's going to be carnage. We can see a couple people already getting knocked and actually flushed out of here. And it's not going to end from here.
Yeah, TNS is knocked out, and TNX needs to be rest, but that's not going to be a possible scenario, at least for now, because Influence Rage, we do know this is one of the most bloodthirsty teams currently in the lobby, and they will get the confirmation instantly, and they will also back off too. Influence Rage, a savage entry from their side, not even scaring. They just entered the enemy territory, they got the confirmation, and now they're going to return back to their compound.
Oh boy, yeah. And I loved actually the Influence Rage, they were closer together right when this zone popped, but one of them ended up driving to this compound and holding it down, while the other two seemed to almost purposely have gone out to see if they were able to get any more eliminations. They were able to get one more, and it looks like that's all the love they're able to give. But okay, hold the thought. VIVOKEYD taking a huge fight with the Chosen. We just got here, and right away it ends as well. The Chosen actually went out in that 16th place position. VIVOKEYD, they have this compound up to the north, but we know that they're going to continue checking on in, see what else they can get. Oh no, excuse me. They actually have a beautiful position inside of this. They have that compound like right underneath this mountain here. Like if the zone does decide to go more on the mainland, like they're going to be smack in the center here. The only thing though is they do have to be careful. Anybody up above them is going to have a huge vantage point, and VIVOKEYD is going to have to either choose the west or the eastern buildings, because otherwise other people could potentially crash onto them and get in a really nasty fight.
And this is what we've seen from the Chosen too, right, Span? I mean, their firepower has been something that's been lacking since a long time, but the rotation and stuff, they're quite okay. And the Chosen, they definitely need to work a lot on that firepower, on that 4-man 4-on-4 fights. That's where the Chosen has been struggling the majority of the times too, because VIVOKEYD just proving them unparalleled in that 4-on-4 collision, as we do have Influence Range now getting challenged by the players of Golden Eagles, and Golden Eagles, they won this compound again.
I was just thinking that this was the compound I was saying, that it looks like Influence Rage got there first. Golden Eagles do not like that. They decided to just crash right on in there and actually just challenge the current top spot team. And take a look at the zone. The zone didn't even go down here. And I think Golden Eagles are realizing that already back in their vehicles. They're just going to disengage as quickly as they engage on that, because this compound is no longer worth it. It is not the golden compound that the Golden Eagles are looking for. So they're just going to back up and see where else that they can play out of here.
And the next circle takes a huge shift away right on top of the players of Knights, shifting a little bit on the northern side. So Golden Eagles instantly being really quick, getting back in their vehicles, making that rotation for the next zone. And Golden Eagles, they do want to get a better spot in this one, but it seems like the majority of the good spot are already occupied by some of the best teams in the lobby. Knights, VIVOKEYD, they're looking really comfortable in that spot. Honor Souls as well is all the way on the northern side. Right next to them is All Glory Gaming, but Golden Eagle, they've gotten a little bit of fight somewhere, and they were able to at least take a lot of damage onto themselves.
I mean, so many people are actually trying to make a rotation over here on this western side that we're just seeing all of them running into each other at this point. Even Buluc Chabtan actually is behind Golden Eagles right now, so if they're not careful, we can clearly see that they're focused on the people right in front of them. But if they don't look behind them, Buluc Chabtan might just sneak up behind them as well. This is definitely a zone that is too small for the amount of people left alive. Circle 4, and we still have 14 teams, 49 people remaining. Like, it's just going to be a little bit of a stretch stretch, only because of the specific terrain here. I mean, the majority of the eastern side is just a big field, and smack in the center is just a big hill. So that's why we're seeing this kill feed be super active as of right now. Now Buluc Chabtan has officially made their way right into Alpha 7 and the Golden Eagles here, and it looks like it's not doing good for them so far, already losing one and another knocked.
INTZ was looking to take that shot. Buluc Chabtan, unfortunately, 2 players short now. Reyes and Fernand falls down. Carrillo is the man in the front. Has a little bit of smoke to play off of with, but INTZ realizes, no, he's stepping inside of enemy territory. That's not really going to be worth it. Stops his vehicle, but unfortunately, he's not going to be spared by the players of Alpha 7. They're quite merciless, and they will wipe out the existence of Buluc Chabtan. The final man wrapped up too. And now, keep this in mind, Golden Eagles, they weren't really able to make that entry inside the next zone, and that's why when they decide to breach in, they take a lot of damage.
It looks like one of them did get knocked, but they're already tossing out a ton of smokes to try and get that res up. Influence Rage no longer inside of that compound. So technically Golden Eagles have this, but the thing is that this is just a huge bolt. It's going to be difficult to get out of here. Boarding Protocol, they were on top of this hill for a while now. That's what Influence Rage decided to focus on. You can see Law, super low HP, going to be able to get the flush onto Spec. I'm sure Spec was trying to get that information to the rest of his team here, but I don't think Boarding Protocol is going to be able to get that knock onto him. You can see that he's still safe as of right now, hiding behind these vehicles. Sam L and Acer, they're trying to, actually aggressively pushing, and that is it. Influence Rage actually is eliminated from that in that 13th place position. I don't even think that they had that many eliminations. So once again, this is opening the door for Alpha 7 to do something about it. They can continue to close the gap, only 15 more points.
I mean, at this point, I'm just going to say Influence Rage are choking in the final day. Is it pressure that they're crumbling down? Is it what's going on with them? They definitely do have a lot of shaky nerves though, and Influence Rage, no matter what they're trying to pull off, it's just not working, at least in the first 3 games of the final day, and they really need at least one more game in their hands, as we do have Nova just mowing down the fields in the front. Loops, they're in the receiving end, they're catching a lot of hurt too. Chief is barely surviving on a sliver of health. Toiko will fall down as well. Kindness with the off angle is dealing a lot of damage, as Kwai will be caught off guard, and Chief will be able to slip on at least an elimination to fight back against Nova.
I actually was really impressed with Nova initially there, because this is a huge fight happening inside of a field, and that in itself is difficult. They had so many people still left alive with this fight against Loops, but it looks like now at this point only 2 of them are left alive, and that is not an ideal situation. Zfan, that's not going to stop him from trying to get this last elimination on Chief, tossing those nades, just picking bush by bush, seeing if eventually he's going to catch one of them. Maybe this one will finally be it, as Chief is the last one up for Loops, but ooh, going to tickle him just a little bit. But now inside of the play zone, it's just going to start chunking his HP, and that, of course, is going to have Zfan spot him out.
Loops taken care of in 11th spot. Now Honor Souls, they're still up inside the game. On the other side, it doesn't seem like it's going to be that tough to breach inside, but the Knights, they're just being the Overwatch and just raining down a lot of death and destruction on the players of Honor Souls. Chico, unfortunately, caught all by himself in the death grip. He will need to find at least one opening that'll buy him enough amount of time to at least disengage, or he can try to disengage in that one. Chico finds a little bit of cheap shots here and there. Chico fighting back, finds one knockout. He might just be able to find the second one too. The players are quite hurt. Chico has a little box to play around with, but the head's exposed, and that's all the players of Honor Souls need.
Honestly, I was wondering if that was going to be yet another 1v4 situation there for Chico, but unfortunately it just does not pan out that way. That means Tenza, Xenox, the last 2 alive for the Knights. They sniffed out Zfan, the last one for Nova, right underneath them, and their utility is making swift work of that so far, down to half HP. I don't know if they're going to want to use all of their utility just yet on one person underneath them, though. As you can see, they clearly hear the fighting happening up to the northern side, where Honored Souls is getting picked apart by All Glory Gaming. The Knights might as well go ahead and try to participate in that and see if there's any eliminations for them to steal. And it looks like Alpha 7 wasn't able to completely get rid of Boring Protocol, and because of that, they're still under a good amount of pressure on the complete opposite side of this hill. XSET, though, there's only one left, will be out.
Yeah, the hilltop is highly contested. And all the teams are just waiting for the next circle shift. Where will it shift? VIVOKEYD as well. They have such a great spot. And there we go. It actually shifts right on top of the players of VIVOKEYD. And they have the best hard cover to play around with too. VIVOKEYD, this might just be their game because the stars look pretty aligned. As All Glory Gaming, they're charging against the players of Honored Souls. But Honored Souls, they're successfully defending that spot. All Glory Gaming, the firepower seems pretty lacking so far. As Knights now, they want to take the advantage of this. And they also want to knock on the doors and go for the third party, and so far they're able to deal so much damage.
They should, honestly, even though there's only 2 of them left. I mean, they have this perfect opportunity. They had the high ground. They know that there's a couple of teams down below, so they should be participating in this. Looks like they're not able to get a knock just yet. Finally, there we go, getting one with that micro easy. They were just trying to get it for the longest time, and finally, All Glory Gaming is out. That obviously gave Honored Souls the ability to get the red zone to one of their fallen teammates, and as you can see, bandaging on up, trying to heal as fast as possible. The Knights, though, they need to stay here and utilize this position as long as possible. But no, there's only 2 left, so the knock onto one person is not a good idea, as now only Xenox left getting inside the vehicle. Looks like he's just starting to leave at this point. See if he can survive just a little bit longer inside of this game.
Honored Souls are looking like an absolute steamroll in this lobby. They're just mowing through squads like it's nothing. There's a lot of obstacles, but that's not going to stop Honored Souls at this time. Knights as well eliminated out the game. Alpha 7 might just be the next one to follow it up. Mafioso's tacked up. Swagin wants to get the fallen man back up. Golden Eagles in the front. Golden Eagles now down to a 2-man squad. A lot of burden on those 2 players indeed. Nova will follow it up too. Final 4 teams, a lifespan. VIVOKEYD, Alpha 7, Honored Souls, and also Golden Eagles.
Honestly, VIVOKEYD, Golden Eagles, this is the only thing that they could do, which just crash onto this compound that VIVOKEYD is so split on. Unfortunately, though, it looks like Golden Eagles will not be able to do anything about it. VIVOKEYD will continue to hold it, and that was the thing that I was worried about. I was taking a look at this, and since they're still spread on both the west and the eastern side of this compound, I was like, surely a team is going to crash into one of those sides and potentially win it if there's only half of the team there. But no, it looks like so far VIVOKEYD's defense is just amazing. Alpha 7, though, starting to make their own crash, is going to start trying to use their own abilities to see if they can win against VIVOKEYD. One of Alpha 7, Mafioso, is down, so it is a 2v2 over here right now.
Yeah, VIVOKEYD not really willing to share this compound. They want to take out every single team that will even think of approaching this one. Alpha 7, they have found a little bit of footing for themselves in this one. Swagin in the outskirts, gets caught by Diego. Some nice eagle eyes coming in from this man, but now VIVOKEYD, they will probably try to charge on over on the final man alive. But this man is going to be Carrillo, not to be challenged that easily. They will need to take each and every single step pretty calculatively, but that's not going to matter. All 3 players just breach inside that little room, and Carrillo cannot really hold them off. And this time, VIVOKEYD, they're looking like an unstoppable force. 2 players from Honored Souls to stop that 4-man squad.
And so many of them inside of this one compound. While they're able to get rid of Alpha 7, they only needed 3 people. They only needed 2 people to do the majority of the work. So that meant Gremlin was able to stay here on the other side of the compound, and they know exactly where Honored Souls is. The smoke obviously being a dead giveaway, but he's tossing over that utility, trying to do whatever damage he can. And as you can see, it is working. Adrian getting a beautiful alternative angle onto them. Will get a knock immediately onto one, and they know it is a 4v1. They're just going to full-on foot push Myth inside of this bush. It's only a matter of time before he is found out, and this is going to be a VIVOKEYD winner chicken dinner. There it is.
VIVOKEYD, a really well-needed chicken dinner too, Span, and not just anything. 34 freaking points gathered with that chicken dinner, and that should catapult them big time in the overall rankings too. They probably have overtook XSET as well in the overall rankings, and now, I mean, I do understand this is something on VIVOKEYD, yeah, great game from their side, but what's going on with Influence Rage? I mean, they're choking on the final day and they cannot really afford this.
They do still have 3 matches left, so we'll be able to see after this just how much closer Alpha 7 is. But I do have to say once again that VIVOKEYD, we were only talking about XSET. We were just like, oh, it's a VIVOKEYD and XSET fight. But now with that, actually, I'm sure that they jumped XSET, and even we saw Golden Eagles crash into their compound to try and take that compound from them to win too. Golden Eagles is right above XSET. So even, I bet they might have had the opportunity to jump even them as well.
I mean, indeed, they might have, because VIVOKEYD, 34 points. That's a lot of points that gathered from just that one single game. And they've been doing pretty good on the final game, day 2 in general. They've been pretty consistent. And Influence Rage, unfortunately, a downhill curve on the final day. They cannot really afford to do so. But Span, it seems like it's the halfway point, and that's going to be it from our side, too. It's time for us to push to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Eu não consegui nem confirmar o certo. Opa, que é isso? Isso daí é um carro que voa. Olha o Adrian!
VIVOKEYD won their first ever official tournament last week, PMPL Brazil Spring 2022. In the finals, the team accumulated 196 points, only one more point than the second place team, Influence Rage.
A gente fica na expectativa de ver, principalmente no PMPL, jogaram de volta. A vantagem era muito do Tiff. Vamos ver a parte alta, belo spray do Diego. Não tem smoke sendo feita por ali. Contabiliza a eliminação porque o Adrian deitou o cartãozinho, vem pra cima do Toico. Agora é só o Toico contra a VIVOKEYD. É 3x1. O Toico.
The final match of the event was a nail-biting affair, with VIVOKEYD trailing by 12 points and having to go all out to get the win. The team's composure and approach in this match was a true testament to their never give up attitude. This is a career-defining moment for the players Adrian, Biel, and Cielo, who have been playing together for quite a long time. Diego joined the team in November last year after a stint with B4 Gaming.
Meu amigo Cielinho, quando eu te encontrar, você ganha abraço. Olha o Adrian abrindo pela direita para finalizar. E aí, G?
Can they repeat this success once again in PMPL Americas Championship Spring 2022? Tune in to find out.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL Americas Spring Championship. My name is Zen Worlds Gaming alongside Frost and Avenger, and wow, what a match. After that, a lot of stuff is going to be changing, but a quick little shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for this championship.
Oh, wait. You really?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Oh. There you go. Hey, you know who's been taking some Monster? VIVOKEYD, because VIVOKEYD is on a tear right now for us.
Oh my God, I think that's a record-breaking game, right?
It is.
What did they end up with? 19 eliminations?
Yes, absolutely.
19
34 points total. It is a huge throwback for me here. VIVOKEYD showing up on the very last day on the championship for us. I love to see it.
Oh God, this is the last day all over again, huh? Influence Rage, they are choking a little bit the last day. VIVOKEYD just taking over. I mean, okay, but again though, Alpha 7 as well. You gotta look at them. 20 points, 10 eliminations, third place in this previous game. That is huge.
Top 3 only Brazil. Honored Souls in third there with 19, Golden Eagles 13. Consistency here in the last day.
And then you have the sneakers.
Sneaky, the silently consistent.
And I was going to say, within those top 3 Honor Souls, the past 5 matches, that team has not left the top 5. They've been able to stay within there, and I think that's going to be so helpful for them because, remember, that's a team that was trying to catch up to Knights. I think at one point it ended up passing Knights, and now they're on the hunt for Nova on that 3rd place.
I tell you, they want to stay top 5 because they want to be on the top 5 on the overall leaderboard. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to happen, though. But, I mean, this game, it was a little bit of a repeat from the first game we saw with the circle itself. But this time around, it was VIVOKEYD who had the whole compound for himself, basically.
It was like, all right, guys, this first game here, Alpha 7 didn't do too well. Influence Rage went out. Let's replay that circle once again. No, of course not. It's just... And that's actually something that's super interesting when you look at it from a strategic point of view, right? You're playing the same kind of circle on the same day here, nearly back-to-back, first game and third game, and you see how the teams they're able to improve from the mistakes they made in first game to then do well in the third game. That's
Influence Rage is just hating that circle.
That is not an Influence Rage circle at all.
But you got to look at Alpha 7's rotation, though. They were coming in from the east side. It was a hard shift down to southwest. What do? Smart move, smart rotation, smart macro. They go all the way up to the north and rotate up on the western side and come in from there. Take the high ground and start playing from there, taking out those teams, and then eventually get themselves off into the compound.
Yeah, the awareness that team was able to pull up, it was just great to see. Now, I do want to see that overall because that was a huge gap in that last match between Alpha 7 and Influence Rage. Do we have a new leader? Please show me that overall because I think we do.
Yes, we do. It's going to be Alpha 7 taking that first spot with 4-point lead right now. And remember, they were sitting 34 points behind Influence Rage coming into today. Also, they were tied on the winner chicken dinners. But in the previous game, we saw a team called Alpha 7 taking that win. And I mean, now they're in the lead. And why that matters is, again, that's the first tiebreaker.
Honor Souls being able to now again pass Knights and get a lot closer to Nova. And look where VIVOKEYD is now.
Well, you're forgetting something.
Ooh, tell me.
It's Sanhok soon, and Nova is going to get a lot of points there, so they're going to push themselves a little bit away from that. But yeah, 14 points difference still from Nova to Honor Souls. Knights really close. It's extremely close there from our third place and all the way down there. VIVOKEYD also jumping in. Bottom half of the leaderboard real quick. I want to see INTZ and Buluc Protocol get into the triple-digit club, to be honest here. Once we're done
they were tied before this game as well.
Yeah.
They keep on tying up down there.
Yeah, with the way those two teams have been playing, especially Boring Protocol, and I hate to do this because I love some of the players in that team. All of the players in that team. All of the players in that team. It's just disappointing, man. I was expecting so much more out of that team, and currently it's just not happening. Now, we were talking about VIVOKEYD, we were talking about XSET, how VIVOKEYD was actually trying to catch up to XSET. I do want to see how they've been performing today because it's going to be a mess. I feel like XSET is playing how they were playing day 2, and it shows.
God. Look at that. That's insane. Holy 1,400 damage average.
Okay.
Average.
Well, yeah, you got to look at the average placement as well, right? VIVOKEYD set himself on a 4th compared to XSET on a 10th. That is a lot of placement points itself. But then you go down 2 steps and you look at the average eliminations.
Yeah, that's...
Look at that, 9
money
versus
maker.
1.33. It's a no-brainer, this one. VIVOKEYD, they are the big one here today.
Massive.
Yeah, if they continue on this kind of trend, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see them pass the Knights, and then they can actually get a little bit closer to Honor Souls. It will be interesting, though. This was a team that I felt like at one point was just crumbling under the pressure in Avengers. So far, it's a completely different team today.
It's the last day championship buff we see from them, right? They're like, all right, guys, last day, if we want to make something happen here, we got to step up our game, and they're doing it, just like we saw in PMPL Brazil.
Yeah, I think they're just getting flashbacks of Influence Rate throwing. With that said, though, let's watch PMPL together across Americas. When we hit our milestones, you're going to get a chance to redeem those prizes that are going to show up there at one point. Just make sure you're watching on the official parties or on the official channels, and you're going to be able to redeem those. When we hit them, okay, when we hit the milestones, you'll be able to redeem that in the in-game event center from May 30th and June 1st. And you're already going to be on YouTube sharing the streams, doing all of that stuff. You can also get a chance at winning a Google Play card worth $10. All you have to do is just answer the YouTube chat poll. Now, we are going to be going into Sanhok. I totally forgot that this is the time for Nova to shine with the healing strat. Let's see. Is Nova, I'm going to throw this one to you because you've been posting this question quite a lot. Is Nova going to continue on the heal strat, or do you think they're finally going to start pushing with the 4 players?
No, they're 100% going to continue with that. It's working out for them. They're currently sitting on a 3rd place. Sure, you're never going to win with that one, but they don't want to win on this map. They want to get as many points as possible on this map alone, and they know this is a fail-safe strategy to get all of those points that they need to keep that 3rd place. And then they got to be able to form on the other maps, on Miramar, on Erangel. That's where it's going to matter for them.
The question for me is, does anyone else do it as well, making the strategy less viable? Because it's all about who has the most, right?
I mean...
But they've been perfecting it, right? We saw it. Koi, 10,000 healing.
He has experience.
Can we see that graphic again, please? By the way, it has obviously changed, but I just want to see it because they were so far away. The healing king, Koi.
It's just insane.
You guys said, I mean, he might not have enough meds or some of this stuff. Every single time we go towards him, he has like 40 health kits.
It comes down to how they do that, right? They do it straight from the back when they come down on the map itself. They're going to drop on the southwest side of the map. They all 4 split up. They don't care. They're all just going to loot as much meds as possible. Leave it all to Koi. And from there on, the other three, they will just try to get a few eliminations if possible. Koi will always stand about 20, 30 meters behind. So when they have cleared everything, that's when Koi move up a little bit because they want to put him in as far into the circle as possible. The further he goes into the upcoming circles, the less healing he needs to do early on, which means that he has a high chance of getting those second placement, which is the goal of the whole thing.
I must say, I have seen Nova win before in Sanhok. Obviously, this is Americas. This is a completely different beast, but they do still do that strat. They do leave Koi behind. They send the other 3 players, and if they are able to clear a little bit more, then Koi starts pushing up little by little. I'm interested to see if that's going to happen, or if they even get the first circle. And you know what? I am hearing that the game is ready, so why don't we send it to Hot Jukes and Sute. Let me know if they're going to be doing the healing strat for Nova. Yes or no?
Is that even a question? Right? Like, is that even a question? You know what's happening. You know what's happening. The easy points, that's how they do it. What's up, everybody? I'm Hot Jukes here with my man Zute. I love how, you know, Seven at the desk, he was just like, this is Americas, you know? There's Americas here. You know, Alpha 7, all these guys, they have to give it their absolute best. There's only 3 matches left to go, homie. A lot of action we're about to see.
And the points are super close. I'm so glad to see it's been, you know, really back and forth between Alpha 7 and Influence Rage. And not just that, though. The teams a little bit below them, they're still being consistent enough that in 3 games, we could maybe see a champion that's not Alpha 7 or Influence Rage, but it is getting close to that time, Hot Jukes. We only got 3 matches left. And the big question is, right now, Nova. We know exactly how they play Sanhok. We know exactly what they're going to do. Yes, they're going to do the heal strat, but is there going to be a team that's going to put a stop to that? Maybe they'll, you know, get counter-stratted potentially. Or maybe, you know, like we saw yesterday, they did a 1-1-1 split all on the southern map. Maybe another team kind of wants a bite of that heal stratting, and maybe they're going to try and take up some real estate too. We don't know. But we're going to find out very soon, Hot Jukes.
Oh, and I'm ready to find out. I think you're totally right there because, I mean, that is kind of like a little weakness in the armor. When you have people go in 4 different cities by themselves, team could just see that and say, hey, why don't we go ahead and send 2 here, 2 here, 2v1, exactly. 2v1. You know, get those easy double elimination, tons of loot, and then just go clean up the rest of them. But you also have to agree to be on that south side of that Sanhok map. So a lot of questions that we have here, but we're here. We're here. Last 3 matches. Here we go, everybody. We're about to see who at the end of the day is going to be the PMPL Americas 2022 Spring Championship. Sanhok. Let's go. Let's go.
Ooh, let's go. This Hot Jukes. We got 3 games left. Today is the last day. It's been a complete blur to me. Like, just the action has been so intense every day, all throughout. I can't believe we're already on to our 4th day with only 3 games left till we crown the champions of Americas, and it cannot be any closer right now, Hot Jukes. Oh man, this Sanhok, this is the last one that we'll see in a while, and I am all for it.
Oh man, I'm so pumped. Now we're looking at the bottom. It looks like, yeah, we're going to see the same 4-man split strat from Nova, and it doesn't look like anybody's contesting them at all. So they're going to be doing the same thing they've been doing, and not to mention, you have this first circle popping on up, and it's going to be on the east side of the map. So you know, VIVOKEYD, Boring Protocol, they're just like, that hurts.
Yeah. Ooh, and of course that hot drop once again. Loops and the Knights going right back at it. This time, however, Cardozen is super isolated on his own. This should be a free one for the Knights. Oh.
My goodness. What is going on? Cardozen with the DBS. 3v1?
Hot Jukes? Did that just happen?
I mean, I think we just both got speechless there. Like, we both just got speechless for a hot second as we just could not believe our eyes.
Oh my. Okay.
That was so devastating for the Knights. So
that was
devastating.
probably the best caster curse I've ever had in my whole entire career. I was like, well, this time around it's a little different. You know, 3v1, this should be free for the Knights, and then 1v3.
You know what? It had to come up at some point, Zute. It had to. You know, the Zute curse, I think, was just quiet, but in reality, it was just storing its own energy. Let's see this. DBS, 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 Sit down! Oh, Knights, I love you to death, but that was bad. That was real bad. That was real bad. That is not the side of the highlight clip you want to be on right there, and we will see that on Twitter. That's a fact.
I'm still kind of, you know, I thought Hot Jukes, I was ready for anything today. I was not ready for that.
3v1
still
DBS, dude. The shotgun buff. The shotgun buff, Zute.
You know what's funny too though? I know Tensa for a fact. He absolutely hates the DBS.
He does. He's stated it multiple times. For those of you guys that don't follow Tensa, it is a thing. Oh. Real quick, though, before we get back to that, and we will get back to that. Sam saying, hey, you guys want some points? And steals the ride. He just got in it just to say, hey, this is my Ronnie now. It's my Ronnie.
Man, things are getting really scrappy on Sanhok. I mean, it's the last day. Teams are feeling it. I think teams by now coming into this match, right, kind of realize just exactly where they could potentially place themselves if they play a certain style from here on out, right? It's like whether it be, okay, we're in a good spot, we want to maintain this position, we'll stick to what we're doing, play a little more passive, or, you know, just to maintain our position. Or teams at this point is like, okay, if we play aggressive because we know we can, or we do certain strategies because, you know, we have it in our books, we can maybe shoot up a couple ranks and get that certain prize money that they're aiming for. So we're going to see a slow change in pace, I feel like, than what we're used to coming into these very last 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see the pressure is just so on for these squads because, I mean, I've been instructed to forget how to do math here, you know? And it makes sense, you know? Because there's so many different storylines. There's so many different things to keep up with. And even if you forget math, you're gonna see that Buluc Chabtan just got an extra elimination point, which is good for them, right? At the same time, you know, you have so many squads there on the bottom that need ridiculous games if they want to make it even close to that top 5. And, you know, VIVOKEYD, they've been on a tear this whole day so far. They had a great game in the last one. So if they're able to really just kind of get that big game here in Sanhok, oh man, they'll be very well set up. But the issue with VIVOKEYD is that they landed on that northeastern island, and if you're a squad that lands there on Sanhok, you are just literally betting that that zone goes there. And if it does, whoo, it's money in the bank. But for them, it did not. And I know you guys can't see it there on the screen, but as I look at the map, we have 3 squads all on the northern bridge trying to get onto the main island. And it is going to be hectic there in a few seconds here, Zoo.
Yeah, and Boring Protocol. I mean, the camera should go over there pretty soon, but Boring Protocol,
yeah, we're waiting.
Just sandwiched in between 2 teams. Boring Protocol, man. This was simply just not their tournament. You see there, right there, Spec is knocked by VIVOKEYD, and here we go. We got VIVOKEYD and Golden Eagles and Boring Protocol sandwiched between both.
Yeah, and here they go now. You can see VIVOKEYD up on top of the mountainside where they like to be. This is their strategy. This is their side of the map. And Boring Protocol, like you mentioned, yeah, they're stuck. They're trying to figure a way across the bridge. You can see Acer going around because they want to save Spec. I mean, that's their star player there. So taking a lot of risks trying to get their teammate up. And anytime you get a knock, I mean, all eyes are on that spot. It's really up to Carnage, I think, here on this off angle to make a play to help out a squad. Here they come.
VIVOKEYD, yep, they're pushing in. They know this Boring Protocol team is pretty much almost like 3 points. Like, just to put it simply, based on their overall standings, they're not looking like a very strong team. Oh, we're gonna get a quick replay right here.
Oh, that's a nice post.
Nice. Oh,
there. Oh,
Spec is here. Spec is up. Oh, he goes down.
Yeah, tried to make a cheeky play there and just mistimes it by just a second. Not able to catch a member of VIVOKEYD there. So Carnage, oh man, just on the run. Boring Protocol, just not having the Americas that they wanted here.
Not at all. Boring Protocol just down to Carnage. Man, it's got four first aids. The only, if I was Carnage, if I wanted the most amount of points, I feel like honestly the best strategy is head towards where Nova is, try and predict their pathing rotation, and snake out the player that holds all the meds, right? And then potentially steal it really quick and just run away as fast as you can. That would be the most viable strategy at this point. But even that is like, it's a long shot.
You see Carnage running right there, right? If you could just like tell us, like, what do you think he's saying right now as he's running? Give me your Carnage impression.
I don't even know, man. I don't think so.
I'll tell you.
I don't think Boring Protocol. Okay, go ahead.
Right? He's running. He's just like, not last, not last. You know? They don't want to be last, dude. They do not want to be last. And INTZ, that's going to be the race right there for that 16th place. And they are trying to get those remaining points to do so, bro. That's what I think. Next zone, though, coming up.
Yeah, next zone, shifting. You see TC also doing the same strategy as kind of Nova is, but they are not nearly as successful, because look at Nova on that southern side. They got another person all the way in docks, looting for first aids. Somebody's already head up Camp Charlie, Narcom, Sami, even maybe Tambong. I think Tambong TC took over, but yeah, TC just does not have as much looting area for the med strat, so they get up to like maybe 4th or 5th with their med strats, whereas Nova, I mean, it's consistent like 2nd to 2nd place finishes.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so insane just how accurate and how effective their med strat is. I mean, they full commit to it. Like, they're not looking to do anything else but the med strat. And because of that, I mean, they just get, I mean, if you think about it, it's just consistent double-digit points no matter what. I mean, that is just, to me, it's a no-brainer. It really is. I mean, one map for sure. If there was more than one Sanhok, if there was more than one Sanhok, Nova would just be owning this tournament, just with this strategy alone.
Yeah, but that's why we only have one Sanhok. It's the wild card map. You have specific strategies. As INTZ, ooh,
Neto!
Nice shots.
But now the alarm has been rang. They know exactly where he is. The rest of INTZ really need to start applying the pressure here, and here they come. Ren looking for that side, does get another second knock here. So Loops trying to make that bounce back, and they are just not having the Sanhok that they wanted. This is critical. I mean, this is the 4th match that we're going to have here today. And, oh, yeah, Neto just spotting out one more. I mean, I don't even think Loops got to didn't even get to shoot a shot there, Zoo.
Yeah, Loops just completely wiped out, demolished. Cardozo, last one up. I mean, he has the 3 eliminations. The guy that 1v3 the Knights. Can he do more, though? It's going to be tough, as we're back to VIVOKEYD and Golden Eagles. They're still continuing this fight. Boring Protocol has already been injected, but VIVOKEYD taking it to the Golden Eagles. Not looking too good, since Golden Eagles does have the high ground advantage.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about at the start of the match. Like, VIVOKEYD really depend on that first zone going to that island. And because it didn't, this is what happens, you know? It's a bet you have to take. You know, the reason why I really like Nova's bet is because it's no matter what, no matter where the zone goes, that med strat's going to come into effect. At Vivo, I mean, they're rolling the dice that it does go to that island, and here it just looks like they just rolled snake eyes.
VIVOKEYD trying to cross in that buggy.
Yeah, this is just like, it actually made it. Wow.
I mean, he got the knock. He got the knock onto the player.
That knock did it.
That was a huge knock from that distance, from that range, too. And now Golden Eagles, it's a 1v1. He knows, oh, can he get a slight angle before the revive comes through? The revive will come through. he's got a nade, he can maybe get a reknock. We'll see how this goes, but Adrian, oh, he's actually pulling up to the top and leaving his teammate down below.
Is he been spot? Okay, because he did have another buggy of his own. So he is going to go full send it again here in 1v1. And I wonder if his teammate's going to come back to help. Or yeah, he is. Yeah, as soon as he just got notified, said, hey, I got somebody on me, bro. Come on back. And here they go. But, oh, yeah, it was beautifully executed right there. So Golden Eagles is going to get finished out. Great heads-up play there from Adrian to get back there and assist his teammate.
Yeah, Adrian from VIVOKEYD, just this man's been playing lights out. He's been putting up huge numbers just consistently. But we'll see where he could take the rest of the VIVOKEYD team coming into the next circle shift. And wow, 3 central circle shifts in a row. No hard shifts as of yet. We might see a hard one on the next one. But let's see how these teams play it out. Alpha 7 having to edge on in once again, but that's very familiar, comfortable territory for them. And I'm looking at the map. Mezexis Dreams, dead center. Maybe they could pull off another huge chicken dinner. I think they just yesterday, it ended around the same area, and they got the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and if you guys that are just watching this, I mean, I know most of y'all there, you have to have your eyes on these top 4 teams, you know? At the end of the day, Alpha 7, Influence Rage, Nova, I mean, Honored Souls, Knights, right? These are the squads that could have possibly swung big time here in this match. And honestly, out of all those names, I think I'm looking at Nova. I really am. Because Nova, I think they're going to go and try to press some eliminations really hard once they get that med strat, because we know they're going to get consistent points no matter what. So I think it's really up to like Alpha 7 and Influence Rage to get it done here, so that way they don't have Nova catch up to them here in a few seconds.
Definitely. Won't see too much action on this circle shift. Usually we see a lot, right, coming into this stage of the game of Sanhok, but that's because, you know, it shifts one way and everybody's got to hustle over. But this time around, everyone's just still exactly where they want to be because this circle didn't really go anywhere. Nova's going to have to come in, TC's coming in, and ATON and VIVOKEYD from the north, but that's pretty much it. Everyone else just sitting still and just waiting to see where the next circle shift takes them.
Yeah, let's see where it's going to head on over to. This next zone is going to be where it's at. So for everybody watching, circle number 3 in Sanhok, this is that just planning phase. Like right now, they're just spotting, trying to get some information because nobody's going to move. They are stuck in that spot and they're just trying to predict, okay, the zone goes this way, we're going to go this way, make this rotation. You know, you're going to be the sacrificing player because someone has to make that choice, you know? But this is where that plan is put into... The planning stage is done, and it's about to be put into effect here in just a few seconds.
Circle closing on in. Everybody's poised and ready for this next shift. This is when all chaos is about to break loose, Hot Jukes. And Nova, they realize on this circle shift, it's time to pass off some meds. Kindness with 9. I do believe they have way more. But for now, they just have Kindness 9, and it's usually always Koi, right, that holds all the meds. So I actually don't know how Nova... Yeah, I don't know how Nova does their med stratting. I thought, you know, Koi would just have all of them, and all the other 3 players just have 1. But you see kind of a split. Kindness holding some, and Koi holding some.
I think that he just got his, and they haven't met up yet. Oh, this next zone, where do you think it's going to go, Zoo? Is it going to go to the south, the west, the east? Ooh. It goes to the north!
Mezexis Dreams with the dreams to win another Sanhok match. Potentially, they're in a strong position on that high ground, but they're going to have so many teams pressing in on them at the same time. See, Nova, this is when they kind of just full send with their 3 players and see if they can pick up any elimination points while keeping the main med stratter way in the back.
So risky here. They are sending it here. This is such an underrated strategy we don't talk about. The timing of vehicles, of the distance from each other to get into the zone. If you put it too tight together, you guys can all get taken out instantly. If you're too separate, you're not able to help your team out in case they're able to make a play. And Nova are just trying to drive and find a spot here. This is that, I think this is a really big point for them. And they do. They find a wonderful building here. on this side. Buluc Chabtan does get eyes on him, and oh yeah, Fernand said, okay, let's just back it up a little bit here. Shifan does get knocked, and that was on the way. He looks like he was just a little bit too far behind. Like I was talking about that vehicle spacing. Oh, QZ going for the meds, but in the wide open. Oh, it's gonna suck for QZ. Kindness is going for the res here, but it doesn't look like anybody's gonna be pressing up onto Nova for now. So everyone's just kind of respecting each other. They've gained their new spots, and I think there is enough real estate for these teams to kind of slow it down just a little bit, but you can't really slow it down that much in Sanhok. It's about to turn up. So number 4. Let's get it going here. Yeah. Boring protocol goes down right there. That's super unfortunate for them. You can see right now what Buluc Chabtan can get done against Alpha 7. And you can see Mafioso does go down there on that edge. And the rest of Alpha 7, this is a big game for them. A huge match. They just finally passed up Influence Rage. And they want to be able to hold on to that number 1 spot. But it's going to be a lot harder to do now with only 2 members left. Yeah, Alpha 7, you can see here. Let's see Carrillo down there at the bottom. And the next zone does go to the center. It is Buluc Chabtan that are going to be able to get blessed in this one. But is it a blessing? That's the question, because all eyes are on that position. And Nova, they have a really good spot there with the only kind of, it looks like, urban coverage. Jay, oh, look at this. So quick. Headshot, baby. Clutches it up. Kill switch is knocked. The rest of XSET instantly. Great utility coming out from the side of Mezexis Dreams to kind of help out and take out this XSET squad. And it looks like a beautiful nade comes on down, but Wacho getting a beautiful couple knocks there. XSET, big trouble. Big trouble. Here goes Polo. 1v1. Drop shot! Gets it! Polo G! Clutching it up right now for XSET, and here comes Papa Blue. XSET cannot have any chance to wait. He's gonna go after some meds, trying to find something, but this blue zone hurts. And you can see J7 is just running, full sending it on in, trying to make something happen. 2 eliminations so far. XSET, trying to keep their dreams alive here, Zoo.
Oh, he's got to keep running. He stopped for that first save for just a second and realized, oh no, this blue zone is chunking, but it's chunking not just XSET, it's chunking everyone else. Looking at the mini-map, Hot Jukes, it is a rainbow of colors all around 360 condensing. And look at that aerial shot. Look at the top right of your screen. This is Sanhok at its finest, and Buluc Chabtan gets the zone once again. Everyone is going out right now, Hot Jukes.
Once this circle hits, it's like the Thanos snap here. Half the squads and more, to be honest, are all just getting eliminated here. Zone number 6, Carrillo stuck to the med strat. Yeah, you can see here, he hardly has any time to get these first aids off at all. 17 seconds left on the clock, and once the zone starts closing, it's gonna hurt even more.
Man, so many teams went out. Alpha 7 is still up though, and Influence Rage actually got taken down in all that chaos. So I was saying they had 4, but it did not matter. So it looks like Alpha 7 is gonna maybe maintain their lead here. And Nova, this is huge for Nova. Nova could catch up in points, especially since it's not gonna be a dominant game for neither Alpha 7 or Influence Rage. But let's see what some of these other teams can do, as Mezexis Dreams coming in with 2 players, 5 elimination points. Buluc Chabtan looking really good right now, though.
Beautiful there from QZ. Honestly, I think Nova just need to be focused on just getting elims at this point. They know they're going to secure a top finish regardless with their med strat, but they need to be able to steal some of these points. Carrillo going to get caught wide on the open. Oh, almost turned on him. Just look at the effort, no matter what. Instant turn, instant play to try and survive. They don't get it done there. But here comes QZ, man. QZ is just on a tear here, trying to make it happen for Nova. They saw They saw instantly Influence Rage is out, Alpha 7's in trouble. Yo, it's time for us to make something happen.
Yeah, and ooh, that circle shifts away towards the south. I don't think anyone's really in that zone. Of course, Buluc, they've got the manpower. They could get that revive on their 4th player. Nova, this is probably one of their better Sanhok games because I can see those 2 players picking up at least 1 or 2 more eliminations. And just like that, oh, Fernan, the MVP for Buluc goes down. Buluc now down to 3. Still holding strong from their position.
Reyes sitting up pretty. Oh, here they come. 2v13. QZ trying to get some angles here. Oh, cannot get it done against Reyes. Kindness right behind him. Yeah, they're going to full send it onto him. And both of those members of Nova are going to go down. So they're going to feed the beast that is Buluc Chabtan. But they are, from what I remember, quite far down on the leaderboard. So they did get this beautiful circle blessing here. And it looks like we only see 8 meds left here from Koi. I'm not sure if they're able to steal that 2nd place finish. I mean, it all depends if Buluc Chabtan gets aggressive here or not.
I don't think so. I think everyone's going to kind of just chill out in this zone for now. We have a lot of solos, so they're just going to remain quiet. And Buluc, they're not going to risk just running out in the open, not with this many up alive.
Oh.
And just as I say that, oh, one of them goes down.
Honored Souls. He's gonna go out to blue zone. Yeah, denying the points. Not gonna take the risk. And now it's up to Folo. Can he be able to hold it down? He's spotted. He didn't see him in the bush. Madion. Oh, and he throws the shots. And is able to get 1 knock. Tries to get the finish. Can't do it. And guess what? It's Nova Esports with another 2nd place finish.
Just as he runs out of meds too. Nova, they're timing the med strats to perfection. However, as Buluc Chabtan with the winner chicken dinner, that was one of those games where you kind of do get, you gotta say they got a little bit zone blessed. But Jukes, did you see the chaos heading into the last 3 circles? Like Buluc, they had to hold it down. They had to have their heads on a swivel because they're like 360 all around. Teams were converging on them.
Yeah, 100%. That's the big point there because they had the best spot in that zone. I don't think they got a little bit zone blessed. They got a lot zone blessed right there. That was the spot to have in that map. At the same time, though, like you mentioned, all eyes were on them. Everybody wanted their spot, but they defended it. They defended it, and they got some big must-have elimination points. It's gonna be it here for game number 4. Let's go ahead and take it on over to a break.
Realme C35, standout 50 MP, fit-in design.
Sanhok, 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 ladies and gentlemen. When you think of Sanhok, from now on, you're always going to think of Nova Esports, just using that healing strat because they continue it. And I mean, Frost, a 2nd place finish again?
It was close, though. It was really close towards the end. We saw him with 8 first 8s left there, and there was still 2 other teams alive, but Koi managed to do it again. I mean, he got the experience, right? He's done this so many times before.
I'm surprised that nobody else has done it. Like, we've been the whole championship here. It's the 4th day, it's the 4th Sanhok that we've now experienced, right? How have nobody else seen this and said, all right, this is certain points. It's just the same thing. But nope. It's something maybe pride or this chance they want to do. But Buluc Chabtan Frost, 29 Frost. We were asking for a win. And they're finally here. No, but I'm wrong a couple days ago.
Yeah, it took them a few days, let's be honest. I've already forgotten about that. I live in the present, and the present is in front of me here. Of course, Nova, they do get that 2nd place. They do get free eliminations. Yeah. But I'm just wondering, if Koi would have been with the team, how many more points would have gotten? Because I mean, we saw them with that great rotation, basically driving through every single team, finding that little spot there on the north side and start playing that out. Of course, they lost Shifan on that rotation, but only with 2 members up, they still managed to keep it all the way until the end.
They could have won that game if they were all 4 together, all 4 alive.
Exactly.
100%.
I think at this point, they're just so comfortable with doing that.
That was insane. Cardozen with the DPS. I love that gun. It's so strong. Just 1v3 Knights there. How's that for NA?
That's called instant regrets.
You guys can't see him right now, but he said, how's that for a name? Looks straight into my soul. Oh, yeah. I mean, for Knights so far today, they really haven't had one of the best days. And when we're looking at that match ranking, something that kind of popped out to me again has to be Honor Souls. Like this team, we were talking about, yes, Nova's consistency and Sanhok is great, but Honor Souls' consistency for the past 6 matches,
insane.
They have stayed within the top 5. If I was to look at all the other teams, I think that might be the only team to be able to do that in 6 matches in a row.
Yeah, I mean, it's great.
Honestly, I think if they would have been able to have slightly what the performance they've had, if they had that since day 1, they would have been top 3, maybe top 2.
Oh, yeah. I definitely.
They stepped up so much.
Yeah. I mean, it's great to see, right? But it is the big question, though. Like, what happened? Why did it happen now? Why did it not happen in the start? What triggered them to start this off?
I thought the big question was, is there life in the universe besides us?
Oh, that's the second.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Right, write it down.
The second biggest one is, will Honor Souls be able to get a chicken dinner today with all that kind of consistency? And I'm talking about consistency, so please do me a favor, pull up the overall, because this team should be a lot closer towards the top.
Oh, baby.
Okay. Well, okay, I'll tell you this, though. I don't think they'll get a win today. They're very consistent, don't get me wrong, but they are going super aggressive, and this is also why they're getting those points. But because they're going that aggressive, I don't think that they'll actually get a win itself, because they keep on losing players towards the end. But that's the thing, right? It doesn't matter. This is not a team that needs to get the circle on top of them. They push in from the side.
Exactly, and look at that. The third team to go into the triple-digit eliminations club, guys. Honored Souls.
The next one. Could it be Knights?
Knights, very likely, yeah. Looking good, too. But then again, we have to point this out again and again, right? It is extremely close still. And we're talking thousands and thousands of dollars difference in terms of prize pool.
Well, Influence Rage, though.
4 points difference, bro.
It's been, yeah, well, 4 points difference, but it's been 4 games.
Can it come down to a 1-point finish at the end?
The
tiebreaker might be relevant, guys.
9 points today. 9 points is what Influence Rage has been able to get today so far. And that is not the Influence Rage that we've seen in previous days. This is kind of, you know, looks like someone's choking them right now.
INTZ making a run for the triple-digit club, guys. 91 now, 7 points in the last game. Boring Protocol still on 84. They need to make 16 points in the next 2 games.
I believe they can.
Get into the triple digits.
Actually, it's going to be hard, but I believe.
You believe?
Yeah,
I believe. What? If you believe, then I have to believe, because I'm supposed to be the NA supporter.
The question is Influence Rage Alpha 7 going to hit 300 club before those 2 teams, both those 2
teams?
Yeah. It's triple-digit club. That's the question.
If I'm a betting man like that, Buluc, and I actually want to win a bet, I would definitely bet on the top 2 teams. But I was talking about Honor Souls. I would like to see a line graph of how just they've been performing so we can showcase it to you. You've been hearing me talk about it. Well, here you go.
Okay.
It's in regards to eliminations.
Yes, and this is what you like to see, right? It goes upwards, never going downwards. Actually, it does on the third one.
It's on the, yeah.
Don't mind that. Don't mind that. Almost doesn't show, okay? But keeps on going upwards, and we want to keep on seeing that go even further up.
Yeah, they're stacking those elims today, man.
Can they push it further? 17 though?
You know what? What I would really love to see is obviously them more consistent, more points on the board, both placement and eliminations. And also, are they going to be able to push more into it, though? Here, placement points, though, for us.
Yeah.
It's insane to see this, honestly. It's crazy.
Here you go.
Total
points.
Whew.
Nothing below
double digits.
12. Yeah, nothing in the single digits. That is so impressive.
That is just insane. It's actually insane to see these numbers just stacking up here. And, I mean, if they can keep on doing that, sure. We don't have that many more games to go.
2 more.
2 more. Are they going to be able to push themselves further, though? That's a big question.
I hope so.
Right now, there is a little gap there.
I hope so. I heard Hot Jukes and Sute. They were ecstatic. They were like, Ooh, it's down to the last couple of games. They're afraid. Oh no, is it gonna be over before we get to cast it? Are we gonna just be there? All right, somebody already won. We're gonna have to cast everyone else, but nope. It's gonna come down to the last couple of games, guys.
You're talking about static. You're talking about last couple of games. Well, stay tuned because I teased that at the beginning of the show. And at the end, after the final match, okay, make sure you stay because we're also gonna have a show match in Livik. That is right. Livik, we're gonna be playing it, I believe it is, with 12 teams. It's gonna be a fun one. It's gonna be super fast paced, and I can't wait to see if all the teams are just gonna decide to hot drop.
We'll join as well.
That'd be great.
No, we're not. We'll get crushed.
If we join, yeah, I'm just gonna join like the spectator because I'm not gonna do any of that. But if you do guys want to get a chance of winning a DP28 permanent skin, make sure you guys answer the poll on the YouTube chat. That's all you have to do, and then you get a chance of winning that permanent skin.
Can you explain permanent to me?
Permanent. It doesn't go away.
It lasts
with you forever.
It lasts forever. Yeah, that's good.
Mind blown. But while you're at it, you can actually get some other permanent skins by going into the shop in the game and looking at the exclusive PMPL crates.
Spicy.
Look at that. I mean, I want the AUG, I want that spring set, I want the parachute, I want all of that, and it will be available until June 12th. I am hearing reports that the game is ready, and I cannot wait to see. Its influence rate is going to keep on choking. Is Alpha 7 going to continue on the performance? And what's going to happen between those teams that are currently in 3rd and 6th? Everything's so close. So you know what? Let's send it to Hot Jukes and Sute.
Thank you so much, 7. Man, I think Adventure could have said it any better right there. I mean, at the same time, though, I'm not going to lie. I saw it coming. I knew it was going to come down to the last match. Too many good teams here, right, to have a crazy point gap like that. And final day, you know, that clutch factor is going to come into play, Zoo. And I think we're starting to see it for some of these squads.
Oh, yeah, definitely. My eyes are mainly on Nova right now because that's kind of the team that's like question marking me right now. It's like, are they going to go for first place, right? Sanhok, they did what they needed to get those consistent points out of the way. Now, they need a pop-off game. We saw the point spread. They need a good game here because if they don't get a good one, if they get another consistent one, that's not enough. Because Alpha 7 and Influence Rage, they're not letting off their steam anytime soon, especially since we're coming into the last 2 games of the entire tournament, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, well, like you mentioned, will Alpha 7 and Influence Rage, will they hold on to that gas pedal? Or will the foot come right off of it? About to find out as we get into match number 5. Only 2 more left to go. This is where it all comes down to. Clutch up.
Back on
or
Erangel too. Clutch up or shut up. I love that, Hot Jukes. And we're back on Erangel, so this is like that map where everyone kind of knows what's going on. But I love the fact that we're ending it off strong and Miramar in the next match. I absolutely love how they switch things up, Hot Jukes. Watching this tournament, ending things off on a Miramar match has been so exciting to see.
It's been just amazing to see. It's crazy just to see all these games that we've seen so far. Just the action has just been unbelievable, to be honest. Just so much effort. Just every little drop of just everything these players have is just coming out right now. And that's what we like to see here too. So, man, a lot of pressure and a lot of angst in these teams' eyes right now. But hey, like I said, gotta get it done. No chance, no choice.
Yes, sir.
But here, Nova, I think like you mentioned, that's the squad I'm gonna be keeping a close eye on big time because they have the biggest chance. Of all the teams besides, you know, Influence Rage and Alpha 7, it's all them.
We might want to keep an eye on Knights and Influence Rage right now, though, because this playing path, a little bit out of the way is from Yaz, and both teams are stretching that way. Now, we've had this playing path before, and there hasn't been too big of any altercations, but potentially, you know, like, they're flying really close next to one another. They're both looking for the cars to get into Yaz. So Influence Rage, that's a team, you know, that's trying to contest that first place spot right now. As we take a look at Nova, they're dropping a bit out of the way for vehicles to get to their loot split where they typically could go around farm. Mezexis Dreams here, one of their members caught out, and if anything, Nova's going to try and take advantage of this playing path by isolating Sare from Mezexis Dreams.
Yeah, Sare's there over. He is completely stuck out, and anytime we see something like this happen, you know, you're going to see a squad just full send onto it, but I just hope he doesn't have a DPS at this point in the day. He's got an over and under.
He's got a shotgun.
He's got an over and under. Oh, he saw it from a mile away.
Oh, yep.
So he's just giving out information to his teammates and just saying, por favor, help me out, please. Because they are going to become, they're just circling them like sharks at this point.
Yeah. He does have one support player putting in damage though. Look at that. Look at the HPs. He's actually landed quite a few shots. That might deter Nova completely. Yeah, so shout out to Sare's support right there. He's going to drive back an entire team of drive back an entire team of Nova. I thought they might go for like a little second loop around, but yeah, they're going to go ahead and loop. Because look, Nova, they need the points, but at the same time, they don't just need any few scrap points. They need like to close out the game, and the only way you could close out the game is if you have loot. You can't be wasting all this time for just 1 point. So they're going to disengage from that and continue on looting. Problem is though, XSET is looting where Nova usually loots. Nova's probably expecting XSET to have gone all the way to Melta by now. So this could be big trouble for the Nova team.
Yeah, big trouble indeed. Nova's going to have to figure something out here, though, if they want a chance at that first place title. And I guarantee you they do. I got a chance to talk to Shifan right after the last tournament of PMPL, the last stage. And Nova got second place. And I always make this joke. You know, second place and the most pissed off team.
Oh.
That's Nova. Yeah, that is the kind of mindset they have. They were more mad than 16th place. Buluc Chabtan having a great game, yes, in the last one. And they go down here.
Down to 1. They're down to a solo player already. That's a big oof. And hold on, taking a look at the south side, Nova did manage to catch one of the XSET players off. So what I was saying worked in reverse. It seems like everything that I'm saying today is kind of working in reverse. I call out Nova might have run into troubles. Instead, they run into a free point. Just the last game, you know, I said the Knights have a free knock onto loops, and instead that player 1v3s them. So maybe I should be a little bit careful in these last 2 games with what I choose to say, Jigs, is everything's happening the opposite.
It could just be opposite day here. So why don't you say the opposite of what you want to happen? How about that?
Okay. Let me think this through so I don't mess it up.
All right.
Nova, with such little loot and such a slow start to their looting, will not have a great game in game number 5.
Got it.
Put themselves in a position to potentially get first place coming into the very last game. I think I did that correctly.
I think that sounds right. I think that sounds right.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. We'll go with that. We'll see. We'll see where the game takes us for the rest of the game. Coming into the second to last match, second to last match of the entirety of the finals.
Wow, I can't believe it's already come to this. Absolutely insane. I mean, we're about to find out. I mean, literally in just a few minutes, we're going to figure out who the champion of this whole entire tournament is going to be. And man, oh man, is it going to be a doozy. And it really is up to Nova. It's really up to Nova. And not to mention, I mean, yeah, I know we're talking a lot about Nova, but at the same time, you know, Honored Souls, they have a crazy gap, but if they just go ham here, they could still have a chance. So, I mean, if you have a chance, I got to talk about it, you know? It's only whenever you have none where I get quiet. Point protocol.
Oh.
I love you.
Man, you had to sneak that one in there, huh? I mean, honestly, for Boring Protocol, though, there's only one map that they're not contested on, and that's Erangel. And funny enough, they get Pachinki for free. But all the other maps, Sanhok, they're dropping, like, not even in a great spot, and they're getting contested. And then on Miramar, you know, I feel like Hacienda Del Patron, it's not a bad spot, but it's not even that great of a spot either, and they're getting contested there. So, I mean, this is what happens when you get contested 2 out of the 3 maps. And it's just, not just that, though, but I gotta say, they're just not playing as well as they should be.
Yeah, not at all. just a tough one for them here. But you know what? When it comes to any of these squads, all the teams that don't make it, into those top positions, you gotta just take what you learned here, put in that work, put in that overtime, and try to show up during the fall split that's coming up here. Gotta get it done though. You gotta be able to get it done. And I always like this one saying. It's when in doubt, work harder. That's about the only way to have that happen. Oh, look at this. The nade was unloaded. Those footsteps are gonna be given away. So here comes Alpha 7, just looking at the solo player from INTZ. Oh, nice nade there, but Carrillo's gonna give one right in return. The rest of INTZ does come to help out. Rebel though, doing a great job here of holding it down. Oh, nice turn though, but it looks like INTZ are gonna get the better half of Alpha 7 in a big way. That is devastating for Alpha 7.
You know what Influence Rage is thinking though? Like, INTZ pulling through for us right now. I thought Alpha 7 had that. They had the opening, and then just like that, Alpha 7, they're on the back foot. They got to run away. I feel like this is one of the few times we've ever seen this.
The punch
out of Alpha 7.
From the 15th place team to the first place team.
Exactly.
The toxicity. The toxicity. And I'll tell you what, it's those kind of punch outs at these kind of stages that you remember. Like big time. Yeah, so INTZ, when it comes to, trying to qualify for future tournaments, I'm going to just write a little note in my book here, to see if Alpha 7 is going to, have something to say about that in future moments.
Yeah, we do get the next circle popping on up, and it shifts over to the northwest. So this zone's going to shape up to be a difficult one if it keeps, keeping that river into play, as the Knights, they're getting pushed on, I think, by Loop's team. Yeah, everyone's playing so much more aggressive coming into these last few games. Loop's already with 3 elimination points. They did lose a player, though, so it looks like they are going to instead back off and maybe try and prioritize a rotation, as the second circle shift is kind of a hard shift to the west side, Jukes. So I think teams are kind of figuring out where they want to go in this second one.
Yeah, to kind of add on to your point, these river zones are just so difficult because, these teams really have to decide, like, hey, are we going to go onto that northern side of the river or the southern? And it's kind of like you're making a bet. Now, majority of the zone is on that northern half, so I think we're going to see a lot of teams, trying to make it on this way. The Chosen are in a really good spot. This plateau is probably one of my favorite locations here. Carnage having a little trouble on that rotation. Does get popped a little bit. That's going to give some information to Acer on the back end. Trying to be able to get to the rest of his team. Looks like this is where Carnage is going to park for now and just try to get a little bit of intel before moving on.
Or they could just choose to stop at that spot. I mean, they're pretty much dead center. That's just going up to the north. Everybody trying to figure out how to rotate in on this zone. Keep in mind, this is only the second zone. So we're having huge emphasis on teams' positionings already, mainly due to the hard shift to the west side. But this is not the zone that's going to really dictate which positions will come into play in the end game. Circle 2 going into Circle 3, we'll get a better idea of that, especially when it comes to north of the river, Hot Jukes, or south of the river.
Yeah. Oh, man, I would not want to be in these players' shoes right now because this is just intensity. Golden Eagles, where are Golden Eagles at? Before this match, I believe they were right below VIVOKEYD, and yeah, that's in 7th position. So they had 172 total points. They could make something happen here if they get a good match. Man, so many different teams. If they really pop off here in match number 5, anything can happen on the leaderboards.
I'm looking at the mini-map. So Nova's going to decide to take the southern part of the river, right on the northern edge of Rozhok. So that is where Nova's going to position. That's going to be a tough cross if it goes to the north. Meanwhile, Influence Rage, the other team we want to keep an eye on, they're on the eastern side of the zone, to the west of Yaz. So they're kind of just set up in a way where it's like if it goes north or south, we got these 2 bridges to take to go on in. So they're putting themselves in a good position to play the options. And well, I mean, Alpha 7, Swagween, he's the last one up. He's just going to try and stay alive as long as he can, and he's putting himself on top of Mount Everest for now.
Yeah, well, he's putting the whole team on his shoulders right now. Because, you know that they are kicking themselves and they are watching their brother having to make something special happen if they want to keep that first place position. Because, Influence Rage, they were just staring at that elimination feed. And once they saw them go down, they are going to be hunting for some big points. Next circle does go on up right here beside Yasnaya Zute. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I think Influence Rage, this is an easy rotation, especially for a team of that caliber. And I think Kawasaki already found a rotation in, so they're going to go ahead and rotate on through that way. Nova, they got to cross that bridge, which they are right now. So they're going to also find a very central location. So it's looking good for Nova and Influence Rage, which means that's just bad news for Alpha 7.
Oh, horrible news for Alpha 7. I ain't going to lie, though. If you're going to have one player up, it's going to be that man right there, Swagin. He could definitely stay alive for as long as possible. But he's going to have to play that passiveness, and that's not really what Alpha 7 likes to do. But hey, you got no choice here. Now Nova, they're another team that really, cannot take this risk here. QSD is getting really beat up in that buggy by Coops and is able to hit that laydown at the last second, but that buggy is toast.
Yeah, I think Nova's getting a little bit greedy, but you got to be greedy sometimes. They were looking for an even more center-strong position, and luckily for them, they didn't lose any players, and they could back up and take a position that they crossed by earlier. So Nova's going to be good in this zone. Looks like Influence Rage is still trying to make their way in. At the Honored Souls, taking a fight with VIVOKEYD here on the western edge of the zone.
Nice knock. Nice knock there by Cielo. Be able to get that done. Grelin as well, getting some action. Looks like there's going to be one elimination for VIVOKEYD. Another team there in those top mid positions, looking to have an amazing game here. But what I mean by amazing game, these squads are looking for high double-digit point games. Putting out those crazy 20, 30 points, and you can't get that done without eliminations. So they have to take engagements, and I think we just saw earlier, right? Nova, even taking risks, right? This is risky here. This scouting, but they're doing it because they're so desperate for an intense game, and that's a big coin flip that they're taking, I think, Zoo. What do you think?
I agree with it. They want to get first place, and if they want first place, they need to get big numbers in this last game before we head into the final match. So with big numbers comes big risk, but they're doing it very correctly. Like, they haven't lost a player yet. They're still keeping true to, having a player cover and the structure of, scouting and everything. So Nova's looking good for now, but it all depends on the next circle, because we are going to head into the next circle shift. The fourth circle hard shift is happening very soon, and Honored Souls yet to find a way into zone, and they found themselves right in front of INTZ.
Oh yeah, Honored Souls are in big trouble. INTZ looking to just kind of hunt down squads and just eliminate Dreams here. And that's, we didn't really talk about that before because of all the other storylines. But yeah, INTZ, they could just disrupt everybody. Boring Protocol as well. They got nothing to lose here.
That's a huge zone shift, Hodgers. It goes hard to the north. Nova has to full send it in. So does Influence Rage.
Got him.
Might see something happen here between these two teams now.
Yeah, and I do think that, we did see that nice knock there. And I'm looking in the elimination feed. You can see Coops getting it onto the Chosen. Action is winding up big time, Zute. And this is what happens when you leave it to the last few matches. You could never predict what's going to happen. All these teams, they're just having fun at this point. Oh,
TC and the Knights, they went dead center, and I think the Knights took out TC, and it looks like Nova's going to go in for a third party. Yeah, I think Nova just did get that third party. They got one more elimination, and they're crashing in. Yeah, they're crashing in right now.
Here we go.
Here we go. Here comes the crash.
Big one here. Here comes Nova, full sending it. Can the Knights hold on? You can see right now, Xenox is trying to make something happen, but can't do it. Puts himself in a really bad position. But yeah, there go the Knights eliminated. So that's a huge 4 points on the side of Nova. All Glory Gaming keeping an eye in that direction. But, oh man, trying to make that cross at this point, gonna be real tough. Nova's dead center. They are primed, locked, and loaded. Oh, what a shot.
Ooh.
From Lionel there. Whew.
Yeah, the 4 points were big, but this position is even bigger for them. Let's see if they can manage to get that reset. But if they do, this could be the game where they could shoot themselves in a position to potentially take first place.
Look at that split. I love that split right there because they had to put the smokes down to keep Shifan up. But at the same time, those smokes are risky because it opens up yourself to an instant full send push. So I like how they had kindness there right at that hill to kind of defend and stop some shots in that playing time. Really nice heads-up play there from Nova.
Influence Rage, just controlling the south edge of the zone. You see Boring Protocol taking a few shots at them. Influence Rage, I feel like they're okay, but they're not in the best position. So this is huge for Nova to just keep on catching up. Alpha 7's still in the game though, but I mean we have 13 teams still alive. So he's gotta stay alive much longer right now if he wants to get any points for his team for the side of Alpha 7.
And look at Boring Protocol. They're just in their vehicles, keeping an eye out on everybody. You got Spec up on top of the 3-stack. And there goes Lil Boy. This is the squad. Everybody's eyes are on right now. Influence Rage. We're in first place for majority of this tournament. Alpha 7 just passing him up a few matches ago here in the last day. And here we go in the final games. Alpha 7 getting taken out by INTZ. It's all up to this man here in his squad.
Circle. Slowly closing in, Hot Juice. I mean, we haven't even talked about this area of the map, but there is very little hard cover. Nova's in the dead center, and you have all Glory Gaming holding down that northern side of those two compounds. But no matter where this circle shifts, Hot Juice, it's going to be very difficult for many of these teams. Nova should be okay.
Yeah, I think they're going to be okay for now. Oh, wow. Okay. So they are in a great position, especially with that building. The only issue is that mountainside behind them. It does leave them open, you know, for a vehicle pull-up. There goes Carnage, and Boring Protocol is eliminated there in 13th place. 12 squads remaining. Influence Rage. They do have Lil Boy down, just gets picked up. And they are going to have one heck of a rotation here.
This is going to be a good zone shift, honestly, for Influence Rage. They can figure this out. The zone did shift towards their way, so not looking good for Alpha 7. But meanwhile, on the western side, Hot Juice, we have 4 teams potentially about to class each other on their way in. And will a team full send Nova? That's the big question here.
Yeah, let's see if they're going to be able to do it indeed. And Nova, they are just holding that spot down. Meanwhile, you know, you got Influence Rage at the bottom southern side of this zone. They do have a path to entry here, but you know, all these squads that are outside, INTZ, VIVOKEYD, and Loops, even Buluc Chabtan, the last remaining member, can be headed this way. Swagin still up, by the way, in his buggy, all the way at the edge, just trying to hold on for a little bit longer. Cielo, beautiful knock there. INTZ starting to just show up, and this is what we see time and time again from these squads that make it all the way at the bottom. They really just start playing like themselves and start having the games of their lives.
Yeah, 7 eliminations, and they're looking like they're in an advantage over VIVOKEYD. They need to get those first aids off, though. Both players do manage to get it off, and just as I say that, they're firing shots right back into INTZ, but Blue Zone is closing, Hot Juice. They don't have much more time to take this engagement.
Not at all. They do have a vehicle here, though, so they are going to make that move. Oh, I don't know if that was a nade. Oh, my goodness. Barely surviving that one. Great nade there from INTZ. He's going to have to get in that beat-up buggy and full send it. That thing's on fire, though. One bullet, and it's done. Here comes the back of that hillside that I was talking about earlier. Nova, you have to start keeping an eye out on their backs. Alpha 7 are eliminated, so Swagin tried his best, but only was able to make it to 8th place.
Yeah, that's not the placement points they're looking for. Influence Rage, however, 6 eliminations and still has 4 members up, and they have control of the southern side. This gives them a lot of flex to work with, whereas Nova, you see them, they're kind of sandwiched in between a lot of teams. This could be a big game for Influence Rage instead of for Nova now.
Yeah, 100%. Let's see. This next zone is going to pop here, and this is going to be a big one here. Where does it go? Does it go to the east side? Does it center up? It's going to be a huge deciding factor on who wins this match. And QZ picking up another elimination. This is a huge one here for Nova. Can they get this full squad wipe against All Glory Gaming? That'll be huge 4 elimination points that they have to have.
Yeah, I think QZ got 3. Here comes the nade. I know he's good with these nades. Is it far enough, though?
Oh, it's like a red zone. Oh, what a return nade, though. from INTZ, putting on some pressure. So Nova are having to worry about 2 different squads. They can't get split up too much. All Glory Gaming does go down, so QZ do get quite a few of those points. One of them did get stolen, though, from INTZ. Nice nade there, though. QZ, you mentioned
QZ.
it. On point with those nades, Zoo.
Oh, man, I can't believe he hit that one. Oh, they're going to get the confirmation, too, potentially. But Nova, they've got to move. They're not yet in the zone. The zone has almost nothing to work with at this point. Influence Rage with a 2-2 split on the south side, trying to figure out if they want to take the west or eastern side of the zone. Nova with that full reset, 4 members up, 9 elimination points. QZ with 5 hot jukes. This man is stepping up when they really need him.
Oh man, is he stepping up indeed. And he's basically taking on INTZ all by himself here. I'm not sure if that is a mistake though, because at the end of the day, if you're Nova here, you need nothing less than first place. Adrian from VIVOKEYD trying to hang on. Yeah, that blue zone, he can't eat it at all. And INTZ are just forced to come out. QZ on that huge off angle gets knocked, and he's way out of position here. I think that was a big mistake here from Nova.
Oh, meanwhile, you see Influence Rage circling around the backside, looking to third party, and Nova
point.
down to 2.
Here goes Koi, trying to get that res off. Blue zone's coming. Influence Rage is now inside the zone. They were able to get a huge position while all this action was happening. So now you got the second place team gonna put up some massive points here. Oh, kindness!
Ooh.
So clutch!
We're down to 3. That was absolutely massive for Nova. They're in the top 3 now. They don't have a full squad. They're trying to do what they can, but Influence Rage with all 4 pot jukes, all 4 members of Influence Rage.
Oh, but now they're gonna get picked up quite a bit, because here comes Shifan with a beautiful off angle, catches Federal. Now it's all up to Lil Boy. It's Lil Boy versus Shifan here. Don't forget, Golden Eagles are still up with a beautiful angle. But right now, Influence Rage have put themselves in pinch city, but they are giving time. They have time to get these resets right now. Golden Eagles are not focusing on them like they should be. Look at this.
Shifan, he goes down to a grenade. That was huge for INF. Nova just down to 1 now.
INF refuses to go down. Now it's just Lil Boy. Golden Eagles now finally starting to pay attention to this INF team right in front of them. And Lil Boy is just creeping and crawling, looking for the tallest little piece of grass to keep alive. Meanwhile, kindness goes down. Lil Boy clutches it up for his squad once again.
Oh, man.
It can't go down.
Oh, boy. Can he win this? Oh, look at his HP. He's literally got none.
He has to boost. He has to boost to 1 HP.
It's a 1v2. I mean, Lil Boy, if anyone could do it, it's Lil Boy. I mean, this was already big. This is already way big enough for Influence Rage with how bad Alpha 7 did. The fact they took down Nova was huge. So they're going to maintain it. But Golden Eagles, 2v1, they've won chicken dinners, hot juice. Can they get this one?
I mean, just put on a show at this point, Lil Boy. You have put this team so hard on your back with some just insane gameplay, so many eliminations. And it just still shocks me how this team refuses to go down. One of the most difficult teams it looks like to take out. Even when it looks like they're done and dusted, squads still fear them and hesitate. And it just opens up the door for Influence Rage. Lil Boy laying down behind that dossier. And just
please give the circle to Lil Boy. Give him a fighting chance. Don't make him be the one to push out.
I think he's going to hit these. You cannot, if you are Golden Eagles, you have to 2v1. You cannot go 1v1v1. He put on a smoke here. Do they have any utility left? I wonder if Lil Boy happens to have some as well. That broken vehicle. Man, is it just coming up so clutch here for Lil Boy. Dossier. Look at it. Oh, here comes the nade. Oh, it looks like that was a stun grenade, so it doesn't sound like Golden Eagles. I mean, look how hesitant they are. It's a 2v1. Beautiful angles here. And Lil Boy still up. Refuses to go down. But he has no meds.
No meds.
Here comes the full burst. Here comes the full push. And that's gonna be it. So Lil Boy still hanging on, clutching up a second place finish. And it's Golden Eagles that get a huge chicken dinner here. Right here at the end. No better time than ever. Wow.
Golden Eagles. I mean, this team kind of just shows up, just kind of like out of nowhere. When they get the wins, they get those huge wins. So shout outs to Golden Eagles, but I want to draw it back to Nova and Influence Rage, right? The top 3 teams. Alpha 7, #1 team, goes out early, no points. Alpha 7, they're biting their fingernails now. And good thing for them, though, we got 1 game left, but the scoreboard, Hodjooks, is going to be extremely close.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. But I'll tell you what, this last game is going to be a doozy because those teams at the bottom, they got nothing to lose. And the team at top have everything to lose. Guys, 1 more game left to go. Get some hype. We'll see you back after this break.
Realme C35, standout 50 MP, fit-in design.
That is a catchy song, especially right now after I drink a Monster Energy. I'm just feeling, by the way, shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for this championship. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's about to be over. 1 more match, and wow, so much stuff happened in the last match. I mean, Influence Rage, they showed up when they needed to show up. Alpha 7, you were talking about choking there. The roles were absolutely flipped between those two.
Indeed it was. I mean, Influence Rage had 9 points up to this point so far today. Now getting 21 points in this game alone, that is the time to step it up if you want to get that win, right? If you want to get that overall win, being the champions. But again, though, the champions so far has been propelling all the other teams.
They had way too much of a deja vu, and they were like, nope, not happening again. Let's claw it back. Let's try to make something happen here. Bottom half of the leaderboard after this, match number 5, guys. Honor Souls down here, unfortunate, but they had a great day.
Look, Honor Souls might be down here, but we did have Golden Eagles in the top, getting their 2nd chicken dinner here for today.
That's crazy.
And also, of course, you had Nova. For once, all 4 up towards until the end. You saw what they could do when they had all 4 up. 13 eliminations in this game.
They might have not gotten the win, but they ended up getting the points, the most exciting from everybody with the 23 points. And I mean, this is what you've been asking.
Exactly.
Yes.
You've
been asking, what can this team do when all 4 are still alive? I feel like you kind of finally got your answer.
Look, yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to see, and what a time to step it up, right? 1 more game to go after this one, and I mean, sure, they've always been able to secure the points on Sanhok. That is great, but this is what I've been looking for when I wanted to see the Nova that came out as the 2nd place from the PMPL NA there, and now they are not getting overshadowed. This time, they are in the top for me.
Yeah, I love to see how this late game turned out. It was a really rough circle. There was barely any playable spades here. Shifan and how Nova played in the end was extremely good. But if they had a little bit more utility, if they had a little bit more to play with, they could potentially take that ridge on one of the dips that we saw. But unfortunately, it didn't work out for them. But fortunate for Golden Eagles, another game on the board for them. It's crazy.
Yeah, that is a team that's also fighting for that top 5. I mean, it was good for Nova to step it up because Honor Souls was starting to get scary close to them. Now, I want to go back to the top. I want to talk about Influence Rage and Alpha 7. These 2 teams, I feel like they've just been going at it since day 2, back and forth. Who's going to be able to take it? At one point, we thought it was going to be Influence Rage just running away with it. It hasn't been like that. And now, going into the final match, which team is going to step up? Which team, are they going to try to hunt down each other? Is that a possibility?
I don't think so. With how close it is right now, they got too much to lose, right? So I don't think that they try to hunt each other down. If anything, we might see one of the teams, usually Influence Rage would be this one, that would not drop on their normal drop spot. Instead, they will opt to go somewhere else because they don't want to get hot dropped by a team like Alpha 7.
Yeah, I would love to see a hot drop though. It's kind of the only way you can contest right now because there's usually a hot drop is when there's only 2 teams fighting for it, right? Yep. So either you try to hot drop to attack, or you hot drop to defend if you are completely wild. But really insane to see here from Alpha 7. They had a fantastic showing so far. They've really stepped it up. Obviously, our Season 2 champions from last year.
And this is what I like with this team, right? Look at how consistent it is throughout the whole board.
So
it's not one player that is all above everybody else.
Yeah.
Everyone is pulling their part of the job, doing that, making sure that they're putting Alpha 7 towards the top.
Yeah, and what was interesting for me to see is that Carrillo does have the most damage, but he doesn't have the most elims. And that is just so surprising to me. I'm used to seeing Carrillo as this MVP godlike, right? He's always able to get the elims. He's always able to help out his team in a big way. And I feel like going into this final match, they really need that fragging power. Yes, the damage is great. You might be able to be, in a way, supporting the team, but the team needs those elims, and it needs to happen going into this last match. Another team that I was kind of hinting at was Nova Esports. They were being chased by Honor Souls, and with the way that last match finished, it might be really close, but Nova might have just been able to edge out a bit of a gap.
I'm pretty sure that Nova, they got a little bit ahead of Honor Souls when it comes to after this last match, right? But look at this.
So close.
This is really close. Yeah, I mean, look at how close it is. Not just the damage, but the average placement is 5 for both of the teams.
Yeah.
Look at the average eliminations.
Only 0.6 difference.
Exactly. It is so close between both of the teams, right? But at the same time,
Less than a half minute in average survival time difference as well.
Hey, we keep on seeing both of the teams towards the end. That's why. But this time around, Nova got a little bit higher up on the last game there, and that might be the difference. And I would still keep an eye on them for the last game here.
And I feel like with this last match that we just played, Nova being able to get all those elims helped them out in a big way in regards to those stats. For everyone currently watching on YouTube, please let us know right now, who do you think is going to end up winning this championship? It is going to become a nail-biter. And while you're at it, make sure you answer that YouTube chat poll. You can get a chance at winning a Google Play gift card. That's right. It's going to be worth about $10. All you have to do is just answer that YouTube chat poll. And while you're at it, don't forget, stay tuned, because even after we play this match and we announce the champion, we're also gonna have a show match in Livik. It is gonna be with the top 12 teams from Americas from this championship, and it's gonna be absolute madness. But going into the last game, guys, this is it. And this is it also for those teams that didn't perform that well. I'm gonna be looking at the Chosen NA. I'm gonna be looking at Boring Protocol. Oh God, back-to-back NA teams.
Oh no.
You're gonna have to do something that's at least a little bit impactful here. And I have seen it before where teams that are in that position, they wanna cause a little bit of mayhem towards the teams that are at the top.
I'll tell you exactly what will happen though. That is not going to happen at all, because they're all going to go Hacienda. And the Chosen, they will go there as well. They're gonna be third partying that. We've seen that happen before. I feel like there's no reason they would not do that again. It's the last match, right? They want to make an impact on that one. So here we go. I mean, what else are they going to do?
It's a fight. Who's the best out of the Hacienda teams, right? And it's coming down to the last match.
Last time it was the Blue Zone.
Ooh, we've been talking about it. And ladies and gentlemen, the final match. That's right, I'm getting hype. The final match of PMPL Americas is about to get started. Hot Jukes and Tute, take it away.
Woo! Let's go, baby. Final match here of the Americas Championship here in Spring. What's up, everybody? I'm Hot Jukes once again here with Zute, and it all comes down to this too. I know we didn't hear it on the desk, but I gotta ask you this question, okay? Last game shenanigans. We always see them, right? Because the teams at the bottom got nothing to lose. The teams at the top have everything to lose. And the teams in the middle need to go nuts if they want to make something happen. So, Zoo, are we going to see some of these teams at the bottom pull some, a little toxicity here? So maybe some hot drops? Maybe?
Honestly, I don't know what to expect. I think this is the first time we've seen, the first place team be so close to a few other teams. Usually we have one team kind of running away with it, but the challenge, the level of difficulty has increased in a way where it's not just a free win for first place anymore. And on top of that, INTZ took down Alpha 7 last game. That means it does not matter if you're in 15th place and you were in first place. That 15th place team can take you out too. So everything is just all up in the air. And this playing path, Hot Jukes, is going straight down the middle, meaning if you had to target a team and you wanted to do it, well, this is the perfect playing path to do so, because everybody's going to be able to drop kind of wherever they want, and that might be somewhere where it's going to be a little bit more of a hot drops, Hot Jukes.
Woo! Well, here we go. Final match for the last time here. And like you mentioned, it's a play path right down the middle. And, oh, I can't tell you how happy I am. It's ending in Miramar. The desert. The action. The biggest map here in PUBG M. Oh my goodness. And like you said, this is the perfect playing path for squads looking to hot drop each other. Anything can happen here. Anything can happen, but I'll tell you what, we got one team in the south saying, "Ooh, ain't nothing happened down here."
Yeah, that team wants no action.
No, sir.
I don't think we've seen a team even drop there yet on Miramar, really, but this playing path allows for it. My eyes are, however, around the Hacienda region. We know that is where the hot drop is almost guaranteed to happen because we've seen it every single time so far. And the zone, we're going to go back down to a southern zone.
Oh my goodness. Oh, these teams are just exhaling like you wouldn't believe, because southern zones, in my opinion, some of the most difficult in Miramar. The terrain down here is just unbelievably toxic. So many hills, rocks. It's so difficult to rotate with vehicles. So these teams that land in the south, they got to be pretty hyped up. And I'm looking at Nova, our third place squad here. They need a massive game here, Zoo.
Nova, that's a good start for them. That zone being that far down south and they're already starting in that area, that's great. You do not want to be one of the teams in the north. Well, actually, speaking about teams in the north, right? Alpha 7 Influence Rage, I think they're okay with it because that's how they play. But we know Nova, they always like to play more central. We saw in that Erangel match how much they prioritize that center spot, and it worked out great for them. So this circle is a blessing for Nova. They don't have to worry about having a tough rotation into the center of the zone for Miramar on this game.
A big break, but the tough part is, like I mentioned earlier, it's the last game. The last game, and anything can happen here. You got some teams that in their mind are like, hey, you know what? We got nothing to lose. Let's just go and take out some of these top squads, put on a show. And you got some teams, to be honest, that are also just very disheartened. And they're like, hey, you know what? Let's just get out of here, And you hate to see it and hear it, but it is a part of the game. And anytime you have an alteration in mindset from even just a couple of teams, it really just alters the entire dynamic of how the last match is played.
Gotta agree with that one. Influence Rage on the far north side here at La Cabrera, and Alpha 7 is in El Pozo. Both teams coming in from the northwestern side. Now on Miramar, Hot Jukes, rotations, yes, they're very vast and open, and there's a lot of different ways you can rotate into the zone. But the fact that Alpha 7 and Influence Rage are coming from similar sides of the map, we might see them run into each other earlier rather than later, and that might be a potential setup for a huge fight that we will see. Boring Protocol still getting into fights very early with TC, and that's a trade. That's a one-for-one trade, but Godfan will get eliminated. Acer, however, on the other hand, can get revived. He's a bit separated, but I think Carnage is already heading over that way to get the revive.
Yeah, the second last place team against the last place squad here. So they're just going to kind of go at it right here, but my eyes and my thoughts are all at these teams here at the top, That's what I really want to see, even if it's their rotations here at this point, because, dude, I mean, this is huge, But it's worth keeping an eye on some of these teams at the bottom, because, like I said, they are kind of like the wild card squads here. They got nothing to lose.
Boring Protocol spec with that elimination. I think they are going to try and maybe engage on TC. TC right now in San Martin, kind of a difficult area to hunt down players. But Boring Protocol, as with many other teams, like you said, they've got nothing to lose at this point. They should just do what they want, have no hesitations. If they want to take a fight, take the fight. If they want to rotate, full send on in, take that rotational path, take that position you want. And looking at the mini-map, the Knights, rotating in pretty center very early on. They've already left Picado. Nova still continuing to loot up in this giant city of Los Leones. They do have a team of ATON close by, but it is Los Leones, so I don't think these two teams will engage anytime soon. Choco running all the way up to the top, though, to get some sightlines on the Nova team.
Yeah, you can see him, ATON Esports. Just looking right now for some intel, looking to put some points up on the board, you know, possibly even try some new things and just practice, you know, for future tournaments that we'll see here. XSET, though, this is a squad we definitely want to keep an eye on. They are doing a nice engagement here with Buluc Chabtan. You can see Elian Kid very close by, and you got Fernan on top of the mountainside just trying to buy some time. Those are all just basically warning shots to kind of hopefully just slow down the pace here of XSET.
Oh man, those shots didn't connect, but you could hear how laser tight that recoil control is, just peppering the wall. That was like 8-9 bullets just slamming right next to that player's head. Fernan right now, I think it's just trying to apply pressure to keep XSET a little bit trapped in, and potentially Buluc might try and do something, but Buluc is really split up. I'm looking at the minimap. They have a 1-1-1 split that is 1,000+ meters away from one another. So Buluc definitely did not start off this match the way they wanted to, so far separated.
Yeah, I think that's an absolute fact here. It's going to be interesting to see how Buluc... Yeah, oh, look at that shade. Now, busting out the Car 98. Finally seeing some nice snipes here. Miramar's a place, of course, where we're going to see it. And you got Buluc Chabtan, 2 members down here in the final match. Reyes, man, he was doing so much for his squad early on in this tournament. Just can't seem to make it happen for his team here in the end game.
On the other side of things, all the way to the north, we have All Glory Gaming getting into fight with Mezexis Dreams. I think Mezexis Dreams just lost a player up there to the north. A lot of fights happening. INTZ rotating very close by to Boring Protocol. That might just be a fight about to erupt, as Boring Protocol kind of has the setup around the Mezexis Dreams. Oh, nope, we're switching back to Boring Protocol. Hodrix, here comes the engagement.
All right, here we go. Boring Protocol, INTZ. These two teams have been going at each other the entire tournament so far. And yeah, we're looking at Boring Protocol. Continue on with these engagements. I do think I see in the map, you know, Mezexis and All Glory Gaming getting at it as well. They are a little bit higher up on the leaderboards than these two squads. See if maybe we can get some eyes on that engagement as well. So yeah, we're just seeing these teams poke up on each other. Middle of the map though, Los Leones. Man, dude, so many squads are starting to center up there and take positions. Things might get spicy down in the Leones side of things.
Yeah, that's the center of the map right now. But with this, we're still only on the first circle. Who knows where it could go? INTZ and Boring Protocol kind of like in a chess match right now, trying to find the better position. But we have Mezexis Dreams coming right on behind of Boring Protocol from the north. It's a party up here on the northern side, as so many of these teams are trying to head down south and hold that thought. INF is kind of rotating really close by to another team. That might be another potential engagement near the power grid side you see on that northwestern side.
I think you make a great point here. Anything can happen here at this point. So many different locations that these teams are trying to find, and all these teams that really need to make some moves on the leaderboards, they have to have a crazy match. So I think that's why we're seeing just so much pressure here. And we saw Wacho catching some nice shots on the spec. Oh, does get turned on though. Here comes Sam from the backside, picking up some nice eliminations.
Sam definitely popping out and doing a quick surprise on that player. They'll get the revive onto spec. All Glory Gaming coming in from the north too. Are they going to decide to third party the third party? Sam getting shot from the other angle. Netso's trying to take some shots onto Carnage. It is just all out mayhem.
All out mayhem indeed.
Carnage gets blown up.
Oh goodness. So yeah, Carnage. Nice shots here. Coming on down. And Boring Protocol. That is going to be the end of their tournament. First team out.
Man, Boring Protocol cannot catch a break. This time around, they didn't even get hot dropped on, But I think they went out in a worse fashion than they do when they do get hot drop. Next circle did shift. Looking at the map, it has centered onto Los Leones, like dead center. This is only circle 2 though, so it can still very easily head away from Los Leones, but that is currently what we're looking at.
Yes, indeed. So much still going on here, so much action to be had. Here goes Coops. Look, keep an eye on the mini-map here for all these other teams here. Nova is a huge squad that has a ton of position. And it looks like, right now we look at there on the side, INTZ with 3 eliminations. XSET picking up a nice little 2 with their full squad up. And it looks like we may see Alpha 7 getting into some engagements here too.
Potentially so.
Look how
just keeping
calculated
my
this
eyes
last
on
match
the
is.
map. Yeah, it is intense right now.
goodness.
Everybody. I mean, we had the early action already. I think this is the time and period where the teams that wanted the smoke, they got the smoke already. Now it might just cool down a little bit as, oh, we do have a team coming in very close by. I believe that's Buluc and VIVOKEYD maybe breaking into engagement. Yeah, Reyes was very separated from the rest of his team. Actually, he is the last one up for his team. Maybe he's trying to sneak just 1 point here onto VIVOKEYD if they're not careful.
Yeah, looks like he's trying to sneak something. So we keep a looking eye on these squads. VIVOKEYD trying to catch Reyes. Oh, not moving a muscle. Nice angle here. Switching to FPP, trying to catch some angles. And he's gonna see him come to the door. And oh, they saw that coming from a mile away. Yeah, Diego says, I ain't falling for that, buddy. Not today. And here comes the box shooting. Buluc Chabtan. That's the end of their tournament. Now as they go out in 15th place.
Teams are just ready for anything. Usually that would work. You know, like last year, years previous, he would definitely catch one, but that player would just, everybody head on a swivel at this point. Even snaking just is not going to work. Alpha 7 on the southwest with Golden Eagles hot jukes. They're heading straight into each other. And oh, one of Alpha 7 just got knocked. This could be very, two of Alpha 7 is actually knocked hot jukes.
Oh. We got to get an eye on them right here because this is just massive. There he is. There's Revel from way downtown. And so far, what a shot from Golden Eagles from downtown. And they're going to hunt them down here. And the second they get these finishes, they're going to know. And the rest of Alpha 7, they ain't anywhere near close by. Yeah, it's over. They're gone.
Oh, my. And Alpha 7 is playing it so careful, edging in on like one of the most, you could say, random side of the circles, and they ran into Golden Eagles. Alpha 7 down to 2. Their tournament first place finish looking very, very unlikely right now, if you ask me. But hold on, Influence, one of them just got knocked. Oh man, and all the top teams taking hits right now, except for the Nova squad.
Oh my goodness. Nova are just licking their lips right now. So excited, because now is their chance. Now is their time to really shine here. Huge, huge opportunity. The door is now open for them. Can they capitalize on it? That's the question.
Influence, they're staying to see if they can maybe get the revive. They're very hesitant though, and with good reason. INTZ has a dominant position in this engagement, yeah. And he realizes,
Those shots look a little shaky. Those shots look a little shaky right there.
Just a little bit. INF is going to back off. They realize this team is pretty aggressive, and they're not going to be able to get that revive in.
Yeah, not to mention, you know, once that elimination happened, they realized that, hey, this is the top squad right now. We got nothing to lose. Hey, let's press on them. So, man, I mean, Influence Rage have to play this very carefully. You can see the nervousness already in their gameplay. Just a little, and that little shake, that little hesitation can cost everything. There goes Carrillo. Finished. Rev. Oh! I thought we were about to see the punch out. But Verum. Oh, this is just intense here, Zoo.
Yeah, INTZ taking one down of INF. Golden Eagles taking 2 down of Alpha 7. These are not the predictions you would have made coming into the last game, but we said it the whole entire time, right? Teams at the top, they got everything to lose, and everyone else middle and below, well, I mean, they could just play as carefree as they want, and it is showing right now. The top teams taking massive casualties early.
Ooh, not a worry in the world, Zoo. These guys are big chillin'. Unbelievable. Knights, dead center of the zone here. In a good position. Nova, that's the team that, I mean, I'm looking at keeping just laser focus on because they have a big chance here, especially with Alpha 7 so hurt. Influence Rage as well. This next zone, in both of these squads are going to have to move towards it. And I think Influence Rage, they're going to have to really make sure that they're on point. Yeah, instantly hopping in the vehicles and they're on the move.
Yeah, so Influence Rage, they could get in the zone, but Nova definitely has the better position between Alpha 7 and Influence Rage. This is shaping up to be potentially... I mean, okay, I don't want to say anything. I'm not going to make any predictions in this last game, Hodges. I do not want to be that guy. So I'm just going to state the facts. Nova in a better position than the two other teams.
Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Next zone. You can see these players, these teams trying to make a move onto it. And it's going to be pretty interesting to see here. Influence Rage have a great spot, but they do have to get moving here. Yeah, you can see there, Kowalski, he's going to go ahead and get in that buggy, and he's going to start heading out here any second now. Oh, Chico now having to get in the mix, trying to defend himself against a full squad of Golden Eagles. Gets one. And Perum is pretty beat up here.
Oh, dang. Chico holding it down all by himself. I don't know why Chico's spread out in a split like that. Maybe it's specifically to put him in a risky position to get the points, though, right? And it is working out. And oh, that grenade didn't get the knock. Hold on. Chico goes down, but the rest of the Knights are here to help now.
Oh, goodness. Here they come. Yessie hopping in the buggy. He's trying to find another position here because the Knights are coming in quick. Oh, it's Choco from ATON. Popping about the buggy with the M24. The bolt action showing up here in the final match of the Americas Championship. That's what I like to see.
Hold on. Kindness just got a knock, so that could be a potential point for the Nova side. Kindness got a knock onto a Mezexis Dreams player all the way in the northeast, out in the blue zone. So that could be a potential confirmed point for the Nova side. Looking at the score right now, Nova already has 1 point. Alpha 7 and Influence Rage, not looking too good. Alpha 7 0, and Influence did manage to pick up 1 point so far as well.
Oh, it's going to be in... Things are starting to ramp up here. XSET, full squad up. 2 eliminations to their name. INTZ now with 4 eliminations. Color me shocked. Here they go. And that's what happens when you start seeing these squads who got nothing to lose really just starting to show up here in the final match. Next zone is closing. Nova are trying to push their way in as we keep an eye on XSET, INTZ, and The Chosen. We really got to start keeping an eye, though, on those top teams, though, because, oh, man, things are really starting to ramp up.
With the way everyone's spread out, we got Nova in the northeast, INF in the northwest, and Alpha 7 in the south. The zone is going to bless one of these teams. Which team will it be, Hot Jukes? You can make your prediction right here. I'm going to stray away from any predictions towards this late game.
I'm going to do the exact same because, come on. You know, it is just too much to handle here at this point. The way these squads are just getting it done here. Because, anything can happen. Anything can happen. Nova, they need nothing less than a chicken dinner here, though, if they really want to get in one of those top spots that they're looking for.
Ooh, and that circle, it centers on up. Doesn't really favor any team, but for sure, Influence Rage, the team in the worst position with that shift. Nova can break on in. Alpha 7 has a closed zone, but Alpha 7 only has 2 players up. It's a toss-up right now for really what's going to happen.
I really want to see that rotation from Influence Rage to see how they try to get in from here, because it's going to be worth noting for sure. Because if they really want to just hold on to everything, and they're in a good spot, I would assume, but still, they have to put up some big points here. XSET going back and forth. Honored Souls getting the better of that engagement. And it looks like they are going to get that finish here. As the last member of XSET's got that nade cocked and loaded. Can he catch him? Oh, he throws it perfectly. Oh, the broken wall coming in so clutch.
Oh.
And down goes XSET.
There's the Influence Rage right there in the background making their rotation in. They're driving by very close right now. And this rotation is going to be massive. Can they get in somewhere safe? Oh, no, that is not what you want to be doing, crashing into each other. And Honored Souls is going to be taking shots at them. One player down to 1 HP. Can he get away in the buggy? That's going to potentially turn. It is actually the Knights.
Just absolute insanity happening here. Pandemonium. You can see for some reason, Influence Rage just can always still survive. The rest of Alpha 7, they're trying to keep up their tournament hopes up here as Swagin is getting pushed up in here by Honored Soul. Here we go. UMP action. He said, sit down, son. You ain't going anywhere. One elimination now on the total of Alpha 7. Influence Rage. Oh, what a shot.
Oh, no.
What a shot. And he is way out of position, so he is not getting picked back up. And the rest of Influence Rage still have a couple members up. They do catch Fedidal. Trying to get some shots off the back of that buggy. Is he going to be able to hit the noise? Oh, but here comes Alpha 7. Not for this third party. And they got angles. Swagin! Oh! Picks up the double. Huge point. Make it trouble. Look at that 4. 4 elimination points on the side of Alpha 7, and they want more. This duo.
If they could get this, they're in a great spot. That grenade's gonna hit. Oh, it damages. Oh, the double. These are the points Alpha 7 desperately
Oh my
need right now.
goodness. 7 eliminations from this duo that is Alpha 7. They're looking dead in the eyes of Influence Rage, and they're saying, we're not done yet.
Not at all, but hold on, Hodgix. Nova still has 4 up.
Exo goes to the north.
4 points too.
The next circle goes to the north. Alpha 7 as the duo putting in so much work. Now just looking to the sky and saying, why? Gonna have to make a huge rotation here. Influence Rage gonna have to do the same. The Knights are in a great position to gatekeep both of these teams. Meanwhile, Nova on the other side of things, they are in a great spot. But with Alpha 7 getting so many elimination points, is it too late? That's the question. Nova gotta start wrapping up things here quick.
1000%, and Alpha 7's actually gonna have to move by Influence Rage. This is Nova's game. They might not know it, but they're in the prime position to farm a lot of points, but they gotta go aggressive. Because Alpha 7, they're doing what exactly needs to be done, fighting their way in. Imagine if Alpha 7 didn't lose those 2 players earlier. This would be a completely different game, but they're doing so much. Influence Rage taking shots at Mafioso. Shots are connecting. He's forced to make that quick U-turn back.
Oh man, he hit that U-turn real quick. And now you're gonna see Swagin making the bold rotation. Fedidal runs on the wide open, hits the laydown, almost gets some nice turn shots, and yeah, easy pickup from Mafioso. Goes for the med kit, it's not gonna be fast enough. He's gonna go down to the blue zone, and I wonder if he's gonna kind of lean back to not give any points up to the side of Influence Rage. But now then here come the Knights, looking to eliminate both of these squads. It's just Kaoski left for Influence Rage, and here comes Papa Blue.
Wait, Swagin actually safe in the zone? If he could stay alive in this circle, that is absolutely massive. Nova's taking their fight, though. One of Nova just got knocked by ATON Esports.
Nova, they had to have been looking at the elimination feed. There goes Kaoski into the buggy. He goes, making the bold rotation. That buggy is beat up, and he's gone. Xenox ending the reign that is Influence Rage. Oh, I can't wait to see the leaderboards at the end of this. It's gonna be a doozy because Alpha 7 still has Swagin once again. Last one up, and now it's up to Nova. Put up some massive points and get the dinner. Shifan backs up away, and here comes his North American brother Xenox with the perfect third party to help him out. Catches up the double. But these are points that Nova needs.
Yeah. Knights might be saving Nova, but they're taking away the points. That is 2 more points that Nova will not be able to get. They need that chicken, like you said, and they need some elimination points. The score is so close right now for all of these teams. Meanwhile, Swagin, only 4 up, or 4 teams left up, and he's just chilling for those placement points.
Yes, indeed. And Nova, they're just looking to go because they want that dinner. They want nothing less than first place. But they have to realize, too, that we need some elimination points. ATON is still up in the mix. The zone goes completely away onto the Knights. And the Knights are primed, locked, and loaded to take this one away. Can Nova take it away from them, it doesn't look likely.
You know, I want to say Nova's weakness the entire tournament is, compared to the other top teams, right, is their aggression. They're not able to frag out like Alpha 7 or Influence Rage, but now is the time where they need to be able to show that they can do it. They need to take out the Knights and then sweep the rest of the map, and I don't even know if that's enough. Can they do it, Hodgix?
We'll have to find out. Yeah, QZ, we know that he's got the aggression, that's for sure. He needs to tap onto his brothers there and just start turning things up. Here comes ATON. They're trying to make the bold rotation on in here. And there's Swagin. Swagin is still up. Top 4 position. Influence Rage went out in 5th place. So there he goes. Making the nice little jump punches. Trying to get in to this next zone. Sneak up onto Xenox. Did Xenox hear him? That's the question. Oh, what a turn from Fran. And here comes ATON. And this is the perfect time for Nova to rotate now.
This is a point.
Swagin.
This is a free point.
Easy point. Takes it to the bank. Going for the quick finish. Yep. Gets it confirmed. 8 elimination points. And this is from a duo. Here comes Nova.
That's insane.
Coops. Oh, he's got the MG3. Hits the laydown. That's the gun to have in this kind of position. And now, it's just Coops. And the Knights go out. A clutch play from Shifan to hold on for Nova. And here comes Swagin, still in the mix, using all that chaos to finish up ATON and secure at least a 2nd place finish. And if he gets this, that's 9 eliminations. Oh, he's hurt. Oh, he's hurt bad.
Where's Nova at, though? Nova needs these 2 points right now.
Yep, need both. Not just one, but not gonna do it in time. Took too long to get the reset. Give the point on over to Swagin. And now it's Nova that get the much-needed chicken dinner. Will it be enough? The final match. What a game.
Okay, Hodgix. This cannot have gone any more perfect for the suspense to be built in the best way possible. Nova, coming into the 2nd to last match, we say they needed a pop-off game. They had that pop-off game. Alpha 7 dropped their ball on the lead 2nd to the last match, and now coming into the last match, they didn't get the chicken, but they came out huge as a duo, and Nova got the chicken. But the elimination points, which was something Nova was always lacking in, came to fruition once again. They got the chicken, but they did not get the insane amount of eliminations that Influence Rage and Alpha 7 has been getting the whole tournament. I don't know what the scores are like, Hot Jukes, and I think everyone is dying to find out. We are in one of the most suspenseful PMPL American Champions crowning in years that we have seen.
I mean, these teams fought it out to the end, like blood, sweat, and tears to make it happen. That duo from Alpha 7 refusing to go down and put their team on their back. I mean, it was basically heroic. And for everybody watching, I mean, of course, they can't wait to figure out how this all ends, who's going to be crowned our champion. But don't forget, we also have an amazing show match afterwards where we're going to get to see some of these pros go at it in Livik, something I've been waiting to see forever, Zoo.
Oh yeah, Livik with pro play. I've seen a tournament done on Livik before with pro players. Let me just tell you, Hot Chicks, it is absolutely fun like no other. So you definitely want to stay tuned to that, Hot Chicks.
Fun indeed, guys. Oh, it's a fun in the sun. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ooh, it's definitely going to be fun, but you know what? We're going to be jumping straight into the overall because, oh my gosh.
Oh God. What a game we had there in the last one. This
insane.
I don't know.
You know what? Let's look at this one first, all right? The XSET 9th place. Loops, they were doing good for a bit there, but
Divino came back too late. It was too late. That's the problem. Coming back in day 3, I mean, they had 2 days without the full roster, but here we go. 4th to 11th. Iron Souls to get that 4th place. So we know what that means, right? In the top, we still have Influence Rage, we have Alpha 7, we have Nova, but the big question is in what order they ended up in the top there.
And for this, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time we show you the top 3. Who's gonna be in that first place?
Oh!
Influence
2 points difference. I can't believe it, guys.
It is so close between all 3 of these teams, but Influence Rage, they managed to prevail this one, and they get the biggest of them all of the chicken dinners.
They couldn't close it out in PMPL Brazil, but here at the even bigger stage, PMPL Americas Spring Championship, guys, to close it out, and they're the winner.
Yeah, they were getting those flashbacks you told me earlier. They were feeling that deja vu. Guess what? Brazil is once again the champions of PMPL Americas Brazil, showing that they are the best region. Not only that, they had 2 teams at the top, and a big surprise, I mean, it was Nova, but overall, Influence Rage, they had the damage, they had the ilms, they had everything, and on top of that, I mean, their players, everybody from that team was just performing so well.
I mean, this is the team that we expected to be towards the top. We didn't really know if they were going to be able to take the #1 spot because the competition was so rough, right? But in the end, I mean, this is pure joy to see them finally being able to get that #1 spot after missing out with just 1 point in the PMPL Brazil.
Bravo, bravo, Influence Rage. Avenger, you couldn't have said it better.
Honestly, we heard it from Kayovsky in the interview, right? So they expected to be top 3 for sure. Here they are taking it home. Fantastic. I love to see it. Obviously, Frost and I were lucky enough to cover the PMPL Brazil, and they were dominating. They were doing so well. And here, finally able to step up and take this championship home.
And I cannot wait to see how this is going to develop throughout the whole year, because now it's not just Alpha 7 from Brazil. Now there's a new phase. Even though they do have some older players there from previous seasons, Influence Rage. Wow, I'm just impressed. And you know what? We already announced who the champion is, but we've been talking about it this whole time, talking about who's going to be able to be MVP. Is it going to be Little Boy? Is it going to be one of the other players, too, that stepped up? What do you think, Frost? Is it going to be Little Boy?
I think it's going to be Little Boy with his last 2 games. I don't think Ferrum had enough of eliminations, enough of damage to make it towards the top there.
I love to see that it's our championship team that also have the MVP. It's been so hard to go through these championships, and it's not been that. Ferrum has put up an insane fight for the run of this MVP here, but I think it's going to be Little Boy.
I would guess, but I'm more than likely gonna be wrong, so I'm not gonna even try to guess. Please show me who is the MVP of PMPL Americas. Little Boy, 55 villains.
Oh my, Little Boy takes the MVP, coming back as the MVP from AEL Season 5 as well. And we saw in PMPL Brazil, he was towards the top. He didn't get the MVP award there because it was another player on his team, Federal, who got it there.
Yeah, Federal being able to step up. But here, Little Boy, 55 eliminations. It's more eliminations that all of the Chosen has on the entire team.
Oh, no.
Savage, just absolute savage. And I mean, I'm just gonna leave it there. This is gonna be great for him. Right now, they had Federal being an MVP out of Brazil. Now they have Little Boy being the MVP here of Americas. And as I was saying, this team just put a statement out there. This team just said, hey, you guys always hear, when you hear Brazil, PUBG Mobile, you always hear Alpha 7. Well, guess what now? There's a new champion town, and that's going to be Influence Rage. And so far, I couldn't be happier with the way this has finished, Frost.
I mean, yeah, it's just amazing to see. And of course, you also have Kayovsky and Law on that team that has just been phenomenal players. And it doesn't matter. It's sure, they're not on the MVP, but at the same time, they're always rising up to the occasion when it's needed. When Federal, when Little Boy is not able to perform to the level that they're supposed to, that's when you see them step it up, and they gotta make sure that they take that spotlight when they need to.
Yeah, exactly. And what I love as well is obviously Law, in-game leading, Kayovsky. They're enabling these 2 players to become the MVPs, right? Because you won't be able to make all this happen if you can't fully focus on the eliminations, fully focus on putting out the damage. So super happy to see both Little Boy and Federal have the performance that they had for the last 2 months.
Yeah, I mean, and with that, right, going from Influence Rage, going from Alpha 7, a big surprise for me was Nova. We talked about consistency.
Oh, yeah.
We even said, this team, yeah, I don't like the strategy that they're doing, but I do enjoy that they're being consistent. I wish they would have had fragged out a little bit more, and ultimately, I think that's what ended up hurting them.
Sure, you could say that, but at the same time, it felt like they were trying to strategize something together. And while they were doing that, they were making sure that they were getting the points that they needed to put on the board when it came to Sanhok itself. So in the end, I really like what they did on Sanhok, despite me hating what they actually did. It's kind of, you know, the love-hate relationship to it.
What I really love, though, is that they're able to clutch chicken dinner, right? Because we were looking at the A3, like, oh my God, these guys are in the top 3 without any chicken dinners. But they're able to close it out and get one and sustain and become and be viable with this strategy and Sanhok, because a lot of points came from that.
Yeah, and I think what's important here for this team is going to be that average survival time.
For sure.
This is
huge.
Pretty much what kept them there within those top 5 and ultimately allowed them to be in the top 3.
Silently consistent for us.
Silently consistent. The team that was always able to put it up there, put those numbers on the board. We saw him yesterday. 5 out of 6 games, they were top 5. And now being able here today to just take it to the next step. And you can see here on the numbers, sure, it's not the greatest numbers, right? But what we can see from this is that overall, it's pretty linear for all of them.
For sure.
You see, of course, your favorite 7.
Yes.
We see him on the top here with the damage, with the limbs, with the knots. But when it comes to survival time, we know Koi is going to be there because of the Sanhok games.
For sure.
And we're not even currently showing all the heals that he was able to put up. But what you see, some of the stats that I just saw there, I am impressed with the survival time that he was able to put up. Going back to PMPL and A, this was a player that he was able to put up a lot of big numbers in regards to damage, in regards to also ilms, but the average survival time was always lacking. So for him to be able to do this, to move in the right way, I think that was massive for this team as well. Overall, though, what an impressive performances out of Brazil, being able to also have Honor Souls. I feel like we got to give Honor Souls a little bit of credit here,
For sure.
too. The run that team made, they went, I think it was after day 1, if I'm not mistaken. Feel free to tell me, and then, you know, just tweet at us using hashtag PMPL Americas. They went from last place all the way up to 4th place. I don't know what other team could have done that besides Honor Souls.
Yeah, that is just amazing to see, but I just wish that they started off that way, right?
Oh, yeah.
If that happened, I don't even know what it would be towards the top right now. But ending it on the 4th place after coming in from the last and just basically only performing on the last 2 days, it kind of tells you how great of 2 days they've had here.
For sure. They got 4th in the AL Season 5, right? And they would have been a challenger for the top 3 if they started that on day 1 or day 2.
Well, you know what? We've been teasing for the longest time that we were gonna have a special match in Livik. So why don't we actually go into it? Let's see how crazy this match is gonna be, because it's gonna be absolute madness. Casters, take it away.
Woo! Welcome, everybody. The last game we're going to see here. It is the Livik show match. We keep an eye up on 7. Wave. Give us a wave. Give us a good wave. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, looking good. That desk is. Oh.
It's coming off.
Baby.
It's coming off.
I like your shirt. I like your shirt. Woo! Okay. Look at that.
Tiger Boys finally came back. That's what I like it. All right. Made a bit of a delayed appearance, but you know what? I respect it. I think
we're late than ever, right?
Yeah, you look so good. We had to jump in on it too.
Yes, I think we're about to see some furious play styles here out of all these teams. If we had to guess who might actually end up winning that show match.
Oh, don't put me on that spot. No. I don't even want to.
Not a team. A region.
A region.
Okay,
Easy.
Easy. Come on now.
Brazil.
Brazil?
Yeah.
I'll go Latin then, just for the sake that you could go with NA and be the loser.
Go Brazil with me.
That one hurt. But I do have to go with an A. Come on now. You really think I'm going to abandon them after the match?
Look, I'm just going to say, you're going to stay winning. I'm just telling you.
You know what's going to happen?
All right.
I was just going to find a nice little place to heal strat. They're going to secure that top 2 finish. And then, just then, when you think the match is over,
they're going to pounce like a tiger.
Finally. It's gonna happen, okay? I'm not guaranteeing it, but if it doesn't, please tweet at us, hashtag PMPL Americas, do all of that fun stuff. Now, they are getting the match ready. Before we go into it, keep an eye out, Midstein, okay? That's usually the place that I like to hot drop, and I'm pretty sure a lot of these players are actually gonna be hot dropping there, either there or power plant. So casters, take it away because I'm excited to see this.
Oh, we're taking it away now. Here we go. We're in the plane. We're in Livik. How's everybody feeling after that crazy finish to this tournament? Man, oh, 2 points, man. 2 points. Oh, we got the whole squad?
Yeah.
Let's go. The Quadracast. Let's go. Okay, Span. So, Span, look, we're in Livik, all right? We haven't seen this before. Not these squads going at it. Midstein. Oh, it's the Knights. Oh, it's a party. Look at this. Here comes Nova. Oh, they want revenge. They want revenge on Influence Rage. Say, we're not done yet. Yeah, y'all guys may be taking, all the big money. But we're taking a little piece of you before we get done with there today. I like to see that, man.
They're like 2 points. Of course it's not dumb, but they got into that 3rd place position, and now they got to go ahead and take down Influence Rage. I feel like it makes sense here. And they're right in the very center of this entire map, which is absolutely insane. Looks like QZ will actually fall here. So Influence Rage, wait a second, I didn't even notice. Wait a second, Honored Souls is here as well? What? Just kind of blending into each other there, but Kindness being able to take out less members of Influence Rage. I didn't expect that.
There we go, Nova. I mean, Influence Rage pretty much just stealing the entire championship away, and Nova just getting that little bit of revenge over here, even though it's just like a fun thing, but still Nova, at least that'll make them feel a little better. What do you think, Span? As Honored Souls currently on our screens, and again, Honored Souls was one of those teams that was in the top 5 too.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Necro, like,
whoa,
this is the Nova that we needed to see all throughout the tournament. Like, this is the Nova that we needed to see to be taking all of the fights, to bring in the aggression. But I mean, hey, better. I was gonna say better now than never, but I mean, the tournament's over. This is a show match. This is just for fun. The fact that Nova has 6 eliminations and they dropped with some of the top squads, this is just a sign that they could have been doing this the entire time, playing aggro, taking the fights. But hey, a top 3 finish is still pretty good. And we got the Knights coming in for the 3rd party. The Knights are definitely a little upset with their performance, so they want a little bite of this action too.
Oh boy. Okay, yeah, you're right. The Knights now coming on up on top of this mountain here. Looks like, unfortunately, Chico is going to fall. Honored Souls from afar on top of the hill. I don't think they expected that whatsoever. At this point, I'm just expecting everybody to come in this location at this point because everybody is just sending it here. As you can see, I guess Aqueduct power plant is hot. So right after this, ATON, I bet from the south, will be coming soon. But this is an interesting vehicle.
Oh my goodness! And the punch out? Honored Souls!
Dude, this is what I wanted to see. This is what I wanted to see.
I am so done. Just straight. And look at this. Into the obliques.
Taking his time.
Into the lats, the latissimus dorsi.
He took his time, Jukes. He took his time right there. And then Coops too will just wipe out Myth right there. Oh, what is going on? This is the biggest confusion I've heard. I just hear every single caster in my ears laughing in the background right now.
I mean, this is great. This is a great way. This is like the cherry on top to amazing, right? We had so much fighting and so much stress, so much high tense action. Now it's just a free-for-all where, just have fun with it. I think this is a great way for the players to wind down for the day.
Oh boy, here we go. The rest trying to come through, but Buluc Chabtan. Wait a second.
Yo, listen.
Okay. Well, I
need
guess
to get
they're
a
outta
sheesh here.
Just gonna go on ahead and catch him on fire really quickly, and that is it.
I agree.
Just looking him in the eyes before taking him down.
Damn, all of us.
All of us? Ooh, finally.
All of us.
Oh, I thought it was my turn to shine, dude. But now we got to do with all the cat. Look at that nade.
I'm the youngest one here.
Yeah. So.
I need to talk more.
No.
Nah, okay,
No.
here comes another fight. Honored Souls
Yeah,
off
so
the hill.
as you can see here, see God going for some plays on ATON Esports. Meanwhile, Necro's crying.
Yeah, I'm about to cry, dude. I swear to God, if you guys don't let me talk right now. Yeah, Buluc right here, taking some players down. Do not dare to cut
Golden
me
Eagles.
off. Do not dare to cut me off. Don't.
I'm just vibing right now. Like, I'm just chilling. I think everyone knows, Zute, he's a chill one. So you guys argue with each other all you want. I'm just here for the show.
Third person reference. Hey, we do play TPP here at the highest level, so we'd love to see that. Look at Mezexis. Man, this is so crazy to see these squads that were just like fighting for the top just go out.
Jukes, calm down a second. Can we just look at that leaderboard right there?
What?
Nova, are you kidding me? No one's doing this right now. For some reason, they're deciding to continue the momentum after the tournament is done?
Oh my, look at that.
Bro, let's put it this way. All these squads got their Tiger shirts on right now.
For sure.
Oh, man.
Rar.
Rar indeed. Hey, look, Nova with the most eliminations right now. That's not something you saw during the entirety of the tournament.
Oh, no.
I just want to throw it out there.
Oh, Chief. Nice
Say
shots
you're
there from
chill, but
Chief.
that was savage.
Oh, guys, I'd ask you this. Imagine the M10 in the other modes. M10 shotgun in Miramar. Imagine. In Sanhok.
No. Just ask how the Knights feel about that. I'm sure they'll be happy.
That is true.
Too soon. Too soon, Zute.
The Savage mode has been flipped on, but I'm still just vibing. I'm still just chilling here.
Of course. Zute is just vibing. Oh, look at these punches. Koi, where's his meds? Where's his meds?
Guys, it's circle 1 still, and there's only 11 people left alive.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna have a lot of downtime.
What was that?
You're not wrong.
All 3 of them are in 3 little points. Oh my goodness.
Look at the back.
Golden Eagles is like, where is everybody? What's happening? They're the only ones alive. Oh, just kidding.
Oh my God.
Buluc Chabtan.
Noah's right there too. Fran is just all by himself, unfortunately.
Look at the Cadrozen trying hard, dude. Trying hard.
He wants it. He wants it in his back. His Buluc too, man.
It is.
Bro, he's playing this as if this is still America's championship. Do you see this?
Right? No off switch.
He's got a shotgun though. He's got a shotgun though. Pop him. Ooh. Oh, there we go.
It's over.
Shoddy 2 OP. Oh, jeez. This is... All right. Okay, I think... Okay, we got Nova and ATON on the Southwest, but after that, we're just gonna be sitting here for a little bit, I imagine, because like you said, first circle, and everyone's done.
That's
exactly. Everybody else is just gonna be driving around trying to find where each other are.
Oh, they'll find them. They'll find them, all right. Look at that. Oh, Koi didn't have enough meds for that shotgun. As he goes down. ATON in blue zone. In zone 1.
Oh no.
Dude.
Oh no. Oh no, indeed. Monster truck madness. Monster truck madness.
I want to see someone getting run over.
Woo. She is pedal to the metal right now. Oh, yes, look at that.
Oh.
Ouch.
Are we gonna be seeing anybody get ran over by this monster truck? Hot jokes. Can't wave it. Please.
Dude, look. 7 in the back, chilling.
That's me. You know I got potato aim. Come on now.
Oh, this is beautiful. Holy toxic.
Maybe.
With some donuts and Livic.
Maybe if I shoot out of that monster truck right there, my aim will actually be better because the bouncing of the monster truck will actually help my recoil because, boy, it's so bad.
Wait, did you say monster? Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners, dude. That's how we do it here in the PMPL. Look at Kindness. Taking some shots at the ATON from the blue.
Damn, look at him just peeking. And then going back again. A little peekaboo. No.
Just a matter of time.
One shot, man.
Look at the peaks. Still so tight. Like, he's just not messing around right now. They have 12 eliminations, Nova.
Oh.
Laser.
Actually, that's
out in the open. He's out in the open.
All right, that hurt. Yeah, Kindness was like, all right, I'm done with this. All right, that stung a little bit too much. Ran with the DP.
He learned his lesson. Again.
Yeah, so Span, what would you do right now if you were Kindness? What would you do?
If I was Kindness?
Yeah, if you were Kindness.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I'm outside almost in the blue zone, and all of ATON is against me. I mean, the thing is I already have 12 eliminations, so I would just start, as much as you can W key on a phone, I'd start W keying. That's what I would do. Just full on.
He heard you.
Move stick. Yeah, both of them actually. QZ, he's gonna get a nice angle actually onto ATON over here.
Best choice. Best choice.
Oh, I think he's going to the zip line. You see a little zip line action?
Oh, yeah, there are zip lines here.
Oh, yeah.
Well, imagine if we had the monster truck in Miramar. That would be
kind of cool.
That would be so fun. Monster truck driving down Miramar during a rotation. I mean, yeah, it'll get blown up, but it'll look epic at least.
It sure would indeed. Big rotation.
I got a question though, real quick, for all of you guys.
Go for it.
Results of the tournament. Expected? How do you guys feel about it? Personally, for me, I'm gonna just say I'm not too surprised. I kind of knew Brazil was like the stronger region, but I'm really happy with Nova getting a 3rd place finish. I mean, represent NA.
That's huge.
Oh, yeah.
I'm honestly, I'm just happy to see NA get chicken dinners at the stage. You know, I think it's big. I think this is the best we've seen of NA, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say at the very beginning of this, both of y'all were definitely like NA who? Like none of us had really expected them to be somewhere on here, but I'm glad. I mean, we're glad that they are. Actually, maybe I'm grouping everybody a little bit too much. It was Zoo.
I expected Knights to
Soccer ball.
Listen,
Look at
I
this.
thought Knights would be in the top 3. Oh, that's kind of cool.
Oh, this is awesome. And they're getting a loot. Yeah, goal, goal, goal. Mira, Chief coming around the corner. Cardozen. Pasa el boloso. This is a golazo. Hey, picking up all them nice little first aid kicks. Hey, I mean, the World Championship is going on right now.
I really wanted to see a goal right there. Can we go back, please? I was waiting for it. It's Brazil and soccer. They go so well together. Please.
Seven, let me hear. I want to hear your soccer cast so bad, Seven.
It might happen. It might happen. Just wait for it. You know what? ATON Esports. Guys, I was so surprised at the way that team performed. Being the champions out of Latin America, they really didn't show up. 12th place finish. How do you guys feel about that one?
Saw it coming.
Oh, wait for it. Wait for it.
Oh,
hold on.
Oh. Go, Seven.
Oh.
Look at the.
There you go.
Godzilla.
Here goes Brazil. He's going to pass it to the right. It goes out of bounds. It's coming back towards the center. Are they going to try to score that goal? Look at the little player just positioning. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Toiko trying to take it. Is he going to be able to score? The blue zone is coming. He's crumbling under the pressure. Come on, Loops. You're doing exactly what happened in the tournament. Okay, I'm out. I'm out of here.
Whoa! And after hearing that, they get in the vehicle and leave. Hey, you guys are mean.
That was perfect timing. That was perfect timing.
In the UTV. Oh man, I tell you what, that vehicle is at this high level. If that vehicle was in like Erangel, you know, Miramar, I think that would have to be one of the most untouched vehicles. Oh, nice shots for QC. Oh, if you would hit that, please. 4X. I want to see it.
Come on, just peek your head out. A little. Oh.
Okay.
Okay, ready? Oh. zone. People are still, no one was in it for such a while. Everyone was playing edge. Oh, what do we see here? Replay. Oh, Chief. Oh, it's nothing but M10 action. M10 highlights. Look at that. This shotgun is just so disgusting.
Sheesh. Yeah, that's why we don't see it in competitive. Imagine if it was, though. We already saw what the DBS could do. Like that was a nightmare already. Yeah, we're down to the 3 teams. I think I want to see a punch off. You think they'll do a punch off?
Yes.
Ooh, that would be kind of cool.
Oh, I don't
think
so.
pan fight?
Oh no, I don't think so.
They still brought guns to a fist fight, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Their adrenaline is still pumping. Yeah,
they just
still pumping from the
angles.
Yeah, it's just mowing them down, dude.
So gross.
Did Loops just steal both of those? Unfortunate.
It did. Oh, kindness. Try to get some spots off. Get on top of that.
Nova's trying to get the back-to-back chicken dinner here. I think that's what they're.
13 limbs? The Baker's dozen? This is how much they needed in the last match.
Yeah. Well, good learning tournament for Nova. I mean, top 3 is really good. So
but I guarantee you, they're way more pissed than the teams at the bottom. That's the way they are, dude. That is their mentality. Their mentality is just like,
wait. Who finished?
Only got 3rd. Ugh.
I think so. It was Bop, right?
It was Born Protocol.
Yeah, it was Bop. Yeah.
Man, you think Nova's more pissed than Born Protocol, Haju?
Yes. Yes.
Born Protocol didn't break 100.
I guarantee you, Nova is more disappointed than Born Protocol is. That's the kind of mindset that these guys have going in. It's like for them, it's either first place or nothing.
I see.
True. Oh wait, he's trying to go for dude.
Oh,
don't run him over, man.
It's like a
they're gonna try and punch him.
Oh, he's low HP. He's low HP. Can he do it?
Oh, is it just these 2 left? It is 1v1.
It is a 1v1.
First aid.
Shotgun.
Shotgun!
Brazil.
Nasty.
Brazil.
I stay winning.
Just stays on top. And Nova once again being overshadowed by Brazilians.
They get that close to the first place, but not close enough.
I love the roast that we saw throughout this here. There was basically just a 5-minute roast show match where the cast is just, oh yeah, they didn't hit the triple digits, just I love it. Yeah.
Span Cargo with a nice, oh yeah, remember Boring Protocol? They didn't even get 100 points. I see you, Span Cargo. Look at you, Nova. Once again, continuing what they saw in the actual last match.
Consistency. It's through even in the show matches. But we gotta say this too, though. We had 2 teams in the top of our championship that triple the points of Boring Protocol.
Yeah.
That is disappointing.
Okay, let's not talk more about them.
Oh, I
okay?
just
They're
want to say-
already down in the bottom. You don't.
And the most important, they didn't get to play the show match either.
Yeah, because of this.
I'm just looking at some of the stats here. There's so many teams that just passed Boring Protocol in the alien points. I'm just going to stop because if we keep going, we're just going to keep on digging them in. It's just not a good look for
We're
them.
6 feet deep already.
With that, guys, though, any final thoughts overall from the tournament?
It's been an amazing time here, of course, seeing all of these teams. It's been phenomenal to follow all of the regions. I think all of them have been phenomenal. We're seeing time after time, not just 1, 2, or 3 teams, but almost all of the teams have been stepping up to the occasion when it's needed. And it's been phenomenal, just been following this throughout the whole tournament. And of course, in the end, seeing Brazil take home the victory once again.
Yeah, I loved how we were able to, follow PMPL throughout here for Brazil, Frost and I. We saw how strong they were. We heard it in the Kayovsky interview as well. Like, we're expecting to beat top 3. We're expecting multiple teams to be in there. Influence Rage being able to take it home. Alpha 7, of course, they had a bit of a shaky run in PMPL Brazil, but they showed up here in the championship, and that's really what I would love to see. Once we get into these kind of international stages, we see the 3 sub-regions collide, and we see who's going to be the giant coming out of it.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see how the teams that were their first PMPL Americas, right? I'm talking about VIVOKEYD, the champion out of Brazil. Now that they have this kind of experience, now that they have played against...
build on that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're talking about our first team, let's talk about Golden Eagles. They coming in from the qualifiers into the PMPL LATAM, and then in here and being the best team from LATAM, and of course Ferrum as well, being number 2 on the MVP leaderboard. That kind of tells you a story, right? That's a team that is here to stay.
Yeah, I'd love to see that they're able to come in here and play against the best and pull that kind of stuff, but huge comeback though for Monarch Souls. I cannot believe that you were mocking them in the beginning of the championship. What are you doing, guys? 0 points again, Monarch Souls, what are you doing? And then here, boom, 4th place. 3 out of 4 in the top 4, Brazil.
I'm like the lucky charm by calling them out. That's how we're gonna go. Nonetheless, a special thank you to everybody watching. Thank you. Hopefully you enjoy this. Make sure you follow PUBG Mobile Esports on all the social medias that way you guys don't miss out on absolutely anything. And a big thank you to Frost and Avenger for being able to do this championship with me. Once again, my name is the 7 Worlds Gaming. It's been my pleasure to be here, and I cannot wait to do this again in the future. I cannot wait to see what's gonna happen in the future as well when we have more tournaments. We'll see you in the next one.
fits, yeah. Sign a brand exclusive. Wear it once and lose it for the next best thing. One quick slip and I'm out of frame. No one really seems to care though. Got an ego, can't explain, no. Icy boy with diamonds on my frozen soul. Spending all my money on expensive clothes. What's it take to get me on the radio? Slow down for me, goddamn, slow down for me. Icy boy, I'm an icy boy.